just reopen the meeting.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
If there's any declarations of interest related to this item would be what we're looking for.
Okay.
Perfect. I'll leave you to it, sorry.
No, all good. I'm not hearing any. Great. Okay, so we'll get into the public forum, and we have got listed 7 speakers at the moment, and we've got written submissions to the item, vaccination mandate item. They're received from Stacey Parker and Suzanne Koch. There was a petition received from Christine Hager and Rebecca Dyson, circulated to the members prior to this meeting. The written submissions and petition have been uploaded to Diligent and will be attached to the minutes of the meeting as an appendix.
Chair, as a procedural question, so where can I find that on Diligent?
It should be in a as an appendix. Amy, can you help with that?
Yes, so it's right at the end. I'm just trying to get the page number for you.
Okay, but is this under council meetings?
Council meetings.
Page 281, I think, Ewan. Well, there's one written submission there.
So this morning we added to the agenda from the 17th of March Council.
Yeah.
And if we
so that should be now, okay, public written submissions. All right. Thank you.
Excellent.
Jeff, we talked about this last night. We agreed that at this point in time, we don't need to have any question because it should be just straightforward, the time for the public to present, right?
Yeah, I would absolutely prefer that. And also given the journey ahead of us as well today. All right, so and it's 2 minutes, I believe, isn't it, per speaker? So we'll get into it. Our first public forum speaker I've got listed is Christy Hager. Christy.
Hello. Hi.
Hi, Christy. I can't see you on my thing yet. Hang on,
You can hear me?
Yep, I've got you now.
Hello.
That's
thanks.
great. All right, Christy, you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, elected members and Mangai Māori. I am honoured and privileged to speak to you today on behalf of a large group of people calling to drop COVID-19 passes in all HCC facilities. We are citizens, ratepayers, community members, voters and ex-customers of Hamilton City Council facilities. We stand together and we stand strong. I speak for my 2 children who you also locked out on the 14th of December and all the other children that have been significantly impacted by your decision on the 30th of November 2021. You've been presented today with our petition of approximately 1,300 people asking for immediate removal of COVID-19 vaccine passes. You've read the letters and emails with personal accounts. You've likely heard of the Lagoima and OIA questions submitted. Hopefully you've spoken to the citizens that you represent. You've heard Jacinda's speech removing the requirement for vaccine passes. You've heard of all the other local councils in New Zealand dropping mandates. There were at least 35 at my last count and more to come. You've recognised the importance of this review, setting this meeting today. Times are changing and you know what you need to do. Councillor Ryan Hamilton knew what to do on the 30th of November when you brought these mandates in. Now you all have the chance to reassess and make things right. Remember Hamilton City Council's vision to improve the wellbeing of Hamiltonians. Being shut out of HCC facilities for an entire summer is not very conducive towards wellbeing. You should be providing a rates rebate for anyone locked out of facilities for the past 3 months and counting. You should also provide an apology to those who've had their human rights violated as a result of your decisions and actions. You should remove the vaccine mandate required for all HCC staff. Thanks for your consideration and time today.
Thank you, Christy. Really succinct and clear submission. Much appreciated. Due to time constraints, elected members aren't asking questions of the submitters. So we thank you for your very good submission. Much appreciated.
Thanks very much.
Our number 2 submitter is Kushla Moore.
Hello,
Welcome.
can you hear me okay?
Yes, welcome, Kushla.
Okay, thank you.
You have a couple of minutes, 2 minutes, and there won't be any questions from elected members.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. So as someone who's been very personally impacted by the government's restrictions, by council terminating my employment with them, and obviously by council's restrictions to the community, I could talk very emotively about this topic. However, with 2 minutes, I think it's best if I talk about medical research that I think is highly relevant. So one article that I want to bring your attention to is there was recently a hearing in our High Court between New Zealand Doctors SOS and NZ Teachers SOS versus the Minister for COVID-19 Response and the Attorney General. Now, just prior to that court case taking place, Ashley Bloomfield was interviewed, and in his interview, he disclosed that there were 3 new pieces of research material from the CDC and published in the Journal of the American Medical Association that they were using in that High Court case to justify the boosters for the doctors. So in that research, there was one particular article that he referred to strongly. Now, what that research document actually showed was that 3 shots of the Pfizer vaccine were about 67% effective against Omicron-related symptoms compared with unvaccinated. However, 2 doses offered no significant protection against Omicron when measured. So that particular research document is very easy to find, and it's also very easy to understand even as a general member of the public. And I just want to bring your attention to, under key points and findings, is that the difference in odds ratio between triple vaccinated and double vaccinated was 0.33. The difference between triple vaccinated and double vaccinated was 0.34. So you've got a 0.01% difference in the risk of contracting and transmitting when it comes to the latest variants. So there's absolutely no justifiable reason to restrict any person, regardless of their vaccine status, from any facility and from any area of public. And this is research material that has been endorsed by our government, used by our Crown lawyers and Ashley Bloomfield themselves in the High Court. So it can't be ignored.
Thank you, Kushla. Your time is at an end. We appreciate your submission. Thank you for taking the opportunity.
Thank you.
And our third submitter that I've got on my list is Pat Gregory. You there, Pat? Come in, Pat. I'm not getting any.
Sorry, I was muted.
Ah, yes, it's a common mistake.
Yeah.
Hi, Pat, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Great. We've got just 2 minutes for you. So if you can make the most of that time, that'll be great. And there won't be any time for questions from elected members.
Thank you.
Take it away when you're ready.
Okay, well, I wrote to each of you about my concerns at the council bringing in these mandates without any public input. You weren't forced to implement them, and I know that some councils didn't. I understand one reason for the mandates was to protect your staff, but surely you would provide PPE that staff might need to keep them safe. Having had the required jabs, why are staff in any more danger than anyone else? Especially now that it's known that anyone can get COVID, whether they're jabbed or not. The ramifications of these restrictions have been enormous and distressing enough to adults, but more so to children. To refuse 12-year-olds and upwards access to facilities vital for their education, sports, growth, etc., not to mention how it affects them mentally when they let their teams down, is denying them the right to the very things that are essential to their well-being and growth. Another issue is that by denying ratepayers use of facilities, they should not have to pay for them. You can't charge people for nothing. I have actually written to Fair Go about this, incidentally. On a personal note, I was issued with an exemption from my doctor for a serious clotting condition. I'm regularly made to feel like a leper because I'm not jabbed, in spite of the fact that it would be life-threatening for me. By erroneously persecuting and singling out all those who have not been jabbed as anti-vaxxers, because we aren't, and the government government via councils and other bodies has enforced these illegal mandates. I say illegal because the Human Rights Act section 114 states everyone has the right to refuse to undergo any medical treatment, By enforcing the government's flaunting of the Human Rights Act, you as a council are complicit in this crime. Council should immediately remove the mandates and stop enforcing the government's apartheid-type society that these mandates have brought into being in New Zealand.
Thank you, Pat. Very clear submission. Much appreciated, and thank you for taking the opportunity.
Thank you. I do notice Mr. McPherson's not there, the one that started it all.
He's in the chamber. We have three members in the chamber, so he is listening and he's there.
Okay, thank you anyway.
Thank you, Pat. Right, we've got our next is Gabriel Mason. Are you there, Gabriel?
I don't have Gabriel in the room, so if we could move to our next submitter, Ursula.
Right, Ursula Edgington. Come on, Ursula.
Hi, kia ora.
Hello. Where are you? There you are. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Great. You've got 2 minutes, and there won't be time for any questions from elected members. So take it away when you're ready.
Thank you. I'll talk as quickly and succinctly as I can. So because I'm a freelance academic, I'm not affiliated to any organisation, and therefore I'm not prevented from speaking out against discrimination. And I'm totally in support of social justice. My motivation for pursuing my vocation, much of which today involves unpaid mahi, exactly like this, is the role I can play in facilitating the transformational power of learning, that is, encouraging others to become tall poppies. Now, we've just heard about the children being suffering, and really I'm talking about adults that are also struggling because of these illegal vaccine passes. So many adults here struggle with reading, writing and budgeting, skills that are essential for everyday survival. And these 2 years of government restrictions have just exacerbated the challenges that these individuals already face, many of whom already suffer from complex mental health difficulties. Staff connected with libraries across New Zealand have worked hard to address and reduce socio-economic inequalities by improving access to a growing, extensive collection of books and other resources. These inequalities can be on practical levels, such as gaps in internet or mobile phone networks, which limit opportunities to communicate effectively, but they can also be for nuanced reasons, like lack of access to education can cause reduced levels of self-confidence and self-esteem. Before COVID, the success of New Zealand Library Network was clearly visible. In every town, including Hamilton, people would gather inside and outside libraries, confident in their hub of free and easy access to friendly staff and knowledge, resources we have all financially contributed to, providing for our fellow residents and visitors with the shared aim of a better society for everyone. So imagine my horror when I discovered that my students were suddenly unable to enter our libraries or to meet with me there, to browse the collections, use the computers, or discuss their reading and writing progress towards their assessments. I cannot emphasize enough how confusing and damaging it is for these students when our positive routine and kanohi to kanohi is stopped. Many of these individuals are vulnerable. Many are without whānau. And access to basic education is a human right. It's protected under numerous domestic and international statutes and agreements.
Apologies, time.
Time, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Equal access to education is fundamental to my personal and my professional values. So I just
Sorry, Ursula. Apologies, I was muted. I managed to mute myself, so I couldn't say anything. If you could bring it to a close now.
Yeah, I just want to support what everybody else has said and re-emphasise that this has had a negative impact on many people's health and well-being in multiple ways that probably Hamilton City Council aren't even aware of yet.
Thank you.
So
right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ursula. Much appreciated. Thank you for taking the opportunity.
Thank you.
Our next submitter is Kelly Fredrickson. You there?
Hi.
Hi, Kelly.
How you
How are
going?
you? Good,
Yep.
good, good. Welcome. You've got good. You've got 2 minutes, and there won't be time for any questions from elected members. So
Yep,
just
fine.
start.
I'll have to speak fast.
Great stuff. Ready when you are.
Okay, so yeah, my name's Kelly, and I want to talk more from personal experience today. I'm going to quickly tell you why I have refused to have the Pfizer vaccine. I could share screeds of research showing that the vaccine isn't very effective and has caused a huge amount of reactions and deaths, but I actually hope you've looked at these stats and research yourself, as it's important to never look at anything from just one side. Anyway, about 9 years ago, I started getting double vision and my eye was blinking weird. I went to the doctor, had an MRI, saw a neurologist, and was told that I had an inoperable brain tumor. I had a hole drilled in my head and a biopsy done. A few weeks passed, and I eventually was told that my results were inconclusive and that they couldn't work out what was happening in my brain. So that was that. I was kind of on my own. Nobody knew what to do with me or how to help. So I learned very quickly that I had to help myself. I started eating really healthy. I stopped drinking alcohol, coffee, eating gluten, dairy, and most sugar. And that's still how I eat today, 9 years later. My family of 5 hasn't had any antibiotics or even pain relief in all that time, as I've learned how to treat myself with more natural treatments. So I don't want to get this experimental mRNA vaccine, as I don't put any pharmaceutical products in my body, unless of course it was life or death. I'm healthy and have an immune system that works. Most people do. My family has recently had COVID, so now we have natural immunity, and are less of a threat than anyone who is vaccinated and hasn't had COVID, as they can still transmit it. I don't believe that we're a risk to others, even before having COVID. Us unvaccinated going to the library, the kids swimming at the pools, etc., is not going to harm anyone, as even as a vaccinated can transmit the virus, and this has been common knowledge for a long time now. I've had both jabbed and unjabbed friends either breathe through COVID or be quite sick. It doesn't seem to care either way. Everybody is different. From sharing with you, I want you to understand that we're not refusing the vaccine to be annoying or stubborn or because we're selfish, crazed conspiracy theorists. Thank you, Dave. But most of us value our health and rights to choose what we put in our bodies. I don't believe that we are any higher risk to our fellow rate-paying Hamiltonians at the venues we've been locked out of for the past 4 months. And I hope you decide today that this divisive vaccine pass will be revoked, like it has by many other councils already. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. Spot on. Very exact. Well done. And appreciate your submission. Thanks for taking the opportunity to give it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, councillors, our last submitter hasn't arrived, I believe, Amy. So that brings the public forum to a close. And so we will now move into the item 17, the vaccination certificate policy. And we've got to start.
Jeff, we're doing that later at the end of the annual plan deliberations. We're not doing it straight after.
Are we?
No, we're going to get through the annual plan and then we'll
Point of order. Sorry, is that a determination of the meeting or the chair?
That's the way the agenda's set out, and that's the way I've decided to run the meeting. So that, yeah, we are going to do it later.
So with respect, we'll discuss it at 9 o'clock tonight.
Pardon?
Well, this could be much later. I mean, why would you not want to?
Because I want to get through the annual plan deliberations in a timeless fashion without spending too long on this one, but we will come to it. And it is the late item rather than the substantive item. But, you know, if it's the will of absolutely everybody here to bring it forward, we can do that.
Yeah, Paula, can I suggest that quite often in a lot of meetings, we do bring the item forward because of the public interest and the public submitters. And I'd be one quite keen just to get it dealt with now with fresh minds and then straight into the annual plan without this hanging over everybody's head. So I'd be
I guess as long as the media understand the change to the agenda, that's because they're also looking at our agenda and taking great interest. That's my concern here. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, I support what Mark said too. I think it's timely that we've got public forum here and we nip it in the bud.
The public are no longer on this call, except they can be online, can't they?
Yep.
That's correct.
Yep. Apologies, Paula, I've inadvertently.
I thought we discussed this last night. Anyway, Lance, what's your view on this? Does it matter what do we think we're going to disadvantage any media from the discussion? I have no idea whether they'd be here. I know they're thinking it's coming later on.
I wouldn't have thought so. Yeah, Paula, I think the media are probably just as interested in the annual plan as they are the My Vaccine passport requirement item. So,
all right, well let's do it then.
Okay. All right, we're into item 17. We've got a staff report, and I think it would probably we've also got a suggested motion from Councillor Hamilton here. So I would suggest maybe we get the motion on the table. Councillor Hamilton.
Chair, I'll foreshadow an amendment.
All right, we'll start with Councillor Hamilton.
I've seconded that motion too, actually.
What is the motion? It's
thanks. Mine was to go with option 1 of the staff report.
Great. I hope we're gonna hear from staff too. I hope some stage.
So. Yeah, we're going to go into questions soon. I just wanted to get these on the table.
Okay.
Right. So we have notice of an amendment from Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. My amendment would be a variation of option 3. It's simply to say by the end of April, we will revoke the requirements for the production of valid MyPass vaccines, and that 5 days prior to the end of April, we would conduct just a quick analysis of medical advice to see if that decision is sound in light of the daily death rate currently.
Right. Okay.
And I do have a seconder in the chamber of Councillor McPherson.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we've got a motion from Councillor Hamilton, and we have an amendment from Councillor Wilson. And now what we'll do is go into the report and get staff to introduce it.
Can we see those, please, Mr. Chair, in terms of just see them up on the screen? Or
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm just working on bringing those up now.
It might take Amy a moment to do that.
Okay.
Shall we get Mish? Will you introduce this or?
Good afternoon, councillors. Everyone can hear me okay?
Yep.
Excellent. The report tries to cover off at a high level the changes that have happened in the COVID Omicron environment since the last report was sent on the 30th of November. I won't go into all of that detail, but the staff have included in the report 3 options for Council's consideration, and also noting that the Chief Executive is undertaking a review of the policy for staff vaccinations as well at the same time. I'll guys take the report as read, and are there any questions for staff?
Thanks, Mish. Yes, we've got Councillor Bunting.
There we go, muted. I'd really like to ask some questions of staff from our community facilities, if there's any online. Just need to know, or like the pools or the libraries, or have we got anyone here, Lance?
I think Leanne should be there somewhere.
Yeah, I've asked the team to join. They were expecting to join the meeting a bit later in the day, so I have emailed them. Leanne's here. She's
Oh, okay. There, I can see your silhouette, Leanne.
Yeah, I'm a bit in the dark. Sorry.
That's all right. Welcome to my life. Hey, no, that's great. Hey, Leanne, I just want to know from a staff perspective, risk-wise, should council decide to go along on with option 1, which is effectively revoking or taking away the need for vaccine passes as you go in general, would your staff feel safe? In fact, which option would they feel safer with, please?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Bunting, noting that obviously we haven't spoken to every staff member. The view of the leadership across the community group is that staff are better served by the removal of the mandatory vaccine pass, both in terms of revenue access of users, but also what has kept our staff, I guess, feeling more secure through the process to date is that council has been operated consistently with government guidelines. and that's been a relatively easy message for them to communicate and stand behind when they have had pushback from the community.
Okay. Well, no one's denying that Omicron is out there and it's still pretty rampant. Can your staff protect themselves enough should we get rid of them? Like,
it's a hard question to answer, absolutely, isn't it? But we have throughout this process, and Council has been very good at providing our staff with all practical measures to keep them safe, and we would continue to do so. I think the majority of staff appreciate that all that it can be done is being done, and Council has probably done more in that space than perhaps some other environments that they may be in outside of work.
Okay. And I want to hone in on the pools a little bit here, because I'm trying to think of areas where people would be in close quarters. Should we remove the vaccine pass, could staff run a safe pool, basically, keep social distancing or keep a safe distance?
I believe so, Councillor Bunting, but Rebecca Whitehead is on the call, and
cool.
She's probably better placed to answer that question.
Yep.
Good afternoon, councillors. Just thank you for the question, Councillor Mark.
Frozen up there, Rebecca.
Oh, I think Rebecca's frozen. Rebecca and I have talked about this. My answer won't be as complete as Rebecca's. Might have been, Councillor Bunting, but the short answer is yes.
Okay, yeah, I just want to ensure that everyone's going to be safe. Okay, thank you. That's all I've got at the moment, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mark. Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. Just a couple of questions. Perhaps my first one, just following up from Councillor Bunting's line of questioning. If and when the requirement to produce a pass is lifted, would there be extra measures that we could take or that you would think of taking that would make staff feel safer if they felt they needed it? I mean, I know masks are still in play, but is there anything else that we could do in that aspect?
I don't. We're always looking at the advice that comes out, and we always move to do something about that as soon as we understand that there's something else to put in the toolkit, so to speak. But social distancing and masks have proved very successful to date, relatively speaking. You know, Omicron is everywhere, but our teams have been very good at protecting themselves and each other and observing the protocols that have been put in place, and largely that has served us well, Councillor O'Leary. But if there were other advice that suggests that we should move to something else, or there's an extra thing that we could do, we would do so. We moved quickly with the introduction of N95 masks, etc., etc.
Yeah. Okay. And if we needed, like, I know, I know that downstairs in the municipal building we've put in the plastic shields and things. So we have, if we haven't done that in places and we feel like we should, there's enough in the budget. We don't have to add anything just in case there. Do you think, for any of our facilities?
I don't think there's anything we need to add in terms of physical. At the moment, the question of the budget, I think, might be better answered by someone else, because Council has largely managed that at a whole of organisation level thus far.
Okay, thanks, Leanne. A question just to the CEO, Lance. With either the motion or the amendment, the motion being 5th of April, I think, or 4th, that's in line with the government, and the amendment being the end of April, do both of those give you enough time to review the policies that relate to staff and make the appropriate changes?
Yes, they do. Probably the amendment is a little bit different to option 3. I've been working with the ELT this week in our incident management team, just reviewing the staff policy and the risk assessments. And Dan's team's been doing a huge amount of work. So the simple answer is yes. I probably just need an extra day just to sort of, if Councillor Ewan's amendment went through as the final resolution, just to give that a little bit more thought. But yes, we're prepared for both options.
Okay, great. And then not sure who these ones are to, perhaps the writer of the report. Just on page 267 under the Bill of Rights, in paragraph 40, it talks about businesses that wish to use the passes past the government removing them on the 4th or 5th, would need to justify doing so. What, and as I understand, then Councillor Wilson's amendment, does that then trigger some kind of justification for us at our facilities?
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary.
Yes.
We've had advice from Tompkins Wake, which we've included in the report. The use or not of vaccine passes and the risk it presents in terms of a breach of people's rights. So, for example, the right to refuse medical treatment and whether that discrimination is warranted or not is really a question of degree. And I'd probably say to you that, without sort of trying to dissect the whole lot right now in the meeting, is that that test would be different across probably our facilities. So there would be different areas where the risk of that issue being upheld by a court, if the council ended up in that space, is higher than with other areas of the business.
Okay. Okay. So it's really, because I guess my follow-up question was, how would we actually justify? But I think, you've said it would be on a case-by-case basis, depending on the facility. Yeah. Okay. That's all my questions. Thanks, Nia. Thanks, Mish.
Thanks, Councillor O'Leary. Councillor Naidu-Roth.
Thank you. I may have missed this with my reading, but Councillor Wilson, with the amendment, can I ask a question as to how he arrived at that date, or what does that date signify?
Certainly. The date isn't fixed in stone. The calculation was simply 2 days ago we had the highest levels of death so far in the COVID process, that by waiting to the end of April, an extra, I think just 3 weeks longer than Councillor Ryan's preferred option, just buys us slightly more time to get our head around the death rate. So it's just a slightly more conservative approach.
Okay, thank you. And then can I ask a question? If the motion had to go through and it's the 5th of April, are we ready operationally, maybe Lance? Like, is that enough time for us to adjust the way things are?
Yes.
Awesome. And out of interest, I read something about H3 and facilities that are hired out to the public. If council were to drop the need for passes, does that mean hirers of facilities can still use passes, or would they need a justification of some sort?
Perhaps if I could answer that, Councillor Kesh, it wouldn't be the venues as such that would be requiring the passes. It would be the hirer who would require them, and they would have to justify their move, and they'd have to justify not only in the terms of government advice that was referred to earlier on, but also in terms of the people that are coming along to their event. So it would be totally in their hands and not ours. We would be if this goes through, and also cognizant of government's requirement from 5 April. In any case, we're not required to have the vaccination pass. We'll be over to that promoter. I think the option, the reality is that that's probably highly unlikely. It's quite improbable, but we need to be aware that it is a possibility. We have had a couple of event organisers ask us that question, whether we would require vaccine passes on their behalf, and we've said no, but you would, if you required it, that is your business.
Okay, thanks, Sean. And last question would be around cost or cost savings. I understand that it was quite a large cost associated with hiring extra security during this whole vaccine pass time frame. Have we done any work around cost savings and the impact of that on our budgeting?
Look, I'll speak to that again if you like. Yes, there was new cost that we all had to face right across council. In some instances, over time, we quickly managed to uphold that cost and by redeploying existing resources and so forth. But it's not going to be a cost saving because it was a new cost to our budget. So if we no longer have to have those services moving forward, it won't be a cost savings as such. It means we won't be doing things out of budget. That said, if we are still going to want to have a degree of control over wearing of masks in indoor settings and so forth, we may still need to have some additional assistance deployed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for that. We've got some questions in the chamber as well. I'm aware that there's more on Zoom, but I'm just going to go to the ones in the chamber first. Now, Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. While I appreciate Leanne's answer that she can't give an absolute answer, perhaps to Lance, is there a general comfort level that by following the government's guideline of April 5, that the organisation would feel relatively safe to remove the mandate from that particular date?
The general answer is yes, notwithstanding the fact, Councillor Rob, that we haven't surveyed every staff member about you know how they feel, but from a management point of view, there's been a lot of discussion by David and the IMT and also leaders across the organisation. So the answer is yes, and we would be in line with what we've been doing so far is actually following government and health department advice on this matter.
Okay, thank you. And just one final question. If we did go to April 5 removal of mandate, are there any particular facilities that might still be at risk? And I'm thinking here of the likes of the hydrotherapy pool, and there may well be others that I can't quickly think of, where you might seek some guidance to continue some form of mandate. So celebrating age might be another, yeah, that's a good one, Dave, yeah.
Celebrating age is actually closed at the moment and they've moved to other facilities, but I get what you mean. My understanding, and Leanne could probably jump in here after me if I don't get all the detail right, just around the hydrotherapy pool, talking to Liz Can, the aquatics facilities manager, most of the people who use the hydrotherapy pool use other parts of Water World, but just sort of still having the hydrotherapy pool mandated, she think it would be very confusing and difficult to manage operationally, and that you'd have to take a consistent approach right across the facility. So the answer is we believe that's probably the best way to go. If you remove the mandate, also remove it from the hydrotherapy pool.
So that you're quite comfortable that there's no increased risk of somebody using the hydrotherapy pool as opposed to using any one of the other pools?
No, yeah. Leanne, do you want to comment?
Just that I think that whilst we do associate the hydrotherapy pool with rehabilitation, it's actually very much used, increasingly used for inclusive activities. So there are a lot of program specialists activities such as Wahine in the Water and the new Children's Sensory program that the pools are operating. So overall, that more users are would be disadvantaged.
Okay, thank you.
Than advantaged, if I could put it that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Cool. Thanks, Councillor Pascoe. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. So I just firstly, following on from the discussion around the private events, Sean, I was just wondering, is there in reality any difference between option 1 and 3 in the actual staff report? Because my reading of option 1, it doesn't preclude a hirer of a space from requiring a vaccine pass for their private event anyway.
I think that's a very good point that you raise. In asking for it to be included in option 3, I was just wanting to make sure that everyone had eyes wide open that it was a possibility, rather than a surprise or an unfortunate surprise for some if it was something that were to pop up into the future. So, as I said before, I still believe it's highly improbable, but I just wanted people to know that that is a possibility.
Okay, but I guess just confirming that option 1 doesn't actually preclude it really, like it's, but as, or would you be then taking a policy that we just don't allow anyone to use a vaccine pass?
Yes, well, I think that's the interpretation that I'd have to be clear on.
Right, okay. But as you said...
That's what option 1 is.
Okay.
That's the difference between option 1 and option 3.
Okay. But your view is it would be very unlikely that people would still want to continue using them.
Yes, that's my view, but you never know.
Yeah, okay. All right, thank you. In terms of Lance, so we've heard from Leanne that, well, from what I heard from Leanne was that staff would generally feel more comfortable with the removal of these. In terms of our health and safety obligations, could you comment a little bit further there in terms of the options before us?
It probably more relates to the staff policy around vaccinations, and right. So what I alluded to before, that in reviewing our staff policy, we have to go through the risk again. When we brought our policy in back in November, we used a 7-component risk assessment process, which then the government's advice just after that happened was we were to use a 4-step system which WorkSafe New Zealand have on their website, which is we have now done, and we've been working that through each individual role, and that takes into account all the health and safety aspects of what's happened with the Omicron variant compared to the Delta variant of COVID-19. So we've used the information that's available to do those risk assessments. So look, I'm confident that that the team has been very comprehensive in what it's done, and I think that whatever option council chose, whether it's next Monday the 5th or if it's Councillor Ewan's amendment later on in the month, taking a more risk-averse approach and wait and see what happens, I think that we are well placed to actually provide all reasonable practical steps to keep our people safe, which is our compliance with the legislation.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Lance.
All good? Yep. Thanks, Councillor Thompson. We've got Councillor McPherson, followed by Councillor Wilson.
Yeah. A question to Sean, who seemed to be talking, used the word improbable, that any hire of council facilities would be wanting to continue using the Vax Pass. Is he talking for the whole of council or just for H3 facilities?
Good question. I was really talking just about H3's situation.
Thanks. So maybe this is better to Lance than you. You're aware that only about 2.5 weeks ago, council had a discussion in which it talked about if hirers of of council facilities wish to continue with the same policy which they began their hire in, they could continue that for the rest of the first school term. It was a discussion particularly about school student access, but also impinges obviously on other people that might be using the facilities at the same time.
Yeah, you're correct, Councillor Dave, and so that, you know, that goes to probably, you know, a couple of examples of Te Rapa Sports Drome and also the pavilion at Hamilton Gardens.
Yeah.
So that's why I think in option 3 we've mentioned H3 facilities and other council-owned and operated facilities, so it's alluding to those. So if council wish that to be the case, then people would need to vote for option 3.
Yeah. So, but we've already said to those people that's okay. And some, the ones that have inquired about it, if they want to, we've already said that to those organisations that it's okay to keep using the Vax Pass requirement for the for the existing hires.
Correct.
Yeah. Thanks. Maybe again to you, Lance, I suppose, or you can delegate this. We've heard a lot this morning in the submissions about the unfairness on the unvaxxed. I want to ask questions about the unfairness on potentially or higher risk, let's say, on immunocompromised and other higher risk people using our facilities. What extra protection would be available for them? Both notice, I guess, of the change in policy and protection. If we, if and when we remove the Vax Pass requirement.
Yeah, I might just refer to Leanne and David from the IMT. So I see Leanne's still there.
I am here. I'm happy to defer to David if he's on the call.
That's 2 buck passes already.
No, it's not very often I'm accused of not jumping into an opportunity to speak, to be honest. I don't think there is from a community facilities perspective, Councillor Dave, there's not a simple answer. At this process, we've been guided by government guidelines, and we've done what we can as facility operators, but also as members of communities to keep each other safe. Our primary mechanisms are those that we have been using, which is social distancing and masks, obviously, as well as the vaccine passes. With the removal of the vaccine passes, we will obviously pay strong attention to those other tools that we've got in the toolbox. But in terms of specific measures for people who identify as or signal that they're immunocompromised, I can't comment on Council's overall approach. I see David's here now, so he might want to speak from an IMT perspective on this.
Yeah, sorry, Leanne, you did very well, and I agree with everything you said. I was trying to get my camera sorted. No, there wouldn't be any other additional measures we would put in place other than what Leanne's talked about, as well as sanitising hands regularly. We would be taking guidance from the Ministry of Health in terms of risk-based approach of removing vaccination passes if that was what we would do, and it would fall onto those individuals to make a choice whether they felt safe, depending on their conditions, to come into our facilities.
So we would suddenly swing from denying entry to unvaccinated people from these public ones to allowing that entry and increasing the risk for the people that the Ministry of Health and government generally have acknowledged for 2 years have a higher risk.
It's what we would do is follow the Ministry of Health's guidance like we always have.
Yeah, no, that wasn't my question. My question related whether we were suddenly swing our policy from in favour of one side of the equation to completely the opposite.
Yeah, I can't add any more other than to say if elected members felt that they wanted to align their council policy with the Ministry of Health's policy, then we would do everything we can to keep members of the public and our staff safe.
Yeah, but nothing extra for people with higher risk. Nothing extra. Hang on. Nothing extra for people with a higher risk. Nothing extra. That was my initial question.
We would, if we had people that requested special attention, we would do everything that we could do to accommodate their needs.
Yeah, I asked what that would be, David.
No, we don't.
In fact, what protections, extra protections for immunocompromised or higher risk people would be put in place once we change that policy, if we do so?
Yeah, there are none planned at this stage.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Dave, I'm trying to move this along a little.
Well, I've got some questions, and you haven't interrupted the other questioners.
No, sorry, you've already had 3 or 4.
I'm sorry that I wasn't told there was a quota.
I'm asking for some sort of quota, some sort of common sense here. One more question.
No, I'm not going to be restricted to one more question. You didn't say that at the start. You're trying to manipulate the meeting now in a way that wasn't agreed at the start. I have got some...
Point of order. It's disrespectful to the chair.
Yep. One more question, thanks, Dave.
No, I'm not being restricted by one more question. No, you can't rule that when you haven't said that at the start.
I think you can, actually.
Well, you can try.
If you're continuing for a long period of questions and I want to move things along, I have the right to actually ask you just to cut back the questions. I'll give you another question, and then if you can just make your points in debate after that.
The points I'm trying to make are not points, they're questions. I wanted to know what extra protection for the people that are at higher risk. There's none. I want to know one of the ordinary protections that would be in place for all people is masks. I want to know, and Leanne touched on the need for this, what would be done to enforce the use of mask use in public places. And the reason I'm asking that, because there is significant evidence that unvaccinated people also in many, many cases don't wear masks or don't wish to wear them, and there's evidence that they've actually abused people who do wear masks. So I think that's a real problem. I'd like to know from management how they would enforce that, because that seems to be the major protection thing that's being mentioned.
Councillor Dave, I can answer that. So IMT's discussed that, and I think Councillor Kish brought up the question before around how we've been managing the situation with the My Vaccine passes. We would continue with the extra people that we've hired during this period for that first couple of weeks of moving into not having the My Vaccine pass, just to assist staff in enforcing the mask requirement indoors, because there could be some conflict around that, and then we would review that as we go, seeing if we could actually manage that situation as things get normalised in society around that by using our own staff. But a thing we would take into account is the safety of staff in that. So we'll continue with some extra cost in the meantime, an extra resource for that. Okay.
What if there's a surge in case numbers in the Waikato following that? And that's not a guess, that's actually happening in the UK and other parts of Europe, a sort of a second Omicron surge. Would we revisit the policy change at that point?
Yeah, I think it's a fluid situation, and I think, as Mayor Paula said, that we should be reviewing things on a regular basis, and we've had the Council and Mangai catch-ups booked in our diaries, and we'd see that continuing. And as we know, Councillor Dave, there's been various variants, and there may well be another one in the future as well, where we have to, flex and adapt as the situation changes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dave. We're going to move on to Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Mish, my first question Can you please, could you confirm whether or not the introduction of the vaccine passport last year, is it your understanding that that was wholly justified under the government's legal direction?
Afternoon, Councillor Wilson. Yes, when we brought the vaccine pass in November of last year, it is my view that it was justified. You'll see that we've set out in the report a little bit of, without going into the entire history, a little bit of the context around that decision, when that decision was taken. And one of the interesting things when I went back and reflected on that myself was, I think as I was writing the report, we'd just been advised that Omicron was a new variant of concern. So it had just been identified as such by the World Health Organization. So it gives you an indication of how significantly things have moved in the 4 months since then.
Okay. Thank you. I know that we appear now to be limited to 3 questions, so I'm trying to navigate very carefully. So you're saying that from your legal view, that this council has no legal right to maintain a vaccine pass post the 5th of April?
I am not saying that. What we've tried to articulate in the report is that the environment within which you're making this decision or this review has changed significantly. And you'll see from the advice that we've included in the report from Tompkins Wake that the risks around things such as a breach of the Bill of Rights, for example, has become more, the tension there is greater than it perhaps was in November of last year. The only way that you would know for sure if something like this was not a good decision would be essentially if another test case was taken to the courts.
All right. Leanne, having now decided, I think you said that senior managers have decided that these vaccine passports are no longer required, and that I'm just trying to get my head around what scientific analysis did you complete in making that assessment?
It would be disingenuous of me to suggest that that any scientific analysis was done, Councillor Wilson. What I can say, and what I want to confirm, is that leadership have not decided. Leadership have expressed a view in response to requests from IMT and the organisation about what they think, how they felt the removal of the vaccine pass, if it were to happen, or the retention of it would affect their sites and the users of their facilities. And on balance, as I said earlier, in terms of access of the community to our facilities, revenue, people being able to enjoy our sites, and also the logistics and the wear and tear on staff, for want of another word, they were satisfied that if you made the decision to remove the vaccine passes, that there was something they would support.
Leanne, but my last question, Chair. Prior to Council implementing the vaccine passports, we surveyed all staff, and that framed a complete narrative. Here we are now, you're reflecting management's decision that on balance, having regard to revenue, having regard to hearing from those who are not vaccinated, you're now supporting wholeheartedly the removal of the vaccine passports. where is the entire survey of staff? If it was required and good enough to do it before we introduced it, why are you so confident that it's okay that we remove its obligation without the same duty of care to survey all of our staff?
I think there's, forgive me for breaking your question into two parts. The question about whether or not staff should be surveyed as part of this, informing this decision, I'll leave to appropriately to G and Bryant to respond to. In terms of your question around my level of confidence, I certainly don't describe anything we've done around COVID as being done wholeheartedly. Staff have been very aware and very challenged by the tensions and the complexities in managing, particularly in the community facilities space, the services that we love to offer to as many people in our community as we can. So they have been challenging times. The reason I can say, and I will say with a certain amount of confidence, not wholeheartedly, that through discussions with my leadership team and they with their leadership teams and our anecdotal observations, because we have worked on sites throughout this period, Councillor Wilson. So we have been there with our frontline staff, seeing what they're seeing, hearing what they're experiencing. That on balance, we believe the removal of the vaccine pass is the best thing for our sites.
All right.
So, Chair, can Lance answer the second part of the question, please?
I can probably jump in. So the survey was instigated very early on late last year, fundamentally to try and understand the vaccination status and of our staff. We must remember that Delta was prominent at that time, not Omicron, and we've all learnt a lot since, with Delta being much more contagious and severe as a variant. The survey that we did was not asking for permission or getting a steer. We just wanted to find out the vaccination status of our workforce as part of a significant process we went through in terms of determining whether or not we'd introduce a staff vaccination policy. The fundamental piece that we did rely on, though, was the health and safety risks that we did at that time to review exactly what was the risk to our staff with the Delta variant. And it was deemed that the risk was significant. We are going through that process at the moment in terms of reviewing the risk, but we all have heard from the Ministry of Health and others that the Omicron variant is less severe and therefore the risk is reduced.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor, Mayor Southgate.
That's fine, thank you. I think when Rob raised his questions about the hydrotherapy pool, my answer was then. So that's one of them. But one of the issues I was wondering about, if things change, because things have changed right now. So things have changed. If they change again, if another variant or something significant occurs that starts to place a really huge impost on the health service or undermine our ability to keep everyone safe again, will we be able to revisit this? Because in neither of the recommendations does it give us that flexibility to keep on top of any changes, because that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to be fair and keep on top of changes.
I would have thought it's a given, Mayor Paula, but if you want to include something else in the motion or the amendment, then happy for that to be put in there.
So you think we could just bring it back to the table if and when, and let's hope that never happens.
Well, we would, and as we said, we follow government guidance on this, and if there's a more deadly variant that came to pass, for example, then we'd have as quick a conversation with council as possible with the best information we have at the time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. Look, I wanted to just explore the health response that's underpinning the government's decision, and also our own. And I note the item under risk in the paper on page 265. Can we be sure that the Waikato has, and Hamilton particularly, has reached a peak and is on the other side of that now? How can we be confident that that is the position?
I can respond to that one, Councillor Van Oosten. I don't think anyone can be completely sure of how the pandemic is going to play out. The advice that we've had to date is Auckland, for example, the experts seem to be quite universal in saying that the Auckland has passed its peak, and with the rest of the country, it's on its way there. So the informal feedback that we've had from the Waikato DHB is that the Waikato is reaching its peak. Other parts of the country are perhaps a bit different. Central government has said that by their estimates, the whole country will have got to the peak or thereabouts by the time we hit the 5th of April.
Thank you. You said is reaching its peak. That worries me. And so on the back of that, a more cautious approach and waiting a week or two, as is suggested in the amendment, might that help the council from yo-yoing in and out of the use of vaccination passes, and perhaps some of the grief that we may experience for doing that kind of an action?
If I can answer that one, Mish, in terms of the guidance that for the last 2 years, this council has relied on the expert medical and scientific advice from the Ministry of Health, noting that our Prime Minister and Cabinet also relied on that same advice. The government has signals lifting mandates as of 11:59 on the 4th. So what they are saying is that they have done the work and believe that the risk is reduced. So I think, so from our perspective, from staff's perspective, in terms of answering that question, we don't believe there'll be a yo-yo. We trust the advice that we're given. And so, yeah, but Lance is entirely correct in the sense of, again, if we reflect on the last 2 years, this council has moved very quickly and led, I reckon, the sector in terms of its response, and we are able to do that again. That gives us additional confidence in the capability of the council.
Thank you, David, for that. There are, though, vulnerable groups in our community, the elderly, Māori and Pacifica, immune compromised, and maybe a multiple of other folk with complex other issues, health issues. In terms of discussing this issue with those groups, and I think I might particularly want to focus on Māori and maybe our relationship with Waikato Tainui through the JMA and Thork. What kind of advice have we asked or feedback have we asked from that group and perhaps others in helping us to form a view from today?
I'm not aware of any conversations that have been had. They may have been, but as I said before, our 100% guidance is taken from the Ministry of Health. So we are following their guidance in terms of the protocols and protections we put in place, and so that's we're anticipating the ministry has undertaken those types of conversations and taken into account the groups that you talk about in terms of determining their decision in terms of the risk to New Zealanders and those groups in lifting mandates at the end of Monday.
Thank you. And perhaps to Chief Executive or Mayor Paula, are we aware of Waikato Tainui or the King's Office on this issue? Have we had any advance contact from them, or through our meetings had any feedback on this issue?
Not that
I haven't.
No, not that I'm aware of. I'm just trying to cast my mind back, Maxine, but I think you were part of that of the last JMA. No, but I think things move quickly. And it's been on the agenda. They didn't, at this point, speak at the public forum. So no, not specifically, I don't think. But I could be wrong.
Got your answers there, Councillor.
Thank you. Yes.
Jolly good. Thank you. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes. How many questions have I got?
3.
3. Okay. That's setting some sort of precedent, but I'll respect the chair in this case. There'll be another discussion.
I would ask that you would, Councillor Gallagher. Section 21.1b of standing orders does allow me discretion in this matter. So just proceed with your questions. Thanks.
Be respectful of me, Mr. Chair. I accept your ruling. All right. With a simple question, I have 3 questions. So I'll have to be very careful on this huge issue that I get my 3 questions.
Please proceed.
I'll just compose myself for 1 sec. Right. Just to David, you're saying that as of the 5th of April, are you saying now that as of the 5th of April, all meetings will be back in the chamber and all staff can return to their council offices as normal? Is in effect our previous situation over?
That'll be the Chief Executive's decision based on the safety of staff, and we're reviewing the staff vaccination policy tomorrow. So if we reviewed that policy and withdrew it, then that would be the outcome.
So what impact will this decision of council have on you then?
Whilst they're separate decisions, the decision of the CE is the decision for the CE on the vaccination policy is based on his responsibilities under the Health and Safety at Work Act for the protection of his staff. So he also is reviewing the staff policy, just like council was reviewing the facility vaccination policy. So it's joint, but not completely meshed together, if that makes sense.
Sure. So in terms of whether or not we are better prepared to give the best deal we can to the immunocompromised in our community, for which the consequences can be severe, either April 5 or later in the month as per the amendment. Just detail again what sort of interaction we've had with the DHB. You've talked about Ministry of Health guidelines, cabinet decisions. I know there's a variety of views within medical opinion, and respecting the submissions today, of course. What sort of interaction have we had with the DHB to lead us to this particular point in terms of your preference?
Well, firstly, the options are there for council to decide on. We're just providing our advice for council to take into account in your decision making. We have heard from the Chief Executive of the Waikato DHB, who says that they believe that the peak has been reached within the Waikato, and so that was us taking a look at the Waikato as opposed to hearing it from the Ministry of Health for the whole of New Zealand, and so that's the advice we're passing on to you.
I didn't quite understand, if you could clarify that answer. Did you or someone pick up the phone to his office and just clarify the point I have raised.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I might answer that, I had direct correspondence with Kevin Snee on this matter. I had already put that in play, knowing this review was coming up, and also council reminded me of their interest in his response. And the points that he made was that all indications are we are over the peak of numbers. Yes, the hospital is under some pressure. It's mostly due to staff being sick within the hospital system as well, and they're dealing with that through delayed optional surgeries, etc. And at the moment they're holding their own, although he acknowledged the staff were under some stress and pressure in general because it's been a long road. That's the only piece of information I've had, Martin.
Okay, thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Thank you, elected members. Right, that's the questions over. So we have, I've got Councillor Thompson with one last question, and then we'll draw
one more left. I was withholding it. No, just very, very briefly, my question was just back to Sean Murray to get absolute clarity. If we go with option 1, but then this presents a problem where, if this does present any problem with anyone hiring or leasing our premises, and there's a real concern from them about not being able to use the passes, will he come back to us? Or what would happen?
If you resolve that for option 1 that I have to come back to you, I will come back to you. But to be clear with you, I'm trying to avoid that because as soon as we have that, we have delays, we have vagaries with communications with customers. It just looks like another roadblock, so they'll move on. So I just worry about the speed given the environment that we work in.
So what would happen is with option 1 as it is? I'm just still not clear. Would it just be a flat no to people, or?
Yeah, well, that's why we wanted option 3, where that we would clarity the ambiguity that worries me a bit.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Could I please, and the only difference between option 3 is this, so could I please raise a foreshadowed amendment? I don't have a seconder at this stage, but if someone wants to. Thank you, Sean.
Right, and would that be option 3, would it?
The original staff option 3.
Righto, okay. So just, all right, that's, have you got a seconder? You do?
You don't need it at this stage, at least.
Don't need it, okay. So staff, the process from here, I understand, is that we've got a motion from Councillor Hamilton and an amendment, which we'll put up shortly, and both of those would be discussed and voted on. Is that correct? And then, what would happen with a foreshadowed amendment?
Foreshadowed one to come forward.
Sorry, my sound cut out.
Once the amendment is passed or lost, then you ask for the foreshadowed one to come forward and get a seconder.
All right.
Chair, procedurally, I could add the words to option 1, which would mitigate the need for the foreshadowed amendment, if my seconder is happy with that.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I was thinking the same thing.
Okay, that sounds like a good way forward.
Sarah, does that work for you?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so we just now.
Just to be really clear, Councillor Hamilton, is that you're now changing from option 1 to option 3? Is that correct?
No, I'll get the words up in a moment. It's just an addition. Part of option 3 will add to option 1.
Okay.
Give me 1 moment. I'll put it up in the chat.
Yeah, while Councillor Hamilton's doing that, can I ask a question of the mover of the amendment, just for clarity?
Sure. Yep.
Councillor Wilson, in your number 1 there, it says, number 2, so you want to review the decision by the 22nd of April, so I'm assuming that review comes back to council. Is that right?
Look, Angela, good question. I'm open to whether or not we even delegate the chief executive to verify whether or not the death rate. I was just trying to put a check system that the death rate is beginning to decline.
Okay, and second part, they're receiving medical advice. So if you change that and you delegated that to the CEO, where are you expecting him to get medical advice?
So good question. I had assumed in the same way as the mayor is in communication with the chief executive of the local DHB, that all our chief executive would have to do is place a call to the DHB chief executive and say, we've passed this, we're going to remove it as of the end of this month. Are you aware of anything new that would change your medical advice? And so it really wouldn't have to come back to us, because I trust the chief executive. If he makes the call and they say, no, there is no material change and we have no concern, then as of the end of the month, that it disappears.
Okay, great, cool, thank you.
Right, okay. So
just a question from me to Councillor Wilson also. In determining that advice, would you expect that the numbers infected, hospitalised, in ICU and deaths be taken into account?
Yeah, look, I would. I think it would be a quick state of the nation, and what it would give council and the DHB an opportunity to say, okay, so when this decision was made by the government X, what does the overall trend look like? How is the Waikato Hospital managing? It would just be a quick verification based on actual data. And the mayor relies on it. I think it would be helpful for us to be able to rely on that, yes.
And you'd expect to see that was decreasing on a regular basis, so that you could see a pattern to the reduction in all of those numbers.
Just raise a point of order here.
Correct.
Okay, no, it's all right.
Because by then it would have been 3 weeks and everybody else is removed. It would give some time to get a true indication as to the effect.
I think we've got a good understanding of it now. Are we in a position to get these up for elected members, Amy? Right. Okay. All right. Just have a read of them. Make sure you're comfortable with them, that you understand them. Any last questions, any issues? Otherwise, we'll proceed to debate. Okay, all
Mr.
right.
Chair, shouldn't there be in ours the D, or maybe I can't see that there's D underneath, because because Sean had specifically asked for D.
Okay.
Because in option 3, a critical part of that was Sean Murray's request for D.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get that added in then. Let's see.
Thank you.
Is that all of the wording that you were requiring, Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Amy.
Good stuff. All right. Thank you all. Let's proceed to debate. We've got the mover of the motion, Councillor Hamilton. Be followed by the mover of the amendment, Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Cool. Thanks, colleagues. Look, my position on this has been very clear. My narrative 4 months ago is the same today as it was then. 4 months later, a lot of our community has been patiently waiting, and I think today is an opportunity to acknowledge that patience. I don't know if any of you have been approached by staff in this organisation that have been in the crosshairs of losing their job and desperate to keep it because they love the people and love the job. I have. I don't know if any of you have had staff break down in front of you because they've had to be vaccinated in order to keep their jobs, despite their own cultural and health reasons for not doing that. I have, and it's been really tough. As we heard from ex-employee Kushla more earlier, clearly the stated effectiveness of the vaccine protocol and the program is starting to wane. And of course, we've all seen reports for Africa on both sides of the debate. But if I was to support the motion, I think it's in keeping with Council's previous decisions. It's sensible, it's rational, it hasn't been quick coming, and certainly it's still keeping all the safe protocols in place. If I look at the amendment, I think it's flawed. It talks about after medical advice. We've already had the medical advice. The Prime Minister's had the medical advice from the best we have. Our mayor's talked to the CE of the DHB. So we've had that. But all of a sudden it assumes we know better than the government, and it sets a date 25 days later than the proposed date in the motion. It's an arbitrary date. Arbitrary means random or personal whim. And I find it ironic that it affects facilities like chlorinated pools that kills germs. It affects the zoo, which is largely outdoors and open airs. And we've heard firsthand from a visitor destination manager that staff are comfortable with this. So I really ask that you support the motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor. Look, the reality is this discussion, this particular item, is nothing to do with job losses. It's a separate issue that the Chief Executive is going to review in his capacity. Although I can acknowledge and I understand the emotion of staff who've lost their job, but that is not the subject of this debate. The second thing is I reject the characterisation that we're rejecting science because the PM has got all the science. The Prime Minister has made a ruling that implies nationally, but she has also said this does not negate businesses and entities of implementing and formulating their own view. One assumes she's done that because that enables that entity to develop strategies relevant for the geographical region. You'll note that parts of the South Island are getting to a peak weeks after Auckland. So there is a clear nuance. My third point is I heard the submissions. I also reject out of hand the suggestion that vaccines have not helped. Vaccines have helped, and it's never been suggested that because you've been vaccinated, you weren't going to catch COVID. What it has said is you are likely to be less likely to pass it on, and more importantly, that the medical health outcomes are less likely to be severe. That's a fact. I think these passports have helped incredibly to keep our staff safe. And all I'm saying is as we move out of this, a 3-week delay to enable us to take a quick capture of a review, having just had the highest peak of death 48 hours ago, is a prudent, sensible step forward.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. We have Councillor Bunting.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, let me just state straight up, I am seconding and supporting the motion for very different reasons to Councillor Ryan, actually. I stand by my decision to support the vaccine passes way back when, because we were, in my opinion, with all the evidence that was at my hands, doing the right thing for our greater community. It wasn't an easy decision, and as you know, it was a very loudly received one. But it's for that reason that I'm seconding and supporting the motion. My narrative is different to Councillor Ryan's, and for different reasons I'm supporting this motion. I believe in supporting the motion we are being consistent in following the expert advice available and following the government's behaviour here. These, and they have access to a lot more health data than we do to be making these kind of decisions. These decisions, I acknowledge, are never very easy decisions to make on behalf of a section of the community. In fact, they are brutal, and this certainly has been one of the more contentious. But should we follow the amendment, it appears to me that we are being more conservative than the government and most other councils in this case. And I respect fully other councillors in this chamber and in this group's willingness to be more conservative, just as I respect everyone's personal circumstances. But I'm comfortable that now is the right time to make this decision. And I'm equally as comfortable that should things change for the worse, we can react very, very quickly. I'm guided by the advice of our community staff who say that actually it's a good idea to remove these vaccines now because they would feel safer with them gone than the consequences of keeping them for a longer time. That's the impression I got from what they were saying. So I am also comfortable that our staff will do everything in their considerable ability to keep our public safe once these passes are gone. There is still social distancing, there is still mask wearing, there are still steps they will be taking. So I'm going to follow the advice or the trend of the government in this case, the advice of our staff in this case, and my better judgment in saying that it's time to take this step and we're pretty safe to do so.
Thanks, Councillor Bunting. Councillor Pesco.
Mayor, look, I'm not apologising for my decision on November the 30th. I was elected to lead the city, and this was a sensible decision as a leader and a good employer. It wasn't a personal decision for me, and like Councillor Bunting, it was not one that was taken easily, but it was one to provide safety for over 1,300 employees, numerous contractors who work for the city, and 170,000 residents who were part of the 95% of eligible New Zealanders who chose to be vaccinated. Looking at the submitters today, most would not have been alive in the 1950s. When I was as a young kid, I was exposed to TB, polio, and the whooping cough epidemics. Then the vaccines were very experimental and maybe suspect, but we all participated because we saw the deadly consequences of those diseases around us. Forget the Human Rights Act and the Nuremberg lists. Here, the last 2 years have been about human survival and, as a community, keeping each other safe. I'll be supporting the motion this afternoon, not because the amendment, I disagree with the amendment, but there is some wording in there about significantly heightening the risk of Hamilton residents, and that just worries me in terms of how that would be interpreted, not only by the medical profession, but also by many in the group who presented today. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Pesco. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Look, I'm actually very proud with the decisions that our council's taken through this 2 and a bit years through the pandemic. I think we have actually made the hardest decisions to protect the most people, and we have done so following the government's guidelines. And actually, when I look at the motion and the amendment, I see that the same care being taken in both of those, although the amendment seeks a little bit more time than the government suggests we might need. I will initially support the motion though, although for different reasons than perhaps the mover, as I did think we made the right decision in previously following the government's advice to mandate for passes. But if the amendment wins and becomes the substantive motion, then I will happily support that. And the reason is for supporting the motion is I've been really consistent in following, much like Councillor Bunting, in taking the advice and guidelines from the government, as they, in my opinion, are the only authority to speak generally for the greater public health system, and I am not. I'm not an expert, and I have no experience in being a health provider. So for me, it would be disingenuous now to suddenly think that I know better, and I'm certainly not saying that the amendment is coming from that intent. It's definitely not. I also am a realist, and I understand that if the motion goes ahead, and possibly at any time, even if the amendment goes ahead, I suspect we'll probably, as elected members, get an outpouring from the other side of this difficult debate, from possibly residents who are vaccinated and opposed to opening up. But I think this, whichever decision happens, it's a no surprises decision, because the government has already signalled the intent to stop using passes. So I want to thank both the mover of the motion and the amendment for continuing to show that this council does care about its residents. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you. I think in November we made a really sensible decision to introduce vaccination passes, or safety passes actually, and that allowed our staff, our general public, to have some real confidence that they will be able to use our facilities in a really safe and thoughtful way. We've heard councillors talk about government's response and the change of heart that's come through that, and they're basing that on a very general across the country health response based on probably the numbers in Auckland that they've seen peak, because I heard a report today that the South Island is not peaking. It is on its way up, and certainly wouldn't be considered to be through or even at any kind of a peak. And that's a concern for me, and that's why it's very appropriate for each of our councils to make the best decisions, nuanced on their communities. I understand that we have stabilising our numbers locally, and that's comforting, but to go early in a release would be unwise, and it could see us yo-yo in and out of vaccination pass requirements, and that would be a shame. I've also taken into account that letting off these measures early would be letting down our vulnerable, our Māori, our Pacifica populations, our elderly, and those who are not able to have control over those indoor situations, and that they will then isolate themselves, and that's not a situation that I would be very comfortable in supporting. I know actually, that the unvaccinated, as we've heard, are 3 times more likely to transmit it, 2 times more likely to actually have it now, and 5 times more likely to be hospitalised. And that's a real concern if we're inviting them into all of our facilities unfettered. I'll be supporting, in the first instance, the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Naidu-Rofe.
Thank you. It's been an interesting afternoon listening to everyone's take on this. And I'm not sure whether to speak which hat to wear in this situation. I'm gonna speak as a COVID vaccinator and as a health professional, because that's where my my expertise or knowledge lies. I'd like to think. Look, I'm 100% pro-vaccination. I'm happy to speak to anyone who's still hesitant. I'm happy to speak stats. And I'm happy to speak about the spread and the ways that the vaccination pass has slowed that spread down. Working on the front line through this pandemic for the last couple of years, we welcomed the use of vaccination passes. If anything, it's driven our vaccination numbers up throughout the country, for which I'm thankful for. What's happened is that this pandemic, and this is just my personal opinion, I think it's become a very political issue, and it's moved away from being a health issue and a common sense issue, and it's become about political gain. from where I'm sitting. In terms of the issue at hand today, look, COVID, the Omicron variant, it's spreading like wildfire through our schools, through our kids. It's most prevalent in the younger people. And now, you know, people are allowed to gather at outdoor events, gather at other places that are not council facilities. So, look, I think the pass has served its purpose. It's protected us, it's limited spread. And for now, I'll be supporting the motion. And then, of course, reviewing this in time if need be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Naidu-Rofe. Councillor Thompson next, followed by Mayor Southgate.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I also want to say that I stand by the decision made earlier to introduce the passes to our council facilities. And I also want to emphasise that the vaccines have been a really important part of the COVID strategy, have played an important part in saving lives, reducing the severity of symptoms, and also reducing pressure on our health system. But when we made the decision to bring in the vaccine pass mandates, it was with the understanding that we would continue to review that decision and that we would look at it again when the facts changed or when the government policy changed. And things have changed. Omicron is now the dominant variant, and while vaccines are still effective in reducing symptoms, especially if boosted, we do know that they have less impact on reducing transmission compared to when we're dealing with Delta as the dominant variant. The government has changed its requirements, and it has access to a huge amount of advice in terms of health advice, and we don't have that same access. And I think that it's important that we are consistent with the advice coming from government. We also have rapid antigen tests. We have a greater age range of people eligible for vaccinations. A number of things have changed. And I think it's really important that when we're looking at this, we're continually weighing up the benefits of keeping these passes along with the negative impacts of having these restrictions. And when you are talking about people's right to make decisions around their own healthcare, we are needing to make sure that we're balancing these things carefully. I guess what has probably been the most important thing for me is that staff do feel comfortable with removing the mandates. If we'd received a different answer on that, then I wouldn't be feeling so comfortable, but that's been a really important consideration too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. I'm really pleased to hear all the debate today. In fact, some of you have taken the words out of my mouth in your good debate. I felt it was time to review, and that's why I asked staff to bring this to the table as soon as we were able to bring it to the table. I believe we did, like my colleagues have said, I believe we did make the right decision in December to protect the wider community from the much more deadly variant of Delta. But things have changed. Government's position has changed. They've softened their approach. Omicron is different, and we're moving past the peak. I will say I do feel for our health staff, our health system. The hospital is under stress in general and delaying other surgeries for other people. So that remains a problem. So it's not black and white. It's not an issue that's black and white. It really is shades of grey. We have to try our best. I supported the vaccine myself. I've had it myself, and all of my family have too. We have very high levels of vaccination now, and that's good. However, now it's time to drop the passes, so I'm going with the motion and ask everyone to continue to care for each other with respect and kindness. We must care for each other. We are, as Kesh mentioned, an active mobile community, so we're already moving about amongst each other in these outdoor gatherings. And so from that point of view, then it seems to be no point in extending the passes. However, I just want to leave this message. We should certainly not be complacent. We have other tools and we need to use them. We need to use social distance. We need to use masks, sanitizer and the like. Isolation. As I am today, I am isolating today to keep people safe. And we must respectfully do everything that we can to protect each other. And as Sarah's mentioned, get the rapid antigen test. If in doubt, stay away from other people. Play your part in keeping everyone safe. I have no doubt there will be some more cases. I have no doubt that there will be some more fatalities from COVID. But we should be proud of the way that we've gone forward. We haven't had too much when you compare ourselves to other parts of the world in Australia. We haven't had the dire consequences that they've seen. So I do think we've done the right thing, but I also do believe it's the right thing to move forward at this point in time and to drop the COVID curses. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. General Manager David Bryant said during questions earlier, and I quote, "Omicron is less severe and the risk reduced." I'd like to point out there have been 280 deaths from Omicron and only 50 from all other variants combined, round figures there. The sheer transmissibility of Omicron makes it more severe, and that the figures can't lie. Today, there were 22 new deaths announced. The 7-day rolling average of deaths is 17, the highest that it's ever been in the whole COVID 2 years. 15,250 new cases today, 89 COVID hospitalisations in Waikato, the highest figure outside Auckland, and far higher than their proportion, I might add. Ashley Bloomfield today talked about Auckland's cases going up quickly, peaking and coming down, and that being behind the new government advice. But then he went on to say, this, and I quote, "This trend was not universally seen across the country, where case numbers developed more slowly and the peak was more sustained." And he said, "Waikato and southern DHBs were examples of this." It's a direct quote. So what the government has done, and I normally, and have always agreed with them on this, I do not agree with them. They have taken a one-size-fits-all that's based on the situation in Auckland. I can understand that. There are more votes in Auckland. So Kesh was quite right. This has become political, and the government's response is no longer medical or scientific, it's political. And that's fine when you understand that. The Ministry of Health, that some people have lauded, was the same group that advised for a year and a half that no special vaccination program for Māori should be set up until it was nearly too late, and there was a huge scramble to try and redress the imbalance there. So I would not take their advice on things like this without a grain of salt, without looking independently at it. But the real upshot of all of this is that we're in a severe situation here, and looking at the caseload, these are times that we would have locked down in a flash, closed everything up not too long ago. And yet we're wanting to open up now within a handful of days of just opening this. We couldn't even get into this room. I just about finished. We couldn't even get into this room 2 days ago. And in another 2 working days, we want to open it up to everyone. I would rather be conservative about the health risks facing us on behalf of the community than opening everything up because Auckland might be ready.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. I don't see any other speakers, so I might have a plug. I'll be supporting the motion, although I think the amendment is well-meaning. I think these mandates on facilities, our facilities, do need to come off on April the 5th. I see no reason why we would delay past the government, which I think has been very conservative on COVID all the way through. Our practice has been to stick closely to the government in our decision making, and I think it has held us in good stead. Let's continue that precedent. There is no doubt the landscape has changed from when we introduced the mandate. Omicron can be serious, deadly, yep, but it's a different beast from Delta. Vaccination rates have continued to rise to very high rates. We have access to rats now, which we should have had far earlier. And we still have the traffic light approach. There are still restrictions in place, which can be altered up and down according to the situation. We are not opening up unilaterally. We are doing so carefully. So from midnight on April the 4th, the government no longer requires the vaccine passes for most of society. As I say, we've followed the government, which I think has been good because there's incredibly disparate views on COVID in our community. And I think following the government has given us and given our staff an element of safety in the light of that, because it's not an easy situation for the staff having to enforce this at our facilities either. So we're in line with the government's approach, and the government has been conservative on COVID, very conservative. And I support us lifting the mandates on April the 5th. Thank you. Now, we don't have any more speakers. Nope. All right, so we will put the amendment first.
We're going to write a reply, Jim.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Hamilton, yeah.
Thanks. Hey, look, just to my colleagues, thanks all for your support with this. Whether you're for the motion or the amendment, Councillor Ann just said it well that, you know, we've arrived here for different reasons, but ultimately we've all got, you know, the concern of our staff and public, you know, at hand. So we just agree on different ways of doing it sometimes. I think that when the mandates drop with the restaurant, we're going to see a big boost in hospitality, because I don't think it's just the 10%. I think there's a lot of fear associated with people going out with this. So I'm really excited about this for a number of reasons. When you campaign as a councillor, you know, when we did it 2.5 years ago, we never would have thought you would be campaigning on mandates or pandemics or a whole bunch of the other stuff that we've done, but it's such an interesting and diverse role, this one that we carry. But today's a special result for me, and I'm really grateful to be part of it, part of the team. And thank you for your support on the motion.
Councillor Hamilton, thank you. Sorry, I forgot you there. All right, let's put the amendment. I'll just get it up on screen and use your little red and green buttons to vote.
The amendment is lost, noting that councillors Hamilton, Bunting, Naidu, Ralph, O'Leary, Pascoe, Thompson and Donovan are dissenting. So that leaves councillors Wilson, Van Oosten, Gallagher and McPherson in favour.
Did you get everyone there, Amy? I don't know if you got Mayor Southgate and me.
Sorry, Mayor Paula was dissenting and was Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. All right, so we will go to the motion. Do you want to put that up? We'll vote on the motion.
The motion is carried, noting councillor McPherson is dissenting. That's what I asked for the straw vote. He did put it.
I think Councillor Gallagher is dissenting as well.
Oh, apologies. Councillor Martin Gallagher is also dissenting.
All right. Okay. Thank you, councillors. It's done. Mayor Paula, would you?
Chairperson. Sorry, just a procedural administration question. With this implementation of the limitation of 3 questions, is that now for the balance of the meeting?
I can speak to that because I'll be chairing that part, if you like. Thank you, Jeff, for taking us through that very tricky issue. Appreciate it. We are now going back to the annual plan, and in half a second I'm going to take literally 5-minute stretch because I'm sure some of others of you need a quick conference stop as well.
Ms. Southgate, apologies, but we did have a procedural question in the chamber. You would not be
Yeah, I'm coming to it. I'm coming to it. I am coming to it.
It's a question for Jeff, actually, while under his chairing, because it's not under the annual plan issue. I want to talk about the procedure following the last motion, right? That's what I was trying to do.
Now I'm confused. I thought I was answering Councillor Wilson's question about the going forward.
Yeah, I'm not chairing any further part of the meeting at this stage, Councillor McPherson. So.
Yeah, well, you hadn't finished because I had a question relating to that part of the meeting that you were chairing. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So I hope it's not contentious, but I'm simply asking that the votes for and against on all the motions this afternoon get recorded, because there's been an unfortunate thing recently in the annual plan where only the group that lost the votes were actually being recorded, which doesn't actually say who's there and voting for it. So I'm asking that both sides of each vote just get recorded.
Would you like me to read out each side instead?
No, I'm happy you have now for this one. You've read it out. I'm just asking that it be recorded as per what you read out, both sides, that's all.
Yeah, so when it comes to the...
but I'm asking for the one we've just done and going forward, I guess.
Yeah, so in the minutes we have the full, unless it's less than 2. It's you're wanting to have the table under each one is what you're telling me, right?
However you do it, but there's been quite
we can't see how they're voting. They can't see how we're voting. When it happens.
Yeah, so I just need to know which way you'd like me to go for, am I reading the votes out for everybody, or is this for the minutes that you're asking me to do so?
The minutes don't tell you who was absent, so then it will say, it will only see who's dissenting. Then you have to go all the way back when you're moving up who was actually there for the vote. So it's not clear who voted for it.
Especially in the annual plan, last time, there were quite often even up to 3 or 4 people.
Okay, I think it's easily solved, Amy. I think it's easily solved by next week's vote putting if there's any absentees. I know that normally goes sort of when people become absent. It's noted in the minutes, but let's capture it all in one place, and I think that will easily solve. In terms of Councillor Wilson's question around the rest of the afternoon, I think at the beginning I suggested that we go through the staff's response to all the questions that were raised to them, because you'll recall that last Thursday we said, could you please forward all your questions and concerns to staff? So we'll go through that. And then I do intend to take a couple of questions from each councillor on the staff's proposition. Of course, if there's a critical question that no one has asked, I'm not that cruel as to not come back to it. So you'll ask a couple of questions, move on to the next councillor, a couple of questions. If there's some burning issue left over, you can have another question. But in terms of the projects that we moved forward for financial modelling, I will only take those ones by exception. There were quite a few that were unanimous, so there seems no point to go over those. And I will not be allowing questions on those because we've had the questions. The only questions that will be allowed will be those of a matter of clarity on the motions that are presented. What we have had, otherwise we'll be here till midnight, and that's what I've proposed to do. So
just for clarity, so 2 questions on some, none on others.
2 questions on the stuff that we haven't yet discussed, and none on the projects that we discussed for hours previous last week for 2 days. But you can of course get clarity on a motion. So that's where I'm heading. And you know, I will always be fair and flexible, Councillor Wilson. So let's see how we go. I just note here, and this is a firm time, that we're having a dinner break at 6 to 7, and that has to happen because I have other work to do. So apologies, I cannot move that. I've moved it once before for annual plans. So we will now take a very quick comfort stop because I think that's really important and everybody's in position. And then we will come back to the annual plan in 5 minutes with a cup of tea and a biscuit in your hand. And let's do this. Thanks, everyone.
Milo, is that okay? Right.
Yeah, Milo's good. Milo's
Thanks.
good, mate. Hello, everyone. Hello in the chambers. I see 2 of you in the chamber. 3, do I? Yeah. 3. Thank you. Councillor Bunting, you're here. Angela. Who else am I missing? Who's got something more delicious to eat than me? It looks like Jeff does.
Nuts.
Oh, yeah, same. Walnuts.
Water. It's better for you.
Oh, Angela, what are you? What? Oh,
I know. I
Angela.
shouldn't be. That's why I have my camera off.
You're doing a Bunting on us and eating ice cream in front of us, aren't you? All right, everyone, we'll make a start. So as I said, I'll get Julie or Sean. I think it's Julie. You're going to make a few introductory comments.
Yes.
Looking at, she emailed you a response to all the matters that we have had raised. So we'll talk through those, and then we'll see whether any of the projects you want to do by exception, and then we'll come back to the overall finances and then consultation. That's the framework. Okay, cool.
Thank you, Mayor Southgate. So elected members, we have been through all of the proposals and changes, and you have made decisions for those for the purposes of financial modelling. There was some additional information requests, and we emailed those out to elected members. At this point, it's must be a good time if there's any question on that information to cover that before we look at all of your proposals and budget decisions.
Okay, councillors, you've all got the memo and have had time to read it, I hope. So you can see that there are answers to the elected members' questions. Are there any questions on those at this point in time? And then I'll ask if there were some questions that inadvertently got left off. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks. Mine was in regards to the question I asked regarding 1.5 deferrals. The answer from staff was simply the Auditor General doesn't publish or hasn't published guidance on deferrals. I guess the question to staff is, could we not ask for a indication or expression of opinion?
We could, if elected members would like that, we of course could ask for that. It would have not been something that we would have been able to provide to you in this short time frame.
So is there anyone in staff who can make a comment about best practice for deferrals based on, David or someone who's dealt with audit regularly on these matters?
That's not my question, Mayor Paula. My question was the go-to entity here is the Auditor Office. And so my question is, could we ask? I'm not necessarily expecting it to have been done for this annual plan now. We're obviously nearly at the end. But since it's such a significant amount of funds accumulative and that we don't adjust it for inflation, that leaves us highly exposed, I'm simply asking, could we not write to them and get an opinion?
Could we get that for the next time that we look at this, which is in May, David?
We can certainly ask that question.
Oh, thanks, Sean.
Thank you.
Okay, so that's it, Ewan?
Yep, thanks.
Thank you. Any questions, concerns? Okay. All right, there doesn't seem to be any, which is great, which means that, Julie, you answered everyone's questions. Julie and team, you've answered everyone's questions, and we're really pleased with that. So, councillors, in terms of the list that we went through last week, which seems
Ms. Southgate, can we just pause for a moment? Councillor Thompson has a question.
Oh, sorry, apologies.
Ask for some information around the rebates, and Andrew Judson from Tracy's team has helpfully sent through a lot of information to me, but I don't think it's made it into the memo, so I'm wondering if it would be helpful to share the summary of that just more widely so that everyone has that information.
Councillor Thompson, do you want to share that directly, or would you like us to share it to? I can get Amy to email it to elected members.
Sure, I'll just email it out. It's fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I say, okay, councillors, we went through a whole list of projects. I don't intend to go through them again, only by exception. So I've raised one that I wanted to, which was the one that I carried over by my casting vote. Like, the purpose of using my casting vote was because three members were not in the chamber, and I thought they may have a critical view on this. And my initial vote was against. So I would like to bring up the staff travel one for revote. I don't really need to debate it or talk about it, but I would like to propose it for final vote now that everybody's here. Has anybody else got anything else that they'd like to go through in this list?
Yes.
Myself, can I also
sorry,
clarify? The list includes...
hang on. Staff, any people on Zoom are jumping in ahead of people who are trying to talk from the room. Not your fault, it's just the way the technology works. Paula, I was just asking as a point of process, when a thing comes up like that, could we have, when we get to it, the motion that got passed on the screen, and so that we've got that in front of us, if someone's seeking to vary it like you are in that case?
Amy,
I'm just scrolling swiftly. 1 moment.
Yeah.
So Julie, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, Mayor Southgate, the list also includes the inflation assumptions.
Yeah.
So if anyone has any thing they want to raise about that, this is the time for them to make sure.
Sorry, Julie, I'm sorry, and Dave, you're right, I am jumping in a bit here, but I'm just wondering, where is that list? Is it an email, is it?
The list of all the things we have decided, it was in the memo on the email that I sent everyone.
Thank you.
What we wanted to do, as soon as we have the list that will be passed as a group, with the exceptions pulled out of it, I'll email it to Amy and she can put that up again as a table so elected members can see what the topic was, the resolution related to it, and the amount.
Yeah. So the original list, if you like, are parts of the agenda, the recommendations that we went through last week. So they're all noted there.
Oh, yeah.
So I just want to know what people want to discuss, and the rest of it we will not rediscuss. Well, what people want to relook at, as Julie has mentioned, there's inflation. I've raised the staff travel plan. Is there anything else? Councillor Wilson, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, Mayor Paula, I'll be wanting to talk, resubmit a motion for the inflation assumptions.
Inflation assumptions? Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Had you finished, Councillor Wilson? Are you going to say something else?
Well, I'd marked a couple of others down, but you go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I was keen if there was any support to rediscuss the Comet and Meteor spending.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson?
No, that's me.
Okay. So we have staff travel.
We also have Councillor Pascoe in the chamber.
Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, I might be better off to be on Zoom, I think. Yes, I'd like to ask Council to reconsider 2B 1C, which is the climate change resource, 2F 3, which is the school travel pilot program, 2F4, which is the staff travel plan you've already got, 2F5, which is the transport stakeholder manager, 2F8, which is the shared zone. And look, I don't know how that one actually went. That was the Worley Street one, whether that got passed or not, because I haven't seen any minutes to suggest where that one got. And finally, 2F12, which is the pipes on bikes spend.
Yes, just to clarify, Councillor Pascoe, the Worley Place one
Yep.
did not get passed.
Okay, that's fine. Just I'd remove that one then from my list.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. And
to make it quite clear, we're not going to re-debate each and every one of these. We're not having questions upon questions of stuff we've already done. But if you've got a new proposal to put...
No, I haven't, Mayor Paula. The reason why I would like those to be reconsidered is that, for the most part, except the last one, we'll take OPEX spending out, which will have the benefit of reducing the $12 million deficit. Sorry,
you finished. Sorry, did I miss somebody in the chamber?
Yep. I just want to... Rob's quoted a lot of numbers that go with them. What document is he quoting from, just so we can look at the same thing?
Yeah, it's the agenda.
Mayor Paula, it's
the 17th agenda?
It's page 199 and 200.
Of the agenda.
No, sorry, it's 198.
That's for one of them, though, but is there a list of them?
No, they're actually on 198 to page 200, and they're in that list.
Okay.
And I've quoted, if you look at, say, 198, I've quoted...
That's all right.
2B.
Okay.
I thought there was some other list that was being quoted from. Happy to go to that.
Yeah, okay.
Thanks. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Councillor McPherson, the list is also in the memo on pages 4, 5 and 6, and it has all those resolution reference numbers there as well.
All right, Julie, I'm just looking at that page 4, 5, and all I can see is the stuff about other councils and stuff in there.
Because other people are talking on Zoom.
No, on the memo that Julie sent this morning, on pages 4, it has...
this morning?
No, it was Wednesday morning.
Wednesday morning, sorry. Yeah.
You may not have read it, Mark.
Yeah, well, I've read it, mate, but my page 3, 4, and 5. Other stuff
Are you on? It's the numbers are on the document, not on your device. So that can sometimes it says summary. It's under the memo. It says point 2 summary of decisions made, and I can't help you in terms of your device. But it is the same as that was on the.
Yep.
All right. Perfect.
Madam Chair, I just had a procedural question.
Sure.
I think I heard you say you're happy to resubmit to vote any of the items we call. You just don't want a debate or questions on it.
Questions are just for clarity.
Okay.
I don't want a full, and I'm happy to take a couple on those. I just don't want a full debate of everything because, to be fair, we've had plenty of chance to chew it.
I'm not debating. I'm sorry.
Point of order, and I'm asking you as chair to rule on this.
What is the point of order you're raising?
Well, the point of order is process. In essence, you are reintroducing resolutions for consideration that have been passed by council, and obviously, should council change its view on a particular position, that is incredibly significant.
No, procedural point, that's wrong. Not when the motion all carried the specific limitation that it was only for modelling. You're right, Councillor Gallagher, if it was a normal motion, but not these motions.
So it doesn't apply to the rules of revocation because it was just for the purpose of modelling. But Martin, to be helpful, and I do want to be helpful, once we've done these few that people do want to talk to look at again, we will go back to the finances. So we will understand the consequences of this when we get to that financial discussion. Isn't that right, Julie? We'll talk about the rates, we'll talk about inflation, we'll talk about a whole bunch of things at this point in time. So have you got that, have you been able to capture what people wanted to raise? Because I don't want this to take a lot of time.
So maybe if I just quickly go through and clarify, these are the ones by exception. The inflation adjustments for both operating and capital.
Yeah.
The school travel planning, the staff travel plan, the transport stakeholder management, the climate change resource, the comet and meteor route PT, And I think that was all. Bikes and pipes, but that had no impact on this financial year. We had included it because of the impact on the financial strategy.
Okay, so hang on, please. Amy, I know there are questions in the chamber. I saw your note, but you also have to give me, all of you in the chamber have to give me a moment to come back to you because I haven't got eyes in the back of my head. So question from the chamber, please.
Look, I've got 3 items I want to raise, put on the list for redebate, or however you're terming it. One's the Burial Lawn Park. Another one is Collingwood Street. I can't remember the title because that wasn't one that got passed. I'd like it relitigated. And the other one was the Welcoming Cities, is it called?
Okay. As I've said, we're not going to go through a massive round of questions. We're just going
I didn't
to
ask,
propose...
no, I didn't say questions. You asked for the ones that we want to raise.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Mayor, I've got grave concerns about the process, and I want to ask, I'd like governance to comment. Everything that's been debated should now be in our draft, and should governance to comment. It is supposed to go out for consultation, and then we redebate it in a month's time or whenever it is. That's my understanding of it.
Well, that would be normally correct, except the proviso placed on all of these was it was for the purposes of financial modelling, and that's come forward. And so nobody, most people undertook their voting on the basis of that it wasn't a final vote for the draft.
Yeah, I understand. Could I please get a governance response on that question, just from procedural?
Sure.
If you don't mind, Amy, I can probably answer it. So the purpose of framing the resolutions for the purpose of modelling is so that the order of debate doesn't matter, so that you aren't, it's not whichever first proposal comes on the table, uses up the money and then you've got nothing left. It's so that you can see the cumulative effect of the decisions that you make before you confirm anything in the budget. And so the assumption is that elected members ask their questions, have their debate, make their votes on the various proposals through the course of the meeting, but then do have a backstop at the end of the meeting that if there is something significant has come up or the overall impact is such that you want to redebate certain items, then you have that ability to do so. There is an assumption that elected members act in good faith and don't redebate everything.
Yeah, we've never done that before, or not least in my time.
We've done it every single time. We've done it this way every time, and I would say that
I just agree. I've never been in a 7-day annual plan meeting.
Okay, Ryan. Look, I hear your frustration, and I'd like
point of order.
No, what's the point of order?
Point of order is incorrect statement by the General Manager.
Okay.
We've not done it every time. We may have done it recent times, very recent times like that, but it's not been done like that every time. Councillor Hamilton is correct.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Leary, I think to be fair here, none of us want to be here till midnight. No, we don't even want to be here till 7. And this is not the excuse to relitigate everything. But we were quite clear that the votes were for modelling the finances. And so, having received the information from Julie about the finances, we're in a position to have another look at a couple of things. I do not think it would be reasonable for councillors to pop up just because they want to be difficult every last project. And we're not having lots of questions on it anyway. We're going into debate. Councillor O'Leary.
Thanks, Ms. Southgate, and I wish you all the best. It feels like we're trying to herd cats. Hey, I'm just on process. Do we, with the things that are going to be raised by exception, do we as a group have to revoke those things to put a new one on the table? We don't.
No, we don't. That's the advice I've been given, is because they were for the purpose of doing the final modelling.
Okay,
and if that had been the case, there would have been a casting vote. I wouldn't have used the way I did it.
Because that was put in every motion, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, like
But
it
the
receives the report and then for the purposes of modelling.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So we knew
And-
that.
And if I may, through you, Chair, so the motions that we would suggest are framed now for the purposes of preparing the draft annual plan budget, so that this is so the motions you make now are so that staff can go and prepare the budget and bring it back in May.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I note Councillor Ryan's chat and certainly can see where he is coming from. Basically, do I assume at the end of tonight, then of course we vote for or against this particular package going forward? Because obviously if things are dramatically unpicked, that will place perhaps one in an interesting position. Totally open mind, I'm not prejudging that. That'll be the first question. Second question, if one member introduces a series of reconsiderations for modelling, which members have, then obviously all members have exactly the same right. So everything that's now been verbally conveyed, they'll obviously will go back through them.
Yeah, and those councillors that have raised those things need to put a motion on the table, because we're not going to go back and debate them or pseudo-debate them through questions. We're just going to put them for the final time. So if we could have a list of what they are that have been suggested. Have you got another question, Martin? Maybe see the list. And
basically just, and look, I'm trying to be, I'm not being disrespecting of either you, which both yourself and the Deputy Mayor in terms of chairing a meeting and stuff. I'm just trying to work out when, then ultimately we have the ultimate option at the end of the process of voting for or against the particular model to go out for consultation.
That's right. That's right. So at the moment, it's just the individual projects. Hopefully not every last one of them, just to be difficult, but the projects. Then we look at the finances. Ewan's already indicated that he has some further interest in inflation, so we'll talk about that. And then we'll go to the rates and balancing the books, debt to revenue ratio, etc., and then consultation. So that's the usual process. Not saying that this has been done every time, just saying that's the process. And I think that just to make a point, Sean makes a very good point, and a number of us have sat through LTPs and annual plans where your project just happened to be listed as Q or something down the list. And by the time that we were doing all the financial modelling, indeed, by the time some of the projects came to be discussed, there was no money. We were already in strife. So those didn't really get a fair bite of the cherry. So this way, all projects are equal. So let's look at the list, Julie.
Yes. Is just checking, is there any other changes before we look at the list?
No, you will have had a chance to do that.
Okay. I shall just email this to Amy, so if you give us 2 seconds. What we've done is we've got the list of those that will be taken as a block, and then the list of the exceptions. For those that are the exceptions, we will add the motions to the detail. So we'll do that now. So Amy, can you share that for us to your screen?
How are we going with that?
I'm just waiting for my computer to catch up to us.
Sorry, Sean's just telling me I'm on mute, and I didn't realise that. I was just arranging for those motions to be added to the exceptions list.
And I presume the ones that are not on the exceptions list, Julie, we can just move in total?
Yes, so I've put them with the motion that will need to be passed, with the wording of the motion. And
And
so
I
you
do
just go
note,
to pass
councillors,
those
I
to-
did ask for this in advance of the meeting, probably 3 or 4 times, to help try and expedite this a little. That's a short list, isn't it? Okay.
So Mayor Paula, the first list is all the operational projects
Sure,
that you
thank
could move
you.
as a group.
Yeah.
And then the second list is the capital project changes that you could move as a group. And then below that, we've got the 2 lists of the exceptions.
I think Dave put the cemetery as an exception, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry, yes, let me just quickly correct that for you, because there is a capital component there as well. I will take that out.
Okay,
Oh,
so
Amy,
let's get... Sorry, can we do that?
I'll quickly correct that.
We can start with that list regardless. We can get it up.
Is that list, excuse me, Mayor Paula, able to be emailed to us? I just find it really difficult to scroll down and try and understand what's on,
fine.
what's off, what's moved.
I can do that now because I'm going to send it to Amy again, so I can send it to everyone.
Thank you, Julie.
Yep, that would be really good too. Thanks.
Actually,
Okay.
I've got a momentary breathe in. I was just going to make a helpful suggestion. It's what I made on the chat. I notice it's hard for you to notice people in the chamber, and I was wondering if they had access to Zoom, they could join on mute and put their hands up through the Zoom thing as well. It might be helpful, or might make it easier for you to see. I don't know if you guys have got it or you want to do that, but
look, I don't mind if you want to use that tool. I guess I am watching for Amy's messages to me, and also people in the chamber have to realise that I know there's an order here and an order in the chamber, and I will fairly and squarely get to everyone.
Okay.
What makes it a little bit more difficult is when people do talk over each other, and then that's really hard to manage, I'll just say. So anyway, Julie, list, and thanks for the suggestion though, Mark. If you want to do that, it does seem reasonable.
I've just emailed that to everyone, so hopefully it should be flying into your inboxes now.
It is, yes, that's helpful. Thank you so much. Okay, so the ones at the top, Beale Cottage through to Puketi Wastewater Treatment Plant Climate Action Plan, as I understand it, have not been raised as exceptions. Councillors, if I'm wrong, say
and I'll move.
Councillor Wilson moves those. I'll second them. And we'll go to the vote on the ticky thing. Does everybody understand those? I don't want to move too fast for anybody.
What are we voting for again?
Pardon?
What are we voting on again?
Well, the list that's come out, starts with Beale Cottage and ends with the Puketi Wastewater Treatment Plant.
The other ones that you have been agreed already, Ryan.
They've been agreed already, and
so
nobody
you want to support those?
I am.
All right, so we will do that. Can you use your tick, please, Ryan? And then then that would be brilliant.
So what do we do?
Thank you.
Could you just raise your hands if you're further?
Can we have the chair ask for the hands to go up in the chamber?
Oh, I apologise. Use the tick or raise your hand if you're in the chamber.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. And so the second list is the list that starts with Rotatuna Pool and goes down to Onion Road realignment, which are capital projects. Can you clear the ticks for us, please, Amy?
Hang on.
Thank you.
Where's that? Just show us.
It's on the list that Julie just sent round.
Yeah, I've got 3 screens going and haven't got room for that one.
Start with Councillor McPherson with the motion. Council approves the following changes.
Yeah.
It's on the screen now, Councillor McPherson.
Thanks.
Helpful, thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor, you've got your hand raised. You've got a question.
Oh, yeah, the Rota Turnip pool, so is that we're in public, aren't we?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Right, okay, look, I oppose that, but I'm not going to put it up because I think there are only 2 of us against it. But.
Okay, thank you. And of course, you have your right of debate by a full 5 minutes at the end of the day, so you may choose to raise that then. Okay, everyone, can we go to the vote? Those in the chamber, please raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, please do the tick or the cross. Just a point, Deputy Mayor, if you put a cross, you've voted against all of those, just so you know. Okay.
Yeah.
I can't see everyone. Amy, can you?
The motion is carried, noting that Deputy Mayor Taylor is dissenting.
Okay, thank you. Now, these are the ones from by exception. So we're going to, with your leave, Ewan, because I think it's the more complicated one, we're going to leave the inflation one to the bottom of that list, but I'll come to it. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we will go to the community implementation of the welcoming plan. Can you clear the, oh, thanks, Amy. The community implementation of the welcoming plan. Somebody raised that for exception. Have you got an alternative suggestion motion?
Well, hang on, I raised it, yeah.
Thanks. Councillor McPherson?
Thank you.
What is your intention?
My intention is to restore the 75,000 there. I'd like the original motion maybe to go up. So the original proposal, I know the one that got passed was 25,000 in year 1. Yep. Sorry, I don't have the reference number in front of me, but it's on the list. Has someone got the actual F number?
It is in the agenda.
Yeah. I just.
Can someone? Yeah. Can we put it up?
2 Foxtrot 1. 2 Foxtrot 2.
I can't see any foxes on my page, but Roman numerals too, you mean?
Yes.
Where'd the foxes come in?
Julie speaking? Julie.
Sorry, I was asking Amy if she was able to put up the original motion.
Are you able to, Amy, or is that difficult?
Well,
yes, that's the original
motion.
There it is.
There it is. There's the original motion that had the 75,000. Can you see it there, Jay?
Yeah, it's about 1 postage stamp size, along with same size as all of your pretty pictures. Which sorry, it's one of the 16 tiles on the page.
The perils of split zoom.
But it also is on page 199.
Absolutely, it is. Okay, so what are you doing? What's your intention? You need a seconder if you want to put. I'm going to put the one that was actually passed, which is the unless Kesh, you want to do that.
The only thing is that we would no longer be saying, and for any of these, for the purposes of financial modelling, would we?
No, it's for this is be for the draft annual plan.
Yeah,
that's correct.
That's for anything today.
Yeah, perfect. We've got it. Thanks. Kesh, would you like to move this one, or would you happy for me to? The 25,000. I don't know who moved it originally. Who moved it originally?
Procedurally, Your Worship, wouldn't just voting against that mean the existing one remains?
No, because it never got passed, Ewan. It wasn't the status quo. It was a new thing completely.
Councillor Hamilton?
I was going to ask the same thing as Ewan. What would the fallback be?
That was a good question raised. I mean, if the motion is lost, but then again, we didn't put the motions for the purposes of the annual plan. We put them for modelling. So I think to be procedurally safe, we need to put both.
I agree with Councillor, with Mayor Paula, that we should actually, yes.
So I'll move it. I'll move the 25,000. Have I got a seconder, please?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. All right. We've only got 2 minutes for debate because we're saving our 5 minutes for the end. So if you feel like you need to debate it, Dave, off you go.
Who's Dave's seconder?
I'll second Councillor Dave.
Right, that's right. You put the original one. Thanks, Kesh. Okay. We're into debate.
Okay, I'll start. Look, sorry, Kesh, I didn't have time to consult with you on this, but I felt that we could have been more strategic and some might say more generous with the 75,000. I think that the bow wave of need is increasing, it's going to come on us. I think 75,000, which is about $1.16, I think I worked out per rateable property in Hamilton, is a reasonable amount to ask to welcome refugees and immigrants into our city, to make sure that there are programs in place that support them. I think 25,000 is not significant enough. I think it's been quite mean-spirited, given the fact that we laud ourselves as having 160 ethnicities in the city. So I'd like us to go back to that original proposal. I don't think 75,000 a year is over the top, considering the large number of people that would benefit in this city and in future coming to this city. Thanks.
Thank you. Amy, do we have a timer for the 2 minutes by chance? I'm not sure you went over, Dave, I'm just saying.
No, I'm well under, which is very unusual.
Yes,
yeah.
I can.
Councillor Will, I'm the mover of the amendment, so I'll just say I'm supporting this because we had a really round discussion, and the result of the original debate, although Councillor Bunting was absent, and I do respect his role as chair of community, was 7-5, and so I'm happy to support that. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Paula. I intend to support the amendment. The reason I'm comfortable with the 25 and not the motion of 75 is the majority of refugees and new arrivals entering New Zealand do so under a broader contract between central government and the Red Cross. What this fund is about is more about engaging in local communities and promoting local community events. And I think in the current environment, that's not a role that local government should extend itself and borrow money to be involved in. I think the 25,000 is appropriate, and anything more than that is way beyond our role, particularly in light, I reiterate, particularly in light of other agencies who receive central government funding for this purpose.
Point of order, a gentle one, Madam Chair. I don't
believe this is borrowing money. I think the accurate thing is that it's coming out of rates income. It's not a capital item.
Your Worship, his point of order is inaccurate on the basis that since we can't balance our books, OPEX.
Thank you. I roll in your favour,
Ewan.
I think I roll in your favour, Ewan. I think we're just splitting straws there. But you made some valid comments, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. And mine will probably be the shortest speech on record. And as you noted earlier on, Mayor Paula, I was briefly away for this part of the debate last time, so I'm looking forward to an opportunity to support Kesh's intentions here.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further debate? Yes. I can't see any.
Councillor Pascoe.
Sorry. Councillor Pascoe, thank you.
Thank you. Every additional spend in our budget either requires a rates increase or additional borrowing to fund it. This is, as Councillor Wilson has correctly spelt out, a central government-driven program, and so it should be funded by the team of 5 million rather than yet another impost on a local team of 170,000. So I'm supporting the amendment.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gallagher.
Yes, I'm supporting Kesh and Dave Mack's motion. We are a team of 180,000. These are our neighbours. These are going to be our new Hamiltonians. And I think I think to make this program really effective, I genuinely think the 75 is a far more appropriate figure.
Thank you. Councillor Kish.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to add to it by saying that a huge amount of work has gone into this over decades, not just in my time here. And I want to support what Dave said in that the amount is not massive compared to the other issues that we're talking about through this annual plan. And I hope that those who are so cost focused remembers that for the remainder of this evening's debate. And coming back to this proposal, it's grassroots, it's about inclusion at a grassroots level, and it's to really unlock the potential of all the new settlers in Hamilton, including people who are not immigrants and refugees, but everyone who is new to our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maxine.
Thank you. Look, I acknowledge that this is an increase to what we put through last week, but having had time to reflect on that decision and on announcements that have happened in between times, and I refer to the agreement between the Government of Australia and New Zealand on bringing 150 additional refugees to New Zealand, that Hamilton is likely to see a good number of those refugees coming into our city. And I would like to make sure that we have, in fact, got some ability to be able to welcome them into our community in the very best way possible, and that ensuring that this is a well-funded initiative will help to be able to bridge that for them. And what it will do is set them up to know that they are welcome here in Hamilton, and that we do value all Hamiltonians in any race, colour, age, etc. Kia ora.
Thank you. Let's go to, do you want to write a reply, Dave?
Councillor Thompson in the chamber.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Thompson. Thank you, Amy.
I initially supported the full amount, and I will do so again. I do think that in the scheme of things, it's not a lot to ensure that we're actually implementing a strategy that we've put a huge amount of work into and that we have put out to the community and said that we will implement.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the vote. Oh, okay, might I reply?
Two genuine replies. One, in relation to Maxine's point about the new refugees via Australia. Hamilton was mentioned by the government in its statement as one of 4 places that would be likely to receive them. Just a bit of extra information. And this isn't a debt-related expense; it's an OPEX expense.
Thank you, everyone. Let's go to the debate with the tick or the cross or your hand if you're in the chamber. Thank you. Oh, hang on.
Voting on the amendment first, Mayor Paula.
Voting on the amendment. Can I redo that reset, please, Amy? Oh, yes. So we're voting on the amendment. Thank you. I nearly lost much way there for a sec.
Amendment is to keep as is. The motion is to support the Naidu roll motion. Is that right?
And in the chamber, can I just have those in favour of the amendment to raise their hands in those against?
In the chamber, all those in favour of the amendment, please raise their hand. Opposed? Thank you. What did you get there, Amy?
Sarah, did you, okay, dissenting? Okay, in the chamber we have dissenting on that Councillor Donovan, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Thompson, as well as Councillor Bunting, Councillor Gallagher, Naidu Ralph, Van Oosten.
Okay.
So the amendment is lost.
Okay, thank you. Then we go to the motion. All in favour of the motion?
What was the numbers on that? Sorry, Amy. I was trying to count.
7-6.
Oh, 7-6 was it? Okay.
Okay,
It was-
let's go to the motion, please, with your tick or your cross in favour of the motion, and I'll come to the chamber in a second.
Sorry, I'm sorry to labour this. My maths was different, and I'm no mathematician, but
Did you take a picture? 4, 7-6, yes. You had 4 on Zoom and then 3 in the chamber that were.
the amendment was lost 7-6.
The amendment was lost.
Yep, so now we're going
Got
to
it.
the motion.
So
Sorry, I couldn't be with you all
we're
today.
voting on the motion, please. Councillor, please vote on the motion, and in the chamber, bear with me, in the chamber, all in favour, please raise your hand. Opposed? Got it, Amy?
The motion is carried, noting that in the chamber we have Councillor Pascoe dissenting, and on Zoom we have Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Hamilton, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so that's that one done. Clear the crosses and ticks, please, Amy, and let's go on to the school travel planning. Who proposed that this be brought forward by exception? Pardon? Thank you, Rob.
Yep.
What's your intention, please?
My intent is to remove the motion.
To remove the motion and...
Yeah, to spend 0 on the... I'm just trying to find it on Julie's list. Yeah, my intention is that the motion be... what are we doing? It's F3.
I'll vote that... Oh, no, I won't.
So can I suggest, Mayor Paula,
Yeah,
that to give effect to that,
yeah,
is that if there is a motion to approve that for the purposes of putting into the budget, so
and then we can vote against it.
and then Rob, to achieve the effect of what you want, you simply vote against that motion.
So who proposed it the first time was who was the mover and second?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure that that's right, because the status quo is what's there now. If anyone wants, and you said earlier, if you want to change it, you need to put up a motion, which is what
Put it in alternative motion.
Hang on, can I finish? Which is what Rob was trying to do. So he
can put up a motion.
To put up the motion.
He can. Thank you, Dave. It's really disruptive. Can you,
Well,
Dave?
When I make a point of order, I'm allowed to finish saying it without being interrupted by a manager and then the chair before I even finish. And it's on a point of process.
Thank you. Got you. We're trying to be productive here, make some way through. So, Rob, have you got a motion in particular? If not, we will still move the motion that was the predominant motion last week, because we have to make it move into the school travel planning. So who would like to move that the school travel planning pilot program, as voted on last week, moves forward?
I will. Oh,
Councillor O'Leary and
I'll second.
is that Sarah?
Yeah.
Thank you. So, do you want to put a something different, or just vote against that, Rob?
Yeah, I suspect, in looking at it and listening to Sean, the correct process is that we're bringing it back effectively to approve it, and that gives me the opportunity to speak against it if I don't agree with it. And I think that will be the same with the other matters that I listed also for reconsideration.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate that. So it's been moved and it's been seconded. I'm not sure if the mover and seconder want to debate. If they do,
No. Well, I'll say a couple of words, but can I just ask a question of governance? So mine is the motion now, and do we have Councillor Pascoe's as an amendment?
No, he will just vote against it.
Okay.
It becomes a double negative, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And just a second question on that: if the motion fails, then can the seconder of this motion then put up another motion?
No.
Can we have a 5-minute break just to work through this, please?
No, we can work through it as we go.
Bump it.
I hear what you're saying, though, Angela. What does that default us to, Sean?
That it's not
Supposing
included in the budget.
it's lost, so
it's
nothing
just,
is.
yeah, it's just unless I can find a seconder. Councillor Thompson had worked up an amendment just in case.
Okay.
I would be
Councillor
happy,
Gallagher.
with the leave of the chair, to second, is it Councillor O'Leary's motion?
Yeah.
I would be happy to second Councillor O'Leary's motion to enable Councillor Thompson, if it's needed, to look at an alternative motion. Would that be helpful?
That would be helpful. Councillor
It would
Thompson.
be great. Thank you, Martin.
Have you got an amendment at hand, or do you need a second?
So I've got an amendment, and Councillor Kesh, would you second that? Hold on, I've sent through the wording already, I think. Or have I? I'll send it through again now.
Okay, Amy, will you put it up when we see it, please? Thank you.
As soon as I have it, absolutely.
Gosh, won't we be glad when we can all get in the same room?
Well, we could
No,
today.
I saw the Oscars. No way.
Oh, that was diabolical. Goodness me. The whole world's angry right now, right?
Yeah.
Are you sending something to us?
Coming.
It's just made its way to me.
So, just give Amy a motion to put it up. A moment to put the amendment up and the motion. I'm sorry, councillors, it does take that tiny bit of extra time to do that this
Amy,
way.
could you say expenditure per year in years, just to make it clear that it's 70 each of those years? No.
Okay. Okay, here it comes. So that's Sarah and Cash. Thank you. Okay. So that was the motion is the top one that was passed last week for the purposes of financial modelling. The amendment is to allow for something. Although that's the wrong way round, isn't it?
It's the wrong way round. Can we turn them?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that if Councillor Gallagher makes Councillor Thompson's the motion and mine the amend. Is that what you want?
Yeah, with the leave of them, I'm happy to do that. I said that would be logical. That
yeah.
Amendment.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank
Right.
you.
Excellent. Councillors.
Question for the
question?
mover of the motion. Does yours include B as well? The co-funding thing in there? Or?
Councillor Mark, so it's not, should I just quickly speak to this since it's different?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind finding out about it. Yeah, if that's okay, Mayor Paula.
With your leave, Mayor Paula, so I've worked with staff on this as a potential compromise if the amendment doesn't get support. And essentially it would fund a smaller pilot, so it would likely be fewer schools and a part-time travel coordinator rather than a full-time one. And staff were happy with that. We discussed working with schools who have shown a lot of willingness to participate.
Okay, I think that's clear, Sarah. You're getting into
no
debate,
co-funding, but expectation of in-kind resource from schools and
Thank you.
WRC. Yeah.
Thank you, very clear, thank you. Okay, let's go to the debate. With the mover of the motion can now debate, although you have in part done that, Sarah. So would you like to debate now?
Yeah, sure, thank you. Look, I've already debated on this and said why I believe it's really important. I think that we have an opportunity here to pilot a school travel program to actually get the data before you get to the long-term plan to see how successful these travel programs can be, so we can actually understand what we're investing in when we're looking at a much larger program potentially for the long-term plan. What I want to avoid us having is a situation where we have we get to the long-term plan and we're still in the same position that we were in last year when we were questioning how effective these were, whether how they need to be rolled out, how they work, all of that stuff. And potentially we will then be delaying proper implementation of school travel programs again. So I think it's critical that right now we carry out a pilot, even if it's 2 or 3 schools. And my intention with the motion is that we'll have less resources, but we can work with the schools who are most willing, who we know are really keen to partner with us, and who are have already said that they're keen to put forward their own resources, whether it be in kind, or I've had a principal offer prizes for students getting engaged in this. So I've also, since the last debate, spoken with the Waikato Regional Council, and they are 100% on board and keen to support this. We have willing partners, and
what are we doing with the time?
Thank you.
Timer, please.
Time was still had 10 seconds left.
Oh, brilliant. Good timing. Thank you. All right, Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thanks, Nicola. Just really quickly, just wanted to wholly endorse Councillor Thompson's debate points, and in particular around the Waikato Regional Council, who a few of us are on their Connections Committee, and they are looking at this particular piece of work, and they are a strong partner with us for a school travel plan pilot, and wholly supportive. So we'd be cutting the ties there and the opportunity for the pilot project with them as well, which I think would be a great shame. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else wanting to debate? There not being, let's go to
the chamber. We have Councillor Pascoe.
Sorry, Councillor Pascoe.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I'm hearing words about us piloting this, and I'm really concerned that I don't think it is really our spend at all. This spend belongs to central government, through the police, through the Ministry of Education. And when I hear Waikato Regional Council being mentioned, then I automatically think that half of whatever Waikato Regional Council spends will come from our ratepayers also. While I'm not opposed to the idea, I just think that we're wanting to be everything to everyone. We're wanting to lead every single initiative and hope, hope that others will join us afterwards. I'm also concerned that this adds further costs to an already challenged and overspent budget. 9 months ago, we budgeted to overspend in the next year, 22-23, by 2 million. Now it's up to 12 million. And after that last motion, it's gone even higher. So somehow we need to think about our ratepayers, what costs we are burdening them with, and thinking perhaps more laterally to saying, if this isn't an expense of ours and it belongs to someone else, then petitioning that group to actually fund what is legally and rightfully theirs to do so. Thank you. 38 seconds.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Oh, and sorry, Councillor Gallagher, but I also know that Dave's there, so I'll do Gallagher and then Dave.
Yeah. Thank you. As I understand, Sarah, Councillor Thompson, the motion engaged in a significant compromise. Sorry, there's sound in the background. Significant compromise over the original motion in the previous session. And there's always, and I think this is showing incredibly significant financial responsibility in that there's a balance that council needs to show leadership. And, transport is a major issue, obviously. The way in which our kids get to our school safely is a major issue. So I certainly want to commend Councillor Thompson. I know this issue is, she is clearly passionate about this issue, as a number of us are, but I just want to acknowledge the fact that she has attempted to put a genuine compromise in front of us.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you. I'd like to sort of respond to the point that respectfully that Rob put up. He asked, why is it our spend? There are others that should be doing this. And while I certainly agree there are others that should be taking some responsibility in this area, there's a very practical reason about why it's our spend. Anyone that is driven in Hamilton City, and that's every one of us, knows how bad the congestion is on school days, and especially around schools, in the vicinity of schools, in areas where there are lots of schools. A huge congestion because there is no travel plan. They all finish their school days at about the same time, so they're all on the road at the same time. Unsafe conditions for parents, for kids especially, and it gums up our roads. So we should be playing a part in finding solutions, and part of finding the solution is to get a plan for the school that avoids every single person, every single Johnny and Jill being taken to school and picked up from school by their parents in their car. That's not an anti-car statement. In fact, if we can improve that situation, we help the car drivers that need to use the road or want to use the road that aren't involved in school traffic. So that's the reason why we're in this game. The last thing I want to point out is that this, in a sense, isn't a pilot. We've done it before. We had support for 3 years from NZTA that didn't continue, and unfortunately we didn't continue that, and we've gone a bit backwards in that area. Let's restore that and make it sustainable for the future.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Let's go to the vote on. Can you put them both up, please?
We have a right of reply in the chamber.
Okay, we have a right of reply. Hang on, Sarah. Let's just, could you just wait? Let's get the motion up. Right of reply, Sarah. Oh, hang on. There's a hand up. Councillor Hamilton as well. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. Look, I like the premise and the rationale and all that. I certainly like the lesser amount even better. I did get a little bit concerned when I heard Councillor Sarah talking about this for 2 or 3 schools. I would have thought 70k would have got us at least a dozen schools if someone's working in a part-time capacity. So I'm sort of leaning towards supporting the lesser amount, but I sure as heck hope they're going to do more than rattle the cages of 2 to 3 schools. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. I'll try not to take too long. Initially, I was away for this part of it as well because I've been in quick succession with the other one, and I was actually going to vote against it. But since it's come back, it's not only lower, but there is new news that Regional Council are now going to support this, which changes the game a little bit for me. I've often said that the school congestion is a bigger issue than just schools. If we can change the way little Johnny or Jill is taken to school, then we may be able to change other transport as well. So I do think this is part of the key, one of the key moves we can make. I don't like the fact that we're putting money into plans, but I've never liked plans, and that's probably been my failing sometimes as well. So I'll be supporting the lower amount, in this case, the Sarah and Kesh option.
Okay, thank you. Right of reply, Sarah.
Thank you. Firstly, just replying to Councillor Ryan's comments. I said 2 to 3, but really what staff will do is do as much as they can within the funding envelope. So it's not a set amount, but they'll need to work out how they can best use that funding to get the best results. So I'm just flagging that it probably won't be the 7 schools or so that we looked at for an initial cluster with the full amount of funding. In terms of Councillor Robb's comments, I do disagree that this is not our problem. This is a proven demand management tool. Demand management reduces demand on the network so that and what that does is reduce the amount of investment in the long run that we have to put into physical infrastructure. It's a much more cost-effective way of making the best of our network system, of our transport network. And I'd also like to note that in terms of school congestion, I have stats from John Kinghorn. As an example, delays on our network at peak times in the morning are 34% higher on a school day than in the holidays, and you see around 1,000 more cars going through the Te Araha Peach Grove intersection. So it makes a substantial difference in terms of our network. But I'd like to thank those who have offered their support for the motion. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we have the motion and the amendment up, please, Amy? Thank you very much. Coming. There it is. Okay, thanks, councillors. We vote on the amendment first. So use your cross, your tick, and I'll call for hands in the chamber. And in the chamber, all those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hand. Can you see that, Amy? All opposed? You happy with that, Amy?
Sarah, opposed? Okay, so those dissenting are Councillor Donovan, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pascoe, Mayor Southgate, Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Wilson, Hamilton, O'Leary, Naidu Ralph, Bunting and Deputy Mayor Taylor.
All right, thank you. We'll go to the motion, please. And vote with your little green tick or cross, and I'll call for hands in the chamber in a second. So all those in, this is the motion in the chamber, all those in favour, please raise your hand. Opposed? Was that?
The motion is carried. Those dissenting as Councillor Pascoe, Councillor Wilson and Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so the next on the list, I've lost it now, list. Georgie's list. Here we go. The next is the list. The next is
Mayor Paula, the next is the staff travel plan.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like to move, well, I'd like to vote against this actually.
To help you, I'm happy to move the one that was passed with your casting vote the other day.
Yeah, thank you. And is there a seconder for that?
I was the seconder of that motion with Councillor Dave. Happy to, yep, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so is there any questions or debate? I can't see any questions. I don't think there should be. Okay, let's go straight to the debate. Yeah. And Julie, can you resend me that list, please? Because I've just swiped it away and I think I deleted it on my iPad.
You'll be hoping it's not a hung vote, Paula.
Yeah.
I can do that for you.
You're so funny. And it's nearly 5 o'clock. We've still got humour. It's good. Okay. Do you want to debate? Anybody want to debate that?
Councillor McPherson would like to.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I supported this in 2007. I've supported it every time it's come up since then. I am not happy that it hasn't already been implemented, that it's had to come back again this time. The reason I support it is at least twofold. Firstly, it's necessary to ask all large enterprises in the CBD especially, but perhaps other areas, to have more sustainable travel practices for their staff. When we're talking about several hundred staff working here, if we can assist them getting out of their cars into public transport, into using active transport, that is a good move for transport generally in the city. It's a good move for them, for their health perhaps as well. Secondly, we have been proactive in recent times at asking other large enterprises, and I look at Wintec, I look at the DHB, I look at the new regional council facility, and asking them to have travel plans that try and reduce the car usage for their staff. We can hardly do that without providing some leadership ourselves. Now, I would readily agree that the quantum here may not be the right quantum. I don't know what is. What I do know is that we must have a staff travel plan here. And we must start addressing that issue, or we can never hope to lead the community in that area. I think also that when we look at the amount of support we've given management to attract staff via a staff health insurance plan, I think we should, and expressed a lot of support in the way they can fund that. We should also be looking at this area as well. That will also help attract staff, I believe. So it's several-fold. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Yeah, look, bitterly oppose this. I think it's a terrible use of ratepayers' money, and it comes from the whole school of thought that people can't think for themselves, so Nanny Council will come along and do the thinking for them. And it's one thing, Councillor McPherson talks about leadership, but it's one thing, I think, for a big corporate to subsidise their staff with private money. It's a entirely different thing, after all, for a council funded by ratepayers to then use that money to subsidise their own staff to get to work. And it doesn't put staff in a great position either. So I just think it's just wrong, and it's going way too far, and it's tone deaf at this time in a cost of living crisis, where I saw ASB Bank recently, last week, say that household costs have gone up by will go up by $150 a week. Cost of living crisis, we're using ratepayers' money to subsidise the workers to get to work? No way.
Councillor Wilson.
In local government, there's frequently a lack of empathy or a lack of real interest in what we do in the field of local government. But over the last couple of days, when this was initially passed, I have just been inundated by people furious. They are furious in the fact that, like the Deputy Mayor said, inflation is hitting them and hitting them hard. $150 a week is likely to be the increased cost. And they see us using their money to subsidise the travel habits of Hamilton City Council staff, who are, by the way, incredibly talented, wonderful people, and we're blessed to have them, but they're also incredibly well remunerated. They also have great benefits, and they also have, the protection of working in local government in terms of career, the flexibility of moving in departments. So I'm not at all surprised that a lot of our average ratepayers under financial duress are going, what? Central government is subsidising 50% of public transport, and then we as ratepayers are being asked to subsidise buses again for council staff? It's obscene. It makes no sense. And the final point, and I'll say it a few times tonight, it's wonderful to talk about leadership and legacy when you're not spending your own money and when you're spending ratepayers' money. It has more credibility when you're an entrepreneur and you're running your own business and you're willing to do that, spending other people's money, taxpayers' money, you can't call that leadership. What you can call it is a requirement for fiduciary duty. And I don't think that matches that test.
Thank you, Ewan. Do you want? I'll let you go next, Maxine, and I'll come to my debate.
Thank you. Look, I'd like to back up the points that Councillor Dave made. I think he has got a very good handle on this. He understands the complex transport needs of our city, and I think makes a very good point about leadership, despite the fact that others don't agree on that point. I think it sends a very clear signal to our community that public transport is really important. It's coming to Hamilton in a much bigger way, and there's changes afoot that we'll have no control over. And I think by sending that signal to the community that the council values their staff using alternative ways of getting to work is a very good one. There will be those in the community who see that and can understand how that can be a real benefit for our city and provides some forward thinking in this time of climate change, the need to have a concern for our city's emissions, and to be seen as being real actions that will address that to the future. I think that once people start to use our bus services, that we won't get the complaints of empty buses, empty routes, and it will also show us ways of being able to model that into future use. So look, I'll be supporting this all the way. I know that it's an additional cost, but in fact, it will save us money in the long run. Thank you.
Councillor Bunting.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. It's a yeah, nah from me, I'm afraid. Look, I get the intention. I'm a supporter of MoShift, obviously, but I just got an email today from, as a B card holder and a bus user, that it's subsidised by 50% already. The timing couldn't have been wronger for this. Let's look at it again in another year's time.
Thank you. Wronger, word of the day. Thank you. I'm just going to keep my debate really short. I voted against this last time, and I'm going to vote against it again. Let's be absolutely clear about that. I should repeat it so that everybody finally understands. But what I will say here is that the use of the casting vote was because of the absence of some councillors, and to procedurally enable us to have a fair round debate about it tonight, which we have just done. And I'm still against it. It just doesn't make sense at this time when we're all under financial pressure. But nice idea, an idea for when the grass is greener, I think. Thanks. We'll go to the vote, please. Oh,
thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Yeah.
Yeah, look, thank you. And I've monitored this debate closely, and I've always taken the view that all members are totally sincere, and there's no election year aspect to it. And I want to say that genuinely, sincerely. I want each member to respect each other's viewpoint. And I think this obviously option is going to lose, but I'll be voting for it purely to keep it on the books as a record, because I think it's a debate we continue to need to have in terms of how, and across all the corporates, public and private, what are the options for people to get to work. I want to respect that this council is spending ratepayer money to provide private medical insurance when we have a fully comprehensive taxpayer health system for its staff. I believe that vote was unanimous. I respect that, and I respect the sincerity in which all members have voted to say to the Chief Executive, we are very open to you providing private medical insurance as part of a retention staff condition policy. Some ratepayers may see that as something, dare I say it, of a luxury, but I'm totally respecting where those strong proponents of the private medical insurance in previous debates came from. So I just would ask genuinely, this is not an ideological position or anything like that, that while I think this motion will go down, I do hope that we genuinely have a considered discussion moving forward, and obviously respect the result today.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Ms. Southgate. Yeah, look, I think the narrative, sorry, I think the narrative, that's my text. I think the narrative here is convenient in that it's simply a benefit for staff and gives them cheaper bus fares. But I think we've lost our way a bit on that. It's a lot more than that, and it is about transport impact on the network. We're in the process of reviewing some parts of our district plan where we know the MPS from the government is removing the requirement for parking. So more than ever, we are going to need, and we're going to be asking in that document for big organisations to provide a staff travel plan, how people are going to get in and around their building so that it has the least impact, which means the least cost on our transportation network. This work isn't just about bus tickets or cheaper bus tickets for staff, not at all. That's a tiny bit of it. It may end up not being part of it. This is about providing cost savings to the organisation. And that's something that it sounds like in this annual plan is top of our mind. I think if we do this work and we add up staff travel costs as an entirety, not just getting to and from work, but moving around during the day and all of those other things, we would be surprised and a bit concerned about the cost, and surely we would want to do better. So for those reasons, as well as us embedding this in the district plan and asking our future of asking and requiring larger organisations to do what we say, not what we do, I'm going to continue to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the.
Mayor Paula.
Oh, sorry. Right of reply.
No. Apologies.
Oh,
there is Councillor
who's
Thompson,
waving their
Councillor
arms?
Donovan.
Have we got news for you?
Oh, we've got a newbie, Councillor Donovan.
It's just a little church mouse sitting in the corner who's been quietly minding his cheese, which speaking of which, there was no tasty in the fridge today. So can governance look into that, please?
Fine.
Crikey. Yeah. Hey, just not much to add, but I didn't see any compelling evidence to suggest that staff were going to jump on buses to come to work regardless of what we give them. Probably even if it was free, they probably still wouldn't really use it that much. The optics of it, I agree with Ewan and Deputy Mayor Jeff, just look, not great in the corporate world. We used to look at this sort of stuff and say, what's the sniff test on it? A sniff test look like or, smell like on it, and I can tell you that it pongs. So I won't be supporting it, and I didn't support it first time round. I just don't think it's a big enough incentive. Cheers.
Thank you. Right of reply, please.
Because we haven't got anywhere near yet.
Oh, what? Who's next, Amy?
So we've got Councillor Thompson, Councillor Pascoe, and then the right of reply in the chamber.
Councillor Thompson, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. So I think Councillor Angela actually spoke on this really well, and not only do we already have a requirement for major developments in our operative district plan to include work travel plans and actually implement them, we also are going to be increasing the emphasis on this as part of our district plan review. And so in the future, with any new council facilities or change of use, we'll eventually at some point need to follow our own rules and be putting in place and implementing a staff travel plan. I'd also say this is not some nice thing that we're just doing for our staff that we kind of came out of the blue with. This is demand management. It's what we're expecting of organisations and businesses all around the city now. We expected this of the ACC organisation moving in on the corner of Tristram and Collingwood. Waikato Regional Council, a ratepayer fund organisation, has already implemented theirs. The DHB is already implementing their staff travel plan. Councils around the country have already implemented these. We are far from being the first. And it's also part of our commitment to the community for reducing our own emissions as an organisation, to reduce our impact on their environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pascoe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, the reason why we're debating this today is that it is a cost that's being sought by staff. Initially, it was 163,000 and it's been dropped down to 50,000. And it is one of those costs that could become uncontrollable, because if it has got a massive pickup by staff and the costs of travel go up, then we could well find that the 50,000 becomes insufficient, particularly when it was originally suggested at 163,000 a year. Councillor Gallagher is wrong to suggest we approved a medical plan for staff. This has become a management decision with staff funding it from...
Point of order.
Let me finish.
Point of order.
What? Sorry, what is the point of order?
I understand we gave the Chief Executive very clear ratepayer funding permission to proceed and encourage him to look at private medical insurance.
We did, thank you. Any other further point of order? Carry on, Councillor Pascoe.
Okay. No, I disagree, but anyway, it's being funded by payroll and not as a council decision. It was a commercial decision, and it was a commercial decision to help with both recruitment and retention of staff. If this is as good as the medical insurance scheme, which staff are managing, then it should be offered under the same premise and paid from the existing payroll budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Right of reply.
Thank you. And I want to thank the excellent speeches focusing on the issues, not on election statements from those who've spoken in favour of the motion. I guess to me, I firstly just want to respond to Bunty, Councillor Bunty, my dear friend, who I think is calendar challenged because he said they'd be getting two...
Point of order.
Calendar challenged?
Point of order.
Pardon? What is the point of order?
Completely inaccurate and unproven statement about election campaigns for those speaking against it.
Yeah, I agree.
And completely disrespectful.
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor. I advise all councillors that we don't play the person, we play the issue. Please continue, Councillor McPherson.
There were some extremely intemperate statements made attacking even ones about cheese.
No, let's not go on. Let's go on with a constructive debate, please.
Yeah, and the right, that's the point about the right of reply. Thank you. Councillor Bunty said that there would be two subsidies right at the time they're getting this other one. I'm sorry, the subsidy the government giving is for 3 months, ends on June the 30th. This one would start the following day, July the 1st. They don't overlap, Councillor Bunty. Thank you. I guess to me, and Maxine put the point about the how
Can I raise a point of order there, please, Madam Chair?
You may.
Yeah, that's actually factually incorrect. I'd like to challenge Dave on that one. Because they may, they say they may finish in 3 months, they may carry on. So I'm actually quite right on that one, I'm afraid.
No, you're not quite right, because the only budgetary allocation given by government is for 3 months.
Oh, I'll let you take that up with Grant Robertson.
Whether they do
okay,
yeah, that's what we know.
Let's leave that point and go forward, please.
Further point of order.
I'll loan you my calendar, Bunty. But anyway...
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Councillor Gallagher?
Yes, I just want to establish very clearly at the point at which any speaker is subject to a point of order, the speaking time clock immediately stops.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McPherson.
So it's been wound back, thank you. It shows how much you value your staff really here, I believe. It's part of the whole picture there. And I don't agree with Councillor Jeff, who I believe wants to give them poorer conditions than the private sector. He counterposed those two. And look, some people in this room have subsidised car parks, ratepayer subsidised car parks, even when they don't use the cars that are in those car parks. So, you know, let's call a spade if we're getting into talking about subsidies. So, sorry? No, and some people put their utes in them too. Use two.
Come on, Dave, stick to the debate, the topic, please.
Some of us are enjoying the discussion, some aren't, maybe. The point here is really Angela's point, that this is part of the overall travel improvement picture, and we should see it that way.
Thank you. Let's go to the debate. Please put the motions and the amendment up. Oh, I can't remember if there is an amendment now. Forgotten. Please put up the motion. Amy, help me. Thank you. Brilliant. There we go. So, councillors, it's been debated. We'll go to the board with a tick or a cross, and I'll come to the chamber in one moment.
Madam Chair, we should be voting at the same time, otherwise people will be looking at...
Yeah, yes, look, Dave, I agree with you, but it just helps Amy count hands. Please be patient. Thank you. And in the chamber, those for the motion, please raise your hand. And against? Thank you, Amy.
The motion is lost, noting those dissenting is Councillor Donovan, Councillor Pascoe, Councillor Naidu, Ralph Bunting, Wilson, Hamilton, Deputy Mayor Taylor, and Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. All right, what does that bring us on to next, please?
Mayor Paula, Sean's would like to suggest something.
Sean?
Yes, just wondering if we could maybe do the inflation one next. That is the one that has potentially the biggest financial impact. And we've just got some staff doing the financial modelling who've got to leave at a certain time. So I'm just wondering if that's the one that has the biggest financial impact, if maybe we could kind of get that one ticked off first before we
I
take
guess
some
we
of the others,
did know
if that's okay.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. We did know this would likely go in the evening with a break, so there's not much we could do about that, but we'll try and be as helpful as possible. Sure, we'll go to the inflation. Thank you.
Mayor Paula, just on a point of accuracy, the inflation adjustment of 5%, staff have included the adjustment at 6.3 million. May I respectfully suggest that the inflation adjustment on the full 5% is about 12.6 million.
So do you want to ask that as a question of staff?
Sorry, I missed what?
Councillor Pascoe and Tracy, jump in if you need to. The 6.3 million is on the capital
it says on the operating inflation.
So the operating inflation, we took the 2.5%, which was the personnel costs, and the 2.9 on everything else except depreciation and interest, and increased that to the 5%, and that was a 5.36 million impact.
Yep.
And then on the capital, taking all of the capital program, excluding the Peacock Bridge contract, moving that up to 5% was a 6.3 million impact on the capital program.
But didn't we start with the 2.5 and the 2.9, and then on the operating, and we increased it across the board to 5?
For operating?
Yes.
Yes.
And then on your schedule that you sent us a couple of days ago,
so that additional,
you just had the additional amount, which meant that it was necessary to do two calculations, one on the initial one and on the additional amount. And my calculation of that was about 12.5 million as being the total cost of the full 5%.
Yes, the initial amount is built in. So that was already built into the base position for year 2 that we started with. So the initial amount's already in there. So all we had to add on was the movement from 2.5 and 2.9 up to 5%. Tracy, do you want to add anything to that?
No, you're exactly right, Julie. So just to be clear, Councillor Rob, so we already had in the base budget, so as a starting point, the 2.5 for wages and salaries and the 2.9 OPEX. The reason why we've got the additional is because that was then moved up to the 5%. So we've modelled those two changes through the model. And then obviously you've also got separately the increase in the inflation for capital.
But weren't we asked initially, before we increased it to 5, to consider the 2.5 and the 2.9?
No, so they were already existing LTP assumptions. They were already baked into the budget. So what we were, the original staff recommendation was to leave them at that. So we originally said to leave the OPEX inflation at the 2.9% and to leave the capital inflation at the 3%, which was the original LTP inflation rates that we had in for year 2.
Okay, well, I'm still. If you can just give me a moment just to pull up Julie's email of a couple of days ago. When I looked down there at her table, let me just. Sorry, I'm sorry to hold up the meeting, but you've got under the heading of balancing the books reconciliation. You've got additional OPEX inflation provision, 2.9 to 5%, and you've listed that in as 5.36 million.
That's correct. That's
now,
the amount to move
I assume that
up.
the 2.9 was already in there, in the budget. So the total inflation adjustment for the OPEX would be that difference between 2.9 and 5, which was 2.9 and 5%, which is 5.3%, 5.3 million, but there would also be the 2.9 to begin with.
No, so just to be really, really clear, this reconciliation that we're showing you started with the $1.82 million in deficit. Okay, so that was what our year 2, right at the top. So already in that is the assumption that we have already made of a staff personnel increase of 2.5% in year 2 of the 2.9. So that's already in the $1.82 million deficit starting point.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you. Sorry to hold the meeting up.
It's fine. Okay, so can you put the motion up again, please? And then we can take questions. Now, I know this is an area of significant interest, and I know there may be some different motions to be tested. I'm just going to ask questions for clarity, which is of the nature of Rob's questions. So I know you may have some questions, Ewan, so I don't want to stifle those. So keep them brief and to the point of making sure and then any questions? I can't see everybody's hand, but I don't see any.
Mayor Paula, would it be easier for councillors if we took 1 to 3 first? Because I understand they are not being debated, and then we could do 4 as a set, just to make it easier for councillors. Would that work?
Yeah, it would work for me. Was there any dispute on that, councillors? No. So in that case, I'm happy to move Roman numerals 1 to 3. Is there a seconder, please? Is there a seconder, please?
I'll second Mayor Paula.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Is there any question?
Mayor Paula?
Pardon? Yes.
Question?
Yes.
Sorry, I can't see my controls. Just a question for Tracy. Increase in depreciation arising from the reevaluation of asset categories. Is that, are we still waiting on some reevaluation? So does that automatically mean that we accept them without seeing them? Or what does that mean?
No, what it's just basically saying is that the depreciation number that we've obviously included as part of the draft budget today will change and is the same as our interest number will change as well. So what we just wanted to do is just make that really clear to elected members that I guess I can't promise you that right now that number is going to stay the same. So it's just acknowledging that. It's just an acknowledgement that that number, because we're doing so many revaluations, is going to change between now and obviously when we bring the final budget forward.
Yeah, that's cool. I just make sure we're not binding ourselves into a fixed point in time.
No, and that's exactly why I want the motion, for exactly that reason. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton.
Okay, so can we see the motion again, please, and that we can... Thanks. There are no questions, so we'll just move those. I don't need to debate it because we've had discussion. Councillor Pascoe, would you like to say anything?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Nobody else seems to want to debate that I can see, or can I? Just double check, nothing. Okay, we'll move to the vote with the cross or the tick, and I'll come to the chamber in just one split second. All those in the chamber who are for the motion, please raise your hand. That's everyone else I can see, isn't it, Amy?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Right, now let's go back to the inflation part, please, so we can get our head across that.
And I have a question there, Paula.
Okay, on this?
No, I think the answer is actually in the answer is in the motion. I was just wanting to double check that the 5.36 million in Julie's list that she sent us is, and I see it as 5.4 million in the motion. So
yes, that's rounding.
That's fine. No, thank you. That's my question.
And so I did raise the question in the, emailed it yesterday about if we were to drop the inflation by 1%, what difference does that make to balancing the books? And can you just refresh us on the answer to that? I'm not suggesting we do it, just asking. I want to know what the impact of that is.
Tracy, do you want to answer this? We think it's about a 2.55 million. Is that right, Tracy?
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
2.55 million.
2.55 million.
Would enable us to balance the books in what year then?
So potentially, you still wouldn't in the first year, definitely. And you're still not going to in the second year either, but by your third year.
Okay.
Yep. So no.
And in respect to the split that Councillor Wilson was trying to achieve between OPEX and CAPEX, what financial difference does that have on debt or balancing the books? Could you tell me, please?
Actually none, because you're already in deficit in the first place. So obviously to pay for that deficit, as we've been talking about over the last few days, that all goes into debt. And again, it affects interest and things like that. So fundamentally, it's all debt at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Councillor Thompson has a question.
Councillor Thompson, thank you. Amy?
Mayor Paula, my question was just looking at the difference in the CAPEX between what was originally proposed by staff, where we had the 7% we originally considered a higher amount for the capital expenditure. Could I get an understanding from staff whether they believe that what's been proposed with the 5% would be sufficient?
It's just a slightly different way of doing it. One was specific and this one is a more general.
But the overall amount is we've currently got about 5 million additional CAPEX funding in the first year, whereas with the higher amount it was around 10 million.
Correct.
Yeah. So there is less room for escalation in the capital program.
Correct.
Okay. And so my question was, what impact does that have on our capital program potentially?
Can you comment?
Chris to answer that.
Yeah, look, our methodology that we recommended to council was a risk-based approach where we went through the particular projects that we thought were at risk and apply a 7% or plus 4% or to get to 7 on those particular projects, and that resulted in roughly the $10 million. Council chose to put the 5% across the whole portfolio. So in my view, the recommendation and methodology we put forward was I'd still support the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, does that answer your question?
Yeah, sorry. And my other question is, from Chris, from your point of view, would you still prefer the risk-based approach to the blanket approach in terms of that inflation? Is that what yeah, and why?
I think it's more nuanced against the particular project risks, and it's putting probably a more realistic figure against each project. So the approach you've adopted by putting 5% across the portfolio is putting 5% on some projects that our judgment is we don't need any funding. So I think it's just a more risk-based approach, which is targeting our risk better.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Naidoo.
Thanks, Chris. That partially answered my thought. The other thing, just for clarity, to think out loud, if this motion, the 5% or 7% or whatever it is, if none of it goes through, does that mean that the default is the 2.5% that's baked in already?
The default would be 3% for capital. So capital had a different percentage than OPEX. Tracy can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 3% is the base assumption. So what we've been talking about is 3% okay, or should we have a higher number? And
that 3% is already in the LTP, so that's got no
correct
cost impact. Okay,
and so
thank
just
you.
to clarify, we have 2.5% against personnel costs, that's baked in, and 2.9% against all our other operating costs except for depreciation and interest. And
3% on capital.
That's correct.
On CapEx, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Sorry, hi Chris. Can I ask you, if we put aside the percentages, whether it's 2.5 or 2.9 for OPEX and 3.2 for CapEx, is it your advice that it makes more sense to differentiate between CapEx as a percentage and OPEX?
Look, that's probably more of an answer for finance, and they've accepted bill advice on that right back, going back to the LTP. So that was the assumptions and the bill-based assumptions at the time of LTP to differentiate.
Right. So you don't have an opinion. You're just relying on Bill's economists saying that you should differentiate.
Yeah, look, I'd prefer if someone from finance picked that up. So, that's the work that they do as part of the LTP.
And maybe to clarify, Councillor Wilson, in the LTP that you approved, we had the separate assumptions laid out in that document. So we're just carrying through those LTP assumptions that you've already approved.
And again, you're saying that's because you've relied on the advice of the economists that you should differentiate.
The advice of the economists and having it gone through audit. When they audit our LTP document, one of the areas they look at is the assumptions.
Cool. No, that's fine. Mayor Paul, I'm ready to
Put your amendment.
Put my amendment up again.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, just going to my thingy out the way. Thank you. Okay, so we had a lot of questions about it last week. We've had staff, so we will go into debate because I think this is where we'll clear it up. Any points of view?
There are some questions in the chamber.
Are there? Thank you, Amy. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks. I want to ask Chris if there's a risk of some projects not being able to go ahead if we haven't secured enough finance for them.
Sorry, what was the question, Councillor McPherson? Is there a risk?
If there's a risk that some projects that are listed in our long-term plan won't be able to go ahead if we haven't secured the funding for them, because there's quantum-wise there's a difference there which won't cover what you think your professional opinion has been to us, which amounts to 10-point-something million total, based on the 7% applied to the applicable projects.
Yeah, how do I answer that? I think there's a risk in every project that we schedule and do. Like as I've said a number of times, that our budgets have got lots of variables in them. You know, scope, market conditions, increasing standards, scope, and cost escalations is just one part of the equation. So every project has a risk of requiring extra funding. Our track record is pretty good in estimating the right funding at LTP and annual plan times. But as councillors will know, from time to time, we do need to come back and ask for more funding.
And the current conditions, inflation in the areas where you're working in is running higher than was expected previously and still going up, is it not?
Yes, that's right. So the 7% that we've landed on and the recommendation is sort of reflecting the situation in the published indices at this time. But as we know, we're still in a volatile environment and it could be deteriorating. But we would only be guessing, and we're deciding to go with published indices in terms of inflation.
Okay, thank you.
And we have Councillor Thompson and Councillor Pascoe.
Councillor Thompson, thank you.
I'm just wondering if we could have a couple of minutes if Councillor Ewan was just going to ask whether the mover of the amendment was happy to look at a slight tweak.
I'll give you, we're not going to stop the questioning, but I'll give you a few minutes to do that. It's just that we've got staff that we're relying on right now until 6 o'clock, so I don't want to really hold up. Councillor Wilson. Councillor Wilson?
Oh, I think it's me.
Yeah, sorry, Your Worship. Yes, I am comfortable in making that little tweak that Councillor Thompson is asking for, which simply says OPEX would remain at 5 and CAPEX at 7, but based on a risk approach.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a minute and you can explain it more fully, if that's okay. Yeah, so Sarah's seconding that. We'll just do a little bit of work on that. I think, Amy, did I hear Rob Pascoe's voice?
Yes, you did.
Thank you.
Yeah, my question was largely asked by Dave, but I just wanted to ask Chris while he's there, is there anything in the 90 million that we currently have in deferrals for this year, or anything that looks on the horizon that may be a project we may not start because the cost expectation is much higher than what we have previously expected it to be, and that higher cost is a direct result or is partly the result of the unexpected inflation?
Yeah, I'm not aware of anything at this point in time. You know, council let quite a big contract yesterday, or in the finance committee this week, which was within the budget that we had. So at this point in time, I'm not aware of anything. I think we've dealt with the risk in the on peacocks, which is a contractual obligation to pay. So that's probably our biggest risk managed. So I'm not aware of anything at this point in time.
Okay, thanks, Chris. And could staff, if we're going to have a bit of a break, or could staff just model the impact of Councillor Wilson's motion changing the inflation rate on capital projects in terms of how that might impact on the present balancing the books graph? And finally, Mayor Paula, I'm prepared to move the motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't want to take a long break, so I'm giving you, I think people might want a tiny stretch, that no more, absolutely no more, not a second over 5 minutes to sort this, and everyone else can take a stretch. And quick comfort stop, grab a drink, 5 minutes.
You mean a gin and tonic, or no, just a coffee?
If you like. I haven't gone here.
No, apparently it's Milo's. Milo's.
Milo.
That's a code word for gin and tonic.
Oh, is that?
It might be in your house, Mark, but not in mine. Okay, got a couple Okay, where are we going?
The council chambers.
Oh, is there? I don't know if that's true.
I've just been sent a photo.
Oh, what? What have they got that we haven't got?
Packaged cheese?
Yeah, I've got some tasty cheese here. I'm quite happy.
No, it looks pretty impressive to me. It's got slices of meat, cold platter.
Well, unfortunately, our rules
salad.
do allow for a small meal if we go over 6. You
that the council approves. We had them originally as noting just when we put them up.
okay? So
We'll
have we
actually
got
be
the
approving them.
information? Have we got the information we've been asked for now?
Just checking. I haven't seen it yet. I'll just go and we'll just double check. I'm just getting a message. The email is on our way, so it'll be here shortly.
Okay, how are we doing?
Sorry, I'm just waiting for the email to come through.
And any minute now, there's going to be some kind of weird noise in the background. And everybody's going to go, "What is that noise?" And it will be my stomach.
Okay.
Just so you know.
Right. So the email has just come through.
Thank you.
And I will send. Did that come to you? Amy? You've got it as well.
Coming up on screen now.
Right. Tracy, do you want to talk to this?
Sorry, yes, just trying to find my. I can see the mouse on the screen and then my mouse on the computer, and they're not the same thing. Apologies.
Right.
So yeah, so as you will be able to see, if you just go down, obviously it has an effect on the debt to revenue ratio, but I think Councillor Rob's question was specifically around balancing the books. So you'll see there it's gone up to that -13 deficit. That also includes, by the way, the 3 changes we've already talked about this afternoon as well. So it's also just captured those changes as well. So.
Okay. And so have you got the...
Tracy, do we breach the debt to revenue? I just missed that when it was going down. Do we get anywhere near a breach? No.
Oh yeah, we're getting pretty close. So it's that whole 2026 year. So again, that's just getting back up close to what we had in the LTP.
Right. But no worse in the LTP.
No.
Okay. I'm just having trouble just reading that. That's right.
So can I ask a question, a damn fool question maybe, but maybe somebody else is thinking it. So we set these as accurate as we can be, inflation targets, whether we go with Rob's proposal or Ewan's. If those inflation targets are not realised, then what happens? I mean, if inflation is not as bad as we think, heaven help us if it's worse.
So I guess that's a great question, Mayor Paula. So obviously, if it's worse, we'll obviously go over budget, and if it's better, we come under budget. And again, that for us, that's cash as well. So obviously, we get more cash, or we have to spend less cash.
Okay. So I see Councillor Ryan is happy to second the motion. Good to see that, everyone. Okay, right, time to get into the debate, I think, on this one. Yeah, let's do it.
Mayor Paula, is there a motion and an amendment still?
There is, it's coming.
There is, okay.
Thank you. There we go. Okay. Okay, so Councillor, so we'll have the mover of the motion speak first and the mover of the amendment, please.
Thanks.
Thanks, the timer on, Amy, because I just think this.
Thanks, Mayor Paula, and elected members will realise that what I'm advocating here is the same motion that we agreed on last week for the purposes of our modelling. I think it is fiscally prudent to be budgeting for inflation at a higher rate than the staff initially predicted when they embedded this into the long-term plan. Whether it's 5%, which is the amount that I've suggested and Ryan has agreed with me on, or the 7% on capital projects that Ewan has agreed to, is to some extent a bit of guesswork by both of us, because we have no idea what the inflation rate for the next year is going to be, except we know that it is going to be a lot higher than what it's been in the last 30 years. You know, there's evidence out there at the moment that while Burl is predicting 2.5 to 2.9, very reputable organisations such as Treasury and the ANZ Bank are advocating rates as high as 8%. So, you know, there is a vast difference between one and the other. And so I think we need to be, in terms of fiscally prudent, advocating for a higher inflation rate. Otherwise, we will know before we even start the year that our budget will be out and we will be spending the whole of the 22-23 year looking at financial results that show us in deficit by more than what we originally budgeted for. So look, my 5% is an across-the-board attempt. Mayor Paula suggested earlier what happens if it's less. Well, that'll be a win for us. If it's more, it's going to be a loss. But I think being at 5% is better than the lower rate, and at least shows that we are being prudent in setting a rate that we think is reasonable in the circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Certainly, Councillor Robb is correct in saying that both his motion and my amendment are a more conservative and I think more accurate projection of our likely trading and financial position. The difference is that mine's even more conservative, and mine, and I think Councillor Sarah's, is more appropriately adjusted between the variation between CapEx and OpEx. And that has been at least one thing that I agree with the economists. It's good to differentiate because we know historically there is a differential. What makes this very different to any other spending decision is the inflationary elements help us have a realistic view of things that we've already approved and what the likely costs are to be are to be in the year we're moving into. So here's the rub. Councillor Rob's absolutely right. Mayor Paula, if both Councillor Rob and I have got the inflation elements wrong, and in fact we've been overly cautious, it's wonderful. It means for the first time in a very long time, we will have some extra funds or extra capacity or extra headroom to reallocate. Conversely, any suggestion of removing it, and I'm suggesting even Councillor Rob's projection, is still too risky. I believe it doesn't truly reflect. And the reason why is just look at the data. Some people are projecting inflationary rates of 9.8. Some are reflecting inflationary rates at the high 5.9. We've got a war. We've got all these things. And most importantly, the average ratepayer knows this. The average ratepayer who goes to the supermarket every day is realizing the dollar is not going as far as it once did. And $150 a week extra is going to be spent per household over the next 12 months. So I'm trying to suggest a more conservative, appropriate position. And I would encourage elected members to take this. And if we're wrong, if I'm wrong, then sometime during next year, it will all be great news.
I was confused by the timer then. It started to almost count up again. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any further debate, I think there is in the chamber, and then I'll come to Kesh. Who's in the chamber, please, Amy?
Councillor Thompson.
Yep. Cool.
Councillor Thompson, thank you.
Thank you. So I've seconded Councillor Ewan's amendment here because I do think that we do need to differentiate between the OPEX and CAPEX. We know that design work and construction work is escalating in cost, but at the same time, I prefer the targeted approach than a blanket 7%, because we know that there are some contracts that we already have in place where we're not going to be experiencing cost escalations, and then we have others where they're new projects and we're going back out into the open market. So the targeted approach, I think, is realistic, but it's also, well, as realistic as we can be when we're crystal ball gazing, but it's also providing some commercial tension and tension between governance and management in terms of ensuring that we are still trying to get the best value for our ratepayers. I am concerned there is a $5 million difference in this in between the two when you look at this upcoming annual plan. And I'm concerned that the 5% for CAPEX could be undercooking things, and that could result in either more deferrals or a lot more coming back and forth when it comes to capital projects. And so I think we're better to address this now rather than have staff having to continuously come back to us at the Finance Committee, which I think could cause delays to projects and frustrate them. So that's why I'll be supporting the 7% based on risk. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kesh, I think.
Thank you. There's a lot of, I'm somewhat uncomfortable with this because there's so much that's unknown. It feels like we're guessing at percentages. It's just crystal ball gazing and trying to get the closest inflationary rate that we can. And it makes me feel very uncomfortable. I'm not sure which to support. I'm not sure if I should support any at this stage. I'm almost leaning to let it be as is with that 2.9% and 3% that's already baked in, and then let it come to Finance Committee as needed. If we find that we are getting a lot of cost increases coming to a Finance Committee, then let's look at you know, what percentage should we bake in? Because right now, you know, we went along with this and I did support it, and it's shown us the financial modeling. And what it shows me is that we have the debt headroom. So if costs were to increase, we've got that debt capacity to cover ourselves for the next year. There's always the potential for deferrals in the next 12 months. I'm just not sure if we should look at such a large inflationary percentage when it has such a massive impact on our financials and could lead to a potential rates increase. So I'm more in the, let's just wait and see. We've got the debt headroom if we need it. Don't panic right now. And let's just assess the situation, you know, month on month and see how we go. And I'm happy to be convinced otherwise.
Okay, I think I've got Councillor McPherson.
You have. Look, I would very much like Councillor Robb to be right, but I very much suspect that Councillor Ewan is more likely to be right the way things have been going. Rob talked about it being his estimate in the motion being reasonable. I think it is reasonable, but I'm just a bit worried that it's not realistic enough. I think Ewan's is more realistic. I see it a little bit like the growth projections. You can go with the official figures that sort of mean you have to spend less in your budget, but it could be, and I'm not suggesting this isn't the right word for Rob's suggestion, it could be a fool's paradise, because it might cost you a lot more in the long run if you don't estimate closer to the actual reality. And if Ewan is more right than Rob, taking that more conservative approach, that will mean less deferrals potentially and less future adjustments are needed. I'm pretty sure we won't be adjusting downwards. It's a question of how much upwards we need to adjust. And let's be conservative in that area, I'd say, so I support Ewan's amendment.
Marge, Deputy Mayor Taylor, Amy? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, look, no one knows for sure, do they? Even the experts don't know for sure. They've all got different views. I'm latching on to what Kesh said about, you know, being uncomfortable with it. I thought she, you know, brought a really nice perspective. But I will use that just to say I think our residents are fairly uncomfortable. If they're standing in the queue at the supermarket and paying unbelievable prices, they're uncomfortable. If they're standing at the petrol pump, they're uncomfortable. If they're looking at their mortgage rates and wondering how they're going to manage to pay, they're uncomfortable. It's what they're feeling. The thing I like about Councillor Wilson's amendment here is it's going to force us to be responsible in this annual plan, I think. Plan for the worst, be conservative. It'll force us to trim our list here on my amendment today. And if we're being overcautious, we'd be living within our means for a change. If we come up on the upside of this, the sooner we can get back to not having to borrow for operational spending. There is a terrible uncertainty over supply chain issues, construction, etc. And the good thing about Councillor Wilson's amendment here is it isn't blanket; it's targeted to cap projects which we think are susceptible. So look, I'm in the camp of let's not find ourselves scrambling. Let's not be, you know, let's try and look after the next council. Let's try and look after ourselves in the next year and the city. So I'm going to support the amendment.
Thank you. Any further debate? Do I see some? I'll just make a...
Yes, Councillor Donovan.
Councillor Donovan, thank you.
I was waving my hand, but you couldn't quite see me. I'm going to back up exactly what previous speakers have said. I'm supporting the Wilson, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Thompson motion or amendment, or what, I can't remember what they said it is. But in business, we used to, I keep referring back to things that I've done in business, but we used to take an approach to budgeting every year, which was an understate and overprove scenario. And it always meant that come the end of the financial year, when we did do better than what we thought we were going to do, there was a little bit of fat left over, which was always very enjoyable when you owned a chocolate factory. So that's the approach I'm taking with it. I commend all the work that's been done on it, and I take on board exactly actually something Deputy Mayor said about the piece around the accountability and it being targeted, or it might have been Councillor Thompson, but yeah, I really rate what's been said today. Rate's probably not the best word to use. I applaud everyone for their work.
Councillor Van Ooston.
I'm so
look, thank you very much. The purpose of doing a annual plan is to be able to look to complete our year's worth of work, and to do that by looking at all of the expert information around us in order to be able to predict what additional costs we might need to expend. Staff have given us a very rational explanation for an increase, and that not all of the projects that are in the pipeline will be needing to be adjusted. And so having an approach that is flexible, that allows some up and down, helps to be able to balance the book in a better way. It doesn't put it across every one of the projects, and it also doesn't send a signal that it's okay for the market to help yourself to another 5 or other %. It really only does that to those projects that we know are at risk and that aren't already locked in. And for that reason, I'll be supporting the amendment because it does have that nuanced approach and the ability to be able to, without having to come cap in hand to the Finance Committee for an approval, allow the flexibility within that. So thank you, Councillor Thompson and Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Everyone else make a few comments unless there's anybody else in the chamber. Amy? No? Okay, just a couple of comments. I just want to thank both Councillor Pascoe and Councillor Wilson for taking the approach they did. Both of them have quite rightly identified some major pressures with inflation and are quite rightly taking a cautious approach. There's not a great deal of difference between the two, except that one is a little bit more cautious. But as a result, one has a slightly bigger impact in this year's financial results, this year's financial forecast. So, I think it's actually been a really good debate, and I do think it is time for caution. I would just also note that there's another way to tackle some of this, and that is by doing more for less. And of course, that's the one that's always the most difficult conversation. When we put on the shoulders of the chief executive efficiencies, which we have already done, but if we were to require more, and I know some businesses out there are doing exactly that, they're saying, right, times are tough, we really have to kind of be as squeaky efficient as we can. And so I'm still open to that, because we can make this motion now, soon we'll be talking about rates, and that's where the rubber really hits the road. Okay, let's go to the vote. Oh, sorry, right to reply, Rob.
Thank you. I don't get those very often, so let's enjoy them. Look, budgets are a process of calculating income and expenditure into the future. They are calculated guesses, but in this instance, both myself and Councillor Wilson are basing that guesswork on the data that's available, and we should continue to monitor that right up to the 30th of June in terms of our sign-off. A couple of comments though. I believe that my motion of the 5% inflation will improve tensions between management and governance in the sense of ensuring that some of the costs or some of the project costs that come back to us have had a full scrutiny if they are beyond that 5% limit that we've set in the budget. And I think a suggestion by one of the speakers that Councillor Wilson's motion was much more conservative, I think may have overlooked the fact that his motion will actually cost us another $1 million in terms of our balancing the books deficit. So whether you regard that as more conservative, having a further cost, is something I wanted to make sure that every elected member was well aware of before they voted. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to the vote. We're going on the amendment first. So go for the tick and the cross, and in the room, I'll come to you in a brief second. Pardon?
Councillor Wilson's 1A.
Yeah, Councillor Wilson's one.
Right, thank you.
6 and 2, 3. In the chamber, all of those in favour, please raise your hand. Opposed? That's you, Rob, isn't it? Thank you.
Sarah, can you put your, thank you. And so the amendment is carried. Noting dissenting is Councillor Pascoe, Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Naidu Ralph, Councillor Hamilton, I'm missing somebody, Councillor Bunting, and
All right.
Mayor Southgate.
Right, we'll move to the vote because then we're going to take a tea break. So move to the amendment becomes a substantive motion. We now vote on that, please. And all in favour in the room, please raise your hand. Just Deputy Mayor and Cash, thanks.
The amendment as the substantive motion is carried unanimously.
All right, thank you, everyone. It is 6:10. Is it okay to come back at 7 to do the last bits? Okay, thank you, everyone. All right, 7 o'clock it is.
We should finish all the food by then.
Thank you.
Well, they're all saying yes to it.
I'm here. Sorry, just gonna have to shut some curtains and stuff. Who had something super delicious for dinner?
Lisa's still trying to get hers, so she's getting back in a hurry, but sent her apologies.
Right.
She might be a bit late.
Okay, that's cool. Because I just need to get my head around it. Oh, Fijo is yum. I just had a family delivery, bless their little cotton socks. They bought Greg ice blocks, and they bought me chocolate and Fijo's. So that's what happens when you're isolating.
Fijoas are awful.
Oh, Fijo's are great. I'll eat your share.
You'll be up
And
to the toilet.
Angela O'Leary grows them, and they're beautiful. So I'll be hinting broadly that she should bring me some. Aye.
I did a big Facebook post on about these kids that turned up selling Fijoas and how inspired I was by them, etc. And now we've been just inundated with kids selling the same kids selling us Fijoas every single day of the year. It's just ridiculous. Don't encourage
Angela,
it.
you can get rid of excess Fijo's my end any time you like.
Mine
Yeah, but I have
haven't
to pay
started
for them. It costs
dropping
me
yet,
money.
Paula.
Oh, Mark. Right. Hope you all feel a little bit energized by a short break. I think we can get there, and then we'll all be very happy.
We'll all be done within an hour, I reckon.
I hope so. It should be a very swift debate about rates, shouldn't it? All right, we have to go back to a couple of things on that list that were exceptions for voting separately. Transport stakeholder manager, was that the next one?
That's the next one, yes, me Paula.
Thanks, Julie. No, I don't know who proposed it. To be brought back. No idea, can't remember. Lost the thread. Who wanted this one brought back?
Councillor Pascoe.
Councillor Pascoe, what would you like to achieve here?
He's just on his way back into the chamber, so maybe we'll go to the next one.
Oh yeah, increased service level for burial lawn. Let's do that one. I'll happily move that one. Councillor Leary, are you still going to second that one with the burial one?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you. I didn't bring it back to the table, I think, if I'm right. Dave did. I think Dave did.
That's right, and you made some comments about how sad you were about that, and in light of those comments, I'm going to withdraw bringing it back, Paula. I don't want you to be sad.
Oh, thanks, Dave. Okay, but we do need to move it into the annual plan, so we'll quickly just do that. Can we all go to the vote with the little buttons? What's happening to my mouse here? Right, we'll go to the tick or the cross for that one. Those in the chamber, all in favour, please raise your hand. Max, yep. Opposed?
That was a glimpse of kindness from Councillor McPherson. Have staff checked we've got the real McPherson?
I think you're impersonating me again, Ewan.
I take kindness in whichever form it comes. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, could I just get you to pop the button back on, please?
Just so we can count it out.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. And so now we'll go back. Is Rob there?
Yes.
Is he there? Rob, you brought the one about the transport stakeholder manager. Please signify your intent.
Sorry, which one?
Transport.
Oh yeah, the transport
stakeholder
manager. Yeah, transport manager. I guess it's the same as the other motions, just to re-vote on it. I'm asking for it to be removed, but the way that we're actually doing these is just to take out the part saying that the motion was passed for the purposes of modelling, so it now goes back for re-voting.
Yeah. Can I ask a question on this one? Lance, sorry to put you on the spot here. You know what's coming because I sent it in an email earlier. Is there any way of picking this up through vacancies? I know we need our vacancies and we need lots of things, but for a period of time, not all vacancies will be fulfilled. are we able to do it within the vacancy flexibility, please?
If you wanted for us to absorb this in the personnel costs, the risk you have, that can be done, but the risk you have is that after we've done salary reviews and things like that, we may come back to you at some stage and say that we may not meet budget. Now, I'm not saying that will happen, but that is a possibility. So that's the way I'll answer that question. Yeah, you know,
so
you're
I
asking
understand
us.
there would be a possibility, but how certain are you that within this budget year that we're talking about, oh, this is ongoing, but within the next year, that you wouldn't have some vacancy space?
We'll always have vacancies, but those other roles that are vacant, then there's work programs with those. And I don't mean to sound disrespectful, but we do get mixed messages sometimes around, you know, you want us to squeeze the lemon a bit harder, but you also want the work program we've got done as well. So I think we are, you know, there's 6 million of CE savings budget already. And, you know, we have got a work program. And I have heard clearly from elected members, you know, around balancing up wellness of staff versus actually getting the work done and completely understand that. So, like, we can do it, but, you know, if you're going to add in another 20 roles or something like that, I'd say that we couldn't do it.
So we could do it for a year, which is this annual plan, and we could bring it back.
And review it. Yeah, I'm happy to do that. If we have issues, then if council's comfortable, we could, you know, bring back a proposition the next annual plan if we haven't absorbed it within our vacancy factor.
Because this is OPEX, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So I also moved, excuse me, that position be attained through vacancies in this year only, and that it be brought back to the table for the following annual plan. Jeff, are you seconding me, or? Seconded by Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Mayor Paula, the original motion then, if yours is the motion, then I'll put the original as the amendment.
Okay. All right.
If Councillor Mark Bunting will second that.
Yeah, I'll second that. Yes, I will.
Okay, that's just a matter of order, so that works.
I think the order will work here.
Okay, can we have them up, please?
I'm just working on that right now.
Mine is to recruit a transport stakeholder manager from within the current vacancies of council to be reviewed in the next annual plan.
Well, maybe Mayor Paula just say within the current personnel cost budget line or something like that.
Or whatever's appropriate there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think that'll just give us a bit more flexibility.
You know what the intent of it is, so yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions? Or I wasn't going to bring this one up, but since it got brought up, it enabled me to ask that question. Any questions? I can't see any. Amy? No?
Nothing in the chamber.
Thank you. So we'll go to debate. That means I'm the mover of the motion. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. And I do take on board what you say, Lance, that you can't sort of rob Peter to pay Paul eternally. But I think some of our vacancies might be hard to fill. Some of our personnel costs might allow for it in this year only. So I would like, when this is a really hard situation and we can make a real difference by removing some OPEX, I would like to see you try. And I understand, you know, that there's unders and overs in an annual plan. We may have to adjust our expectations, but that's my starting point, is basically around doing things smarter rather than putting additional staff on. Councillor Bunting, are you moving this? No, it's Angela, isn't it?
Yeah, Angela's moving it. Dave had his hand up before me.
Angela, do you want to talk as the mover of the amendment?
Keep yawning. Look, just to be expedient with the rest of the evening, everyone knows what this is all about. So whether the motion or the amendment goes through, I hope we get something over the line. So thanks.
Brilliant. Thank you, Councillor. I don't know. Is it councillor, somebody in the chamber, did you say, Amy?
No councillors in the chamber. Councillor Bunting.
Councillor Bunting.
Oh, okay, look, I'll just briefly say that similar point to that was raised last time, and that is, look, this work is going to be done anyway. We're going to need an engagement manager. 2 words, one of them is streets, the other one is innovating. How handy would this person have been during that time to ease the dialogue between some of the contentious or the disagreeing groups? I stood at Crosby Road wishing we had this person at our fingertips there and then, and we'd contracted it out. You lose a little bit of control when you contract it out to a contractor. So look, the money is still going to be spent anyway, and I also think it's going to be someone we're going to need a bit more often than just a year away. I think it's very cute and clever and easy to try and incorporate it into current vacancies, but this one in particular is one we desperately need, because we've got some massive projects coming up, and they're going to need some really serious engagement. Not consultation, not communication, engagement. These are the people, or this is the person who's going to bring some of the, bring the community feedback back into the building. And that is what a lot of us have been complaining about, that hasn't been happening right. So I'm supportive of this one in particular. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bunting. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, thanks. I'm without the video just because of the dodgy connection. It's only just come back on, sorry. Look, I think it's a bit of a false economy to say we can get it out of staffing. That is going to be under pressure. We're looking for staff at the moment. We're having to pay above the odds, many cases when we find them. But more so, there were huge complaints from the public over some issues like Ward Street and from many councillors about the lack of quality consultation and engagement with the community over some of our transport innovation changes. And I'd hate to see work in that area be dependent on budget shortfalls elsewhere. This deserves and needs an allocation all of its own, or otherwise we're not going to worry too much about consultation. We're just going to, whatever decisions we do, we'll assume are right and we'll go ahead, because to be honest, I don't think it's any sort of sustainable solution to rely on a budget shortfall for a year, for 3 months, for 6 months, for 2 years. So I think it's important we actually do this. We are going to have a lot of transport projects. Bunty's touched on that. It's not just the big ones, it's lots of small ones. Getting it alongside communities when you're trying to change a parking area to a partial cycleway combined with parking areas. They have been some of the very difficult ones where you're trying to please all parties. We need to be alongside the community more than we have been. I think we've all acknowledged that, and we need to make it a dedicated resource to do that. So I'm definitely in favour of Angela and Bunty's amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I think good words have already been said. I'd just add that part of the motivation of adding moving to a 5% inflation rate across the board for OPEX was, part of that reasoning was around staffing pressures, and we want to be retaining and recruiting staff in a challenging environment. So I feel uncomfortable about going down a bit of a slippery slope where we start to be adding in roles when we don't necessarily know if we will have the funding for them, and staff may have to be coming back to us. So it does feel like a bit of a false economy, but either way, this will be an important role. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further debate? No? Shall I go to right of reply? I don't really want to waste time. I think I agree, at least in 3/4 part, with everyone who spoke of this as a needed position. I just want to test out some flexibility within the vacancy situation that we have, and I do understand what Lance has said about staff pressures and where they lie, but always there is some rolling opportunity, and I guess we've just got to at least try some other methods. This actually makes a difference on our end of year result here and our ability to balance the books because it's OPEX. So, all right, thank you. We'll go to the vote on the, can you put them up please, Amy? Okay, so we put the amendment first, please. All in favour of the amendment? And those in the council chamber, I think there's 2 of you. In favour, raise your hands. Opposed? Thank you.
The amendment is carried, 645 against, noting that Councillor apologies, one of the buttons has just flashed on. We are at a hung vote.
Well, I'm going to cast my vote in favour of the motion of losing the amendment. Can we go to the motion?
The amendment is lost, noting that those dissenting were Mayor Southgate, Deputy Mayor Taylor, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Naidu-Ralph, Councillor Donovan and Councillor Pascoe.
Okay, let's go to the vote then, please. On
Order. Point of order. At the time the vote was taken, and I was watching the screen, Councillor Ryan was in the room there.
Was he?
And he flicked onto no video after you had called for the vote.
Were you in the room? Were you in the room to vote?
That was sold you having to use your casting vote one way or another, Paula. I think he's here now, and he was there at this when you called the vote.
Yeah, I can't speak to that. I saw the motions flash up on the screen, and I couldn't make a decision, so I had to abstain. But if the motions go back, I'm happy to.
There's no abstention in this council, unfortunately. Let's go back to the vote.
I hear the vote.
Okay, we have to go back to the vote, please.
I need to see the motions, otherwise I'll do the same thing.
Yeah. Okay. So can we see the motions, please?
I feel like we should be playing a drum.
We're voting on the amendment, Ryan, which is to add additional. Well, I don't want to lead it. Is financial impact of 120,000. And the motion, if that's lost, the motion is to take it from within existing personnel costs, vacancies or such. That's the difference. Either way, you still get a stakeholder manager.
Okay.
Thank you for your debate.
I don't think it was a debate. I could have done a lot worse than that. Councillor, let's go to the vote on the amendment.
Just wait it on.
Where are we? Oh, and in the chamber,
Paula, are you voting?
Oh yeah, I thought I did. Sorry, I did. And in the chamber, all those for, raise your hands. Against.
But Mark, I don't think your vote is showing.
Oh, sorry. This is for the amendment, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah.
The amendment is lost, 647 against. Noting that those dissenting is Mayor Southgate, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Naidu-Ralph, Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor, and in the chamber we have Councillor Donovan and Councillor Pascoe dissenting.
Okay, all right. So now we're going for the motion.
Let me just clear everything.
Thanks. All right, we go for the motion.
Oh no, it's too late to ask a question of clarity, isn't it?
Pretty much is, unfortunately.
And in the chamber, the motion is carried, 10-4-3 against, noting that those dissenting is Councillor McPherson, Councillor Gallagher and Councillor Van Oosten.
Thank you, everyone. That brings us next to the
climate change resource. and we have split this into the two separate resolutions that were put forward the other day. The first one is for the 190,000 for the additional staff resource, and then there was a separate 100,000 for the correction to the budget.
I understand Councillor Sarah Thompson, Deputy Chair of the Environment, has a motion to uphold the original recommendation from the other day.
Could you put it up, please?
If we're testing it again.
I can't remember who brought it to the table this time, but
Mayor Paula, it's Rob here. I did.
Thank you.
And I will be suggesting an amendment if the motion is on the table from Sarah, and that amendment is to read similar to your motion for the last item. That is that it be taken from existing personnel budgets.
Okay. Just a question on that, because it's a new amendment. Can I ask a question, Lance? Does that put you under more is that more pressure than you're comfortable within personnel budgets?
Yeah, I'll reiterate what I said before. I think, you know, this squeezes the lemon even harder. So there will be effects of this.
Okay. Cool, thank you. Okay, is that a question, Councillor Van Esten?
Yes, it is. I just had a question with regard to two parts to that. Is that what we're debating here? There was, excuse me, Julie, there was the error with the 100,000, and I understood that wasn't for financial modelling, but was for the budget. And I wonder if you could clarify just that point for me.
Councillor Van Esten, you are correct. So the first resolution was for the purposes of financial modelling, which is the 190,000 for staff resource. And then the second resolution that you passed was that you note the draft annual plan budget will reflect a correction. So that one wasn't for financial modelling. You've effectively agreed that position. We just wanted to make sure both of those things were in front of you again. If you don't pass any motion on that second component, it stands having approved that budget change.
I wonder whether Mayor Paula, we can't dispense with that point now then, given that other items that had that same wording aren't being re-litigated in this meeting, but will go through to the
I understand.
to the draft budget. Yeah.
So can we get them up, and then we can maybe.
So I have removed that section to make it clearer.
Thank you. Thanks very much. That's my
at
point.
the moment, and then I've got a question coming from Dave. At the moment, there's no seconder for either of those.
Well, I'm seconding as the chair of the Environment Committee.
Thank you. Any seconder for Councillor Pascoe?
Yep, I'm seconding it. Jeff, yeah.
Councillor McPherson?
Mute. I want to ask Lance a bit more detailed question about the staffing budget that you started asking. 310,000 being proposed to drag out of the staff vacancy pool, if you like, Lance. What's the amount that you have free at the moment in there, and what's your prospects of filling those vacancies?
So we are running around 16% voluntary turnover, and my understanding from Dan is that we have about 50% of the 70 plus roles that are vacant at the moment that are in negotiations and in the recruitment phase. So, you know, we're close to getting bums on seats. The dollar figure, Councillor Dave, I couldn't tell you that. We'd have to go away and do some analysis around that. I'd be plucking numbers out of the air because obviously each of the salaries are different, and I don't have that in front of me. But you know, you're looking at you know, start looking at $300,000. You know, we generally sort of charge people out at an average of 100 grand or something like that across the council. You know, you're looking at 3 FTEs, and you know, every time that we go into that vacancy pool, then that basically means that we're potentially cutting spending or programs in another area if budgets get tight, without actually knowing what those are, not having done that analysis. Yeah, yeah, it's a hard one to answer, but it does have effect potentially on the work program in other parts of the council.
Right. And how many staff have we had dedicated to the climate change / environment area, dedicated full-time or even part-time, I guess, in the 3 years since we agreed that climate action was urgent?
I'll get General Manager Sean to answer that.
We've currently got 2 staff dedicated to this.
Have we had them the whole time through?
No, we had, we started with 1 staff member and now we have
2. And you've assessed that 4 is the maximum you need, minimum you need?
So this would get us to actually having 3 staff. The reason we've got 2 at the moment is someone is on parental leave. If this budget, the 190 grand is successful, then we would end up with 3 staff.
Okay, and you think that'll do the job for the next couple of 3 years? What's that?
I think it would probably get us through to the long-term plan, but I actually think that a lot of the work that we're talking about is to do the climate strategy and the policy work that actually helps us figure out what we need to do in the long-term plan. I think this is becoming an area that is requiring more resource, but I think that's probably an LTP conversation for anything beyond this.
Okay. And what's been the attitude of our Environment Committee towards the under-resourcing, let's say, you know, compared with the 3 staff you think you need at the moment? Has there been complaints by the Environment Committee about the speed with which we've been able to generate those strategies and policies?
I think Martin may like to answer that, but I could make a comment that I don't think any of us are, from a staff point of view, are satisfied with how quickly we've been able to move on those things.
Yeah, thanks, Sean.
Obviously, as chair, I think you'll know my view, and I'm not getting into debate, but as chair of the Environment Committee, this job was given to me. I have to inform colleagues I am seriously concerned at our capacity.
Hang on, Martin, and we're not in debate yet, are we?
No,
so question.
Point of order. The member addressed a question to me, but I'm happy to answer it. But if you don't want me to answer it, then I'll accept your ruling.
Just stick to the straight answer. Yeah.
My straight answer is yes, we have raised it. Both the chair and the deputy are seriously concerned with regard to the staffing resource. Even, you know, in terms of people having to take maternity leave, be off sick, etc. So the extra resource, I think, will be quite crucial.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to a debate. I think we understand it, so let's go to a debate. Can you put the motions up again so we just see where we're at, please, Amy, just quickly?
Or have we settled that 100,000 out as a separate one? So I didn't understand.
Yeah.
That's not part of the deal.
No, that's gone.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, can you explain that for me again? Because that was quite a point for me last time. When you say the 100,000 is gone, what do you mean?
Maybe if I could help there, Councillor Bunting. So the 100,000 was error in the LTP budget, and in the resolutions that you passed the other day, most of them you passed for the purpose of modelling, but for the 100,000, the wording was that you note that it will be changed in the budget. So we skipped the modelling bit and went basically straight to you approving that change of 100,000.
We've approved the 100,000? Right, yes. Got it, yeah. That's right, thank you. And now I remember. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Debate. So the mover, please, to debate first.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Look, to be quite frank, this is not any reflection on our staff, it's a reflection on the resourcing. The work of the Environment Committee has limped along this term, particularly when we look at the fact the Council voted for urgency on climate change and to develop an urgent climate action plan. We're now nearing the end of the term and we're still in the development stage of our climate strategy. So we went for a whole year with no dedicated resource, even though the Council had decided to create an action plan. So we've started off on the back foot, and I am really concerned that if we don't have dedicated resourcing, then we will continue to be on the back foot. And we've got our policy and strategy, which are going to be really important in terms of implementation and preparing for the LTP. Again, I don't feel comfortable with just taking from the larger personnel budget. We don't know what impact this is going to have, what other work programs are going to suffer, and it goes against the ethos of what we're trying to do with the inflation and being realistic, I think, which is to make sure that we're not forcing staff to come back to us because, you know, we were crossing our fingers and hoping that things would be okay. So I would prefer to fund this up front. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. Councillor Pascoe, was it you who moved the amendment?
Yes, I did, Your Worship. Yes, I did, thank you. And I just wish to speak. I wish to just make a couple of comments about how you actually create a budget. And I've gone on to Dr. Google, who tells me that in order to create a budget, you calculate your income, you list your spending, you set the goals, you choose a strategy, you adjust your habits, and then you track your progress. Now, for some reason, and I've sat around this table for 9 years, and Council seems to do its budget quite the reverse, by working out what we need to spend or what we want to spend, and then going back in our case with a deficit and about taking steps as to how we might reduce that deficit to fit the income that our community can afford to pay us. I really think that we really need to sit down and not look at adding costs on costs on costs. And I'm being unfair on Sarah here because I have no doubt that she believes this cost is absolutely necessary to advance the work that she's doing in climate change. And I don't doubt that for any reason. But our whole strategy in developing and building a budget is completely round the wrong way. And we really need to get our heads around how much income we can take from our ratepayers and then set our spending accordingly. And we're not doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bunting. Yeah,
this has been a strange 6 months or however long this has been, this meeting. And I think I've just witnessed one of the funniest things, and I mean this with ultimate respect and certainly no a little love, but it does worry me when our Chair of Finance, well-respected accountant and director, has to Google how to do a budget. But you have convinced me, Rob. I will be supporting your motion, your amendment.
Thank you. Any further debate? Is there anyone in chamber? No? Okay, so let's move to the amendment, please.
Well, I think
motion.
Dave,
Martin, you're going to... Yep. No, you're mute. Sorry, mute.
Now he's also not there.
Oh, has he done something?
Go, Councillor Dave.
You've got. Have you debated, Councillor Dave?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Oh, go Martin. Yes, we can hear you.
That my screen froze, and I want to apologise for that, and I'll try and compose myself. Can I just make the observation that climate change is real, and whoever is on the new council will be facing the ongoing massive impact and how you adapt all your programs and budget in the long-term plan. As you recall, just before the last election, we had the debate about climate emergency, and obviously I respect in the forthcoming election, naturally, it will be a key legitimate issue of community concern and natural debate. I respect that. Our Chief Executive has said today that how much in this area can you squeeze the lemon? Squeeze the lemon. And I have to tell you, in terms of the work in front of us, and this is crucial, we are still, as I said the other day, using the fossil fuel analogy, operating on the smell of an oily rag. Our work in the Environment Committee, which is preparatory to all that massive work that you are going to have to do to build to your next long-term plan, in my view, is currently compromised given the current resource we have. We've given away earlier on savings, a so-called savings of transport engagement planner. So I'm just really genuinely going to have to urge colleagues to please uphold the decision you made last week in terms of keeping this money within our annual plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dave.
Thanks. Look, I want to tell the chair of the Environment Committee off for talking about using the term operating on the smell of an oily rag. I think that's totally inappropriate for the Environment Committee chair to use that analogy. Thank you, Martin. Look, the reality is, and Sarah touched on this quite a bit, we've had no action in this area other than writing some words on paper and then sitting around the table discussing them. And part of the reason, a large part, it's been said to those who've bothered to turn up at the Environment Committee, and we've all been able to, is that there is no resource to put them in place. We've been waiting for surveys to be done. We've been waiting for plans to be put in place that arise from our strategy, for targets to be set, and then for monitoring to start, so we can work out what our baselines are, let alone what our ongoing work needs to be. Now, this isn't, Rob, work that Sarah is doing. This is work that council is supposed to be doing. It's a council policy that climate change is an urgent issue that we should be addressing. And either we're going to keep having our strategies and plans in this area as coffee table books, or we're going to have them as action plans and implementation of those action plans. And without
Oops. Is anybody else seeing him as frozen or just me?
Yeah, no, he's frozen up.
It's definitely a nice age.
Hell had the gist of it 3 years ago.
Dave, pause
we
a
haven't
second.
had the action.
Dave, just pause again. I'm not trying to be rude here, but you froze. You said it's definitely, and then you went all blank. Frozen. Do you want to go back a little step?
Yeah, if you can hear me, sorry. Thanks,
That's okay.
I think I was saying we've definitely had very little action. We've effectively had a series of coffee table books produced. We need to have the ability with a dedicated budget and dedicated staffing to actually get some action going and implementation going in this area. It's supposed to be one of the important things we've said we're doing, but where is the budget that follows?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Paula. First of all, I want to defend my good friend, Councillor Rob. I think it's a little unfair for some to sort of suggest his presentation of what goes into a budget. I think he was simply trying to make it as simple for all of us. So I don't think it's fair to assume that he doesn't know how to make a budget. That's the first point. The second point is, I'd like to say I haven't heard anybody disagree with both Sarah and Dave and even Martin in relating to the fact that we need to have the staffing resource for what is a really important initiative. But what I have heard is elected members being very concerned about the financial position and saying to management, listen, we know that at one stage we had 70 vacancies. We're now being told it's potentially down to 50. That leaves 20 at 100 grand each. That's about 2 million. And what we're saying is to management, unreservedly, yeah, we want you to the lemon harder. We want you to find a way of making this happen. Now, the reality is that's quite a natural tension between governance and management. And I would say for a number of years that tension hasn't been there. And on top of all of that, we have put quite an inflationary cushion on top. And so I'm challenging the Chief Executive and his team to resource this out of existing budgets. I remind everybody, our current payroll in this organisation is $102 million a year. So I believe some natural tension is needed and should apply. And please don't try to suggest those who are asking for that are at all turning their backs on the importance of the environment. What we're saying is fiscal responsibility is important, and we're asking management to implement that.
Thank you, Councillor Houston.
Thank you. I am one of the elected members who have been recently attending the Environment Committee, and I'm staggered at the level of knowledge and at the depth of investigations and the ability of our council to be able to respond to climate action and with such a small resource. We made a commitment to Hamiltonians through our climate action emergency vote before I was on council, or urgency, I beg your pardon, and that needs to be paid for. I believe that in order to be able to meet that commitment, we must have the expertise of more staff in order to be able to do that. In order to be able to work on the actions and to build an action plan, we have to have that expertise to put together those actions for us. Now, a government, we're in an environment where government are increasing the responsibility of council around a variety of different compliances. And if we don't position ourselves well, we won't be able to put the best of Hamilton's efforts behind it. And so I believe that we have to have this person, not just as an extra added into a budget that we've jiggered about with and increased a little bit, but have to indeed recognise and account for this person in this role. So I'll be supporting the original motion.
Thank you. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Firstly, I just wanted to thank everyone for their support in terms of these important roles lovely, regardless of how it comes. But I guess I do want to respond to Councillor Ewan's calculations there. A portion of our vacancies is already accounted for in budget, so we do have to keep that in mind. And I guess my other response is to our staff, if this does end up putting, if the amendment ends up being the substantive motion, and this does end up putting pressure on any other work programs, then please do come back to us, because at that point we do need to know that, and we can make the right decisions at that point. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. Everyone, I'll just say a couple of words, but not many. I'm a little bit more torn on this because I did set up.
Point of order.
Oh, yeah.
I apologise, Your Worship, but I thought Councillor Thompson was exercising right to reply.
Oh, was she? All right, then I'll say nothing.
No. I mean, if you're happy to give her a right to reply after you, that's cool.
Yeah, I lost track. I didn't realise you were in your right to
man.
reply because I hadn't called for it. But okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. This one's a little bit harder for me because I support Environment Committee. Okay, let's go to the vote. We're going on the amendment. Can we see them, please?
So the amendment is the Pascoe-Taylor cut. Okay.
Okay, cast your vote by the tick and a tick or a cross, and those in favour in the chamber, please raise your hand. I can't see the chamber now, just it.
Well, I don't know if you've voted.
Oh,
sorry, you have.
okay. Opposed? All
The
right,
amendment is carried. Noting dissenting, we have Councillor McPherson, Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Onodu, Ralph, Gallagher, Van Oosten and Thompson. Those in the chamber have voted in favour.
Okay, so we go to the motion, that the amendment becomes the motion. We'll vote with a tick or a cross, please. Whoops. In the chamber, all those in favour? I think there's two little hands up there. Opposed, anyone?
You voting, Martin?
I think Leo should get the cutest award prize.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Leo again. That was brilliant.
Yeah, comment of the night.
Wasn't it?
He was spitting out carrot onto me. Let's keep it on this side.
Oh, nice.
He's gorgeous.
Could be worse. Okay, so we're on to...
we're now moving to the ones at the capital. Sorry, actually, we had the Collingwood branding proposal that Councillor Dave has asked for us to come back. That has no motion because there was no motion put forward. So, Councillor Dave, if you'd like to put one up.
Well, the motion was the original motion. That's why I didn't need to write out anything again.
But it didn't go forward, nothing went
No,
forward.
but the original motion that was put
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Dave, you want to move that and give a seconder?
If I have a seconder, yeah.
Is there a seconder? There is no seconder.
Yeah, there is a seconder.
Is there?
Councillor Gallagher.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Gallagher. I have to look out for your pointy finger and I know what you're doing. Okay, thank you. We won't really need to go into much debate about a question about this. It's fairly self-explanatory, so we'll go into debate. Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, could we just show the motion as well?
Yeah. We'll do a debate while we're looking at it.
Thanks. Look, when this was proposed, sorry, you're right, Paula?
Yeah, off you go.
When this was proposed, I believe by Kesh, the point was made that the Hamilton business community, CBD business community was arguing for this. And I think while we've talked about cutting costs and the needs for community organisations, I would have to admit that the business community, especially representing the smaller, more bespoke city businesses, haven't had their day in the sun unless it's rates they're paying. That's about the only time that they, in the last year or so, that they've been able to put their case forward, from what I can see. And while I'm not now closely in touch with them, I am aware that they're really keen on getting the central city and the different precincts within it rejuvenated, and this is part of that strategy. So I'm of a mind to support it for $30,000, 50 cents a ratepayer for over the year. It's about a cent a week. I think is reasonable to support the start-off work for getting the Collingwood Street precinct rebranded, rejuvenated, relivened at there to support them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Naidu-Rowe.
Kesh?
Kesh? She's on her phone, I know that because she texted me. We'll go to Mark and see if Kesh can be retrieved.
There we go. I'll pad out until Kesh comes back. Look, out of loyalty to Kesh and out of what I've just heard from Dave, I'll support this. I don't think we're going to win it, but I will support this one. I think it's...
Can you hear me? Oh.
Yeah, hang on, Kesh. We've got Mark now.
Yeah, I'm just padding out till you get here, Kesh, so I'll be about 2 seconds. You know, I'm not a big fan of the branding that's been mooted. I would rather see it actually called Collingwood Street and it becomes famous, just like Lygon Street in Melbourne. And I think you're guaranteed to miss every hit you don't take. So yeah, I'll support this one and see how it rolls. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Kesh.
Thank you. I won't speak for too long, but just to add that the initial proposal, there was talk about this being funded through HCBA's activation fund. And I've since heard that that has been fully allocated and fully spent. So this would be seed funding to do the feasibility study and the baseline work for us to go out to funders thereafter. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. I'm like you, battles in the dark. Hey, look, as was said previously, I think this is a great idea, a great concept. I just don't think it's right for us to be dipping in and supporting it this time. We already had a $100,000 activation fund, and we just topped that up 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I think we're going to see some of the action plan that HCBA is pushing through in the next 2 months, 3 months. So we've tipped a lot into the CBD. There is also the fact that the HCBA rates all the commercial properties in the CBD right down to Whitiwa Bridge, right up to the police station. So it's a massive area. And so I don't think that council should be just cherry picking bits off at this time. Not to say it's not a great idea, but I think some of it has to be birthed from those businesses in the area themselves. And if it's only 30 grand, surely a dozen businesses can chip in and do something special themselves.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Taylor, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Yep, it's a great idea and its time's going to come. And as Councillor Hamilton says, we're actually working with HCBA and putting in some significant funding in there to actually help the central city in the next few months. There's already been some significant measures that we've taken to try and help some businesses. And to be honest, I think one of the best things the central city businesses would like to see is actually us as a council living within our own means and showing some respect for the difficulty that others are having and not spending money easily. We've got to be tight. We've got to be tight, and you know, things have to wait. And I'm going to argue later on that there's a number of things that just have to wait and just have to be put out. And you know, we all want a box of chocolates now, but you know, these are not the times for that. So I'm going to be, you know, opposing this. Great idea, and it's going to happen.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to the vote, please. We're voting on. Oh, sorry, Russia for reply.
Thank you, Paula. Just briefly, I don't think this is a proposal for a box of chocolates. I think at best it's a proposal for the chocolate box to see what we're going to, the framework we're going to put in place to then go out and fill it with chocolates later. And I'm pretty sure it'll have to be HCBA organising that. But I don't have a problem that it's just, as Ewan said, there's a huge area. Sorry, not Ewan, Ryan said there's a huge area. Why should we be favouring Collingwood? It's actually been a decision of the organisation that we support from within the business community that they would like to prioritise a plan for that area. And all of us, I've heard all of us talk about the need to rejuvenate and enliven the CBD, and that's way overdue for that to happen. We all know that. It's not the great idea to put the starting work off for yet another year. As Kesh said, it is seed funding. I had to chuckle when Bunty talked about Lygon Street being famous in Melbourne. In actual fact, if you're in Melbourne, the name Collingwood is far more famous than Lygon will ever be. Great football team, Bunty, there. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the vote, everyone. Can we put it back up again? Sorry, Amy. I must feel it goes up and down and down. You're doing a fabulous job, Amy. Everybody is saying so. Thank you so much. Let's get it up. Thank you.
Is
Kesh
still there?
I suppose she is. I don't know. She was on her phone because it's bedtime for children. So.
Yep, she is. She's voted.
Okay, so we're voting for that.
And against? Against or for?
In the chamber, all those for and against.
The motion is lost, noting those dissenting are Councillor Donovan, Councillor Pascoe, Mayor Southgate, Councillor O'Leary and Wilson, Councillor Van Oosten, Councillor Hamilton and Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Julie, put me in the right direction from where we go now.
Now we're moving on to the remaining capital projects that were asked to be discussed. The first one was the Comet and the Meteor route. If Amy could pop that one up, thank you.
Thank you.
Wasn't the burial lawn before that, or no?
Oh, my apologies. Yes, we had started on the burial lawn and then delayed it because
No, it was withdrawn.
No, it's been dropped.
it was drawn.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, it has. That's sorry.
There was a
Time Dave Matt came back from dinner.
That's right. I forgot about that.
All right, thank you. Let's move forward. Thank you. The Meteor.
Well, I'm moving this. I haven't got a seconder as yet.
Okay.
What's being moved?
You'll see it on the screen. It's being shared now. Deputy Mayor proposes this. Would you like to tell us what your intent is here, please?
I will second it to get it on the board.
Yeah, I'm voting it down.
So you're not actually moving it, Jeff?
You're not moving it.
No, sorry.
That's why I'm confused. I don't know what the hell he's moving.
Okay, so who was the original?
I'm bringing it back for the purposes of voting against it.
Okay.
And I'll move it then for the
Councillor-
purposes of allowing the deputy measure vote against it.
And seconder, please.
Oh, second.
Thank you, Councillor Sarah. Okay.
Paul, I've sent to you and to Amy proposed amendment.
Have you?
Yeah, quite a lot, way back at the start of this afternoon.
Oh, okay.
Dave, am I correct in thinking that it's this one here? Or have I copied the wrong note?
Yes, it is, sorry.
So is that an addition? That's an amendment. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just trying to keep hold of track of chat, private messages, blah blah blah, and this. Okay, so that's a moved by Dave, and we'll get a seconder, will we? Can you explain what you're trying to achieve here, Dave?
This is actually more or less the motion that originally was put up, that that what's there now narrowly beat. This is the one that says we don't do anything until year 3, and we do it all then, subject to, and it wasn't explicit in the original motion, subject to what a subsidy being sought and made available. That's for the whole amount, not just the capital amount.
Okay.
And it's got the same in not having in-lane bus stops, but as in the motion. So that part of it's no different. It's really the difference is whether you do the 800,000 in year 2, funded fully by council.
Okay, got it.
A whole lot in this year 3.
Councillor Hamilton.
Question for Dave for the amendment. That's 3 million. It's gone. I can't quite see it now. Was it 4 million? Is that 4 million gross?
Included, gross. It includes both of them are gross. It includes the 800,000 design and the 3.2 construction. So it's just those two figures from A and B above added together, Brian. And both.
Okay, so that 3.2. So that 3.2 would have 1.6 from Wakakotahi.
51%, yeah, would be what would be sought under normal circumstances.
And if it didn't achieve the Wakakotahi subsidy, it would fall flat? Is that how that works?
Yes, and the same with B above, except the design and engagement would already have been done by us.
Dave,
hang on a minute, Sarah. Is that a question? Just got a couple.
Yeah, I've got a question of Dave as well.
Yeah,
I'll let others ask questions first. That's fine.
Just trying to keep some track of the questions, if that's okay, Sarah. So, Councillor Hamilton, you finished your questions. I'm going to pop your hand down. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That's largely it. Yeah.
I think it was.
I
can't see just right now whether it was Mark or Maxine. It was Maxine, I think. Bear with me, Mark, if it wasn't.
Yep, cool. Could you please put the motion back up again in the amendment?
Did you pop your hand down, Ryan?
My question.
Well, I'm
sorry.
still talking, but.
Oh, have you not finished?
Well, I had one more question, if I may.
Okay, yes, sorry. I'm losing the thread here. Maxine, would you hold a second? Someone else is talking over the top, so it makes it even harder. Ryan, James, your speaker's on.
Thanks.
Sorry, I'm hearing two voices.
Ryan.
So what was that, right?
Ryan.
I was just getting into the twilight zone. Dave, the 800K design, potentially we could also get a reimbursement, what do you call it, retrospective subsidy from Te Wakakotahi, potentially, could we, with that?
Staff would advise very unlikely, if ever, to get retrospective. You might want to ask staff that, but that's what they said when that question was asked in the other day. They sort of implied that if you did that ahead of, what they said, was year 3 is the most likely year to be able to get subsidy in. I think that was how Martin put it.
So staff, can you confirm that so we get a straight answer for Ryan, please?
It's Robin here, Mayor Paula. Yes, I can confirm that Councillor Dave's interpretation is correct.
Thank you. Okay, Ryan, that answered your question.
Thank you.
Councillor Bunting. Councillor Van Oosten, then Councillor Bunting.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. Look, my question's for Councillor Dave, and it's just with regard to C in the motion. It identifies Te Rapa Road and Ulster Street specifically as being excluded for in-lane bus stops,
Yeah,
presumably
look,
because they're busy. Is that something?
well, look, I think to make it apples with apples, I didn't have the other motion wording in front of me when I was writing this up. Sorry, to make that an A and that part B of an A and B, and take it out of the, if you see what I mean, 2 sections below, because it was meant to be the same.
Thank you, and therefore that
take out the noting.
Noting, yeah. Okay, thank you. That was my question. Kia ora.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. It's a pity, actually. I was starting to like that one. So, Dave, you're this is the motion that you voted against last time. Is that right?
No, this is the one I supported last time. I just felt it's really a tactical issue. Do you think it's best to do the design for 800 yourself and then hope to get it the next year, or wait until the next year for the whole lot?
Right. So you're saying we spend no money in this next financial year on it. Is that right?
Correct.
But you did vote against it last time, if I remember rightly. Even Martin did as well, I think. No, I supported the 4 million in year 3 as my first step, but I'm pretty sure certainly supported the doing something. Yeah, okay. All right. Thanks, Dave. That answers my question.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So we're going to go into debate with the mover of the motion.
Mayor Paula. Rob here.
Hi, Rob.
I'll support Councillor McPherson if he's looking for a seconder.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll go to the mover and then the mover of the amendment for debate. Councillor O'Leary.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, this work is certainly no chocolate in a chocolate box. The majority of these projects are around safety and getting pedestrians safely across roads and busy roads on what will be, or what is now and what will be a future high frequency bus routes. And we know from statistics how quickly those high frequency services are picked up by commuters and by travellers. So both of these routes need some tweaking of some infrastructure to be safer, to get pedestrians across roads, and to have them easily accessible to these one's a new one, high frequency bus routes. So this isn't a nice to have if you're concerned about the safety of residents accessing to high frequency bus routes. This is about safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Leary. Anybody else? Mover of the amendment, please, Dave.
Yeah, thanks. Look, firstly, I agree 100% with Angela's points. No disagreement at all. And the only issue here is what's the best tactic to follow, I guess. Other people may have other issues, but the motion suggests that we pay the 800,000 in the coming financial year to do the work in preparation for applying for funding and hopefully getting it, fighting for it with NZTA Kotahi, whereas mine says, look, let's do all of the work in year 3. You can plan for it without starting it. And while that may be a bit of a rush and not as, I ideally would like to go with the motion, I just think we've got a better chance of getting an extra $400,000, I guess, out of NZTA by putting the whole application for both the design and the construction into year 3, which is, as Robin sort of confirmed and Martin expanded on a bit the other day, that's when the NZTA finds out which projects haven't been, transport projects haven't been able to go ahead in other councils, and there's a bit of headroom available in their budget, and that's when you can often pick up extra support. So that's why the lion's share of Angela's motion and all of my motion are pitching at. I'm just saying, I guess, let's go for the whole lot in that year for a subsidy.
Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thanks, Mayor Southgate. Yeah, look, this is a very big amount to be inserted into an annual plan, whether it's this year or next year. It's a big amount of money. For my money, it's an LTP decision, and councillors will have had a chance now to look at the financial modelling, rate rise, the balancing the books, particularly with the higher inflation that we've talked about for some capital projects. And I'm asking you to decide whether it really needs to be done at the speed that we are being told it needs to be done. Does this need to happen in this time frame? Look at the financial modelling again. Look at the rate rise, look at the debt, look at the balance in the books. Think about the fact that you're pushing the balancing books out another year so that we're borrowing to pay to keep the lights on. And look at this again with that lens. Does this need to be done in the time frame that it's being sold to you? That's it. It doesn't. So no one's denying that PT isn't necessary. No one's denying, sorry, am I over time? No one's denying that this won't be a great bus route in the future. There's no doubt that overall patronage is down, and there's reasons for that, COVID, etc. But I accept that there are some routes that are going to work really well, and that's great. But doesn't have to be done today, doesn't have to be done tomorrow. So that's all I'm saying. Just, we normally decide things, big decisions, make big decisions in the LTP. Every 3 years, that's where we normally reserve these decisions. This has been thrust in for good intentions.
What's time, mate?
Sorry, Paula. But my thing is, what's the hurry? Thank you.
Right, if we can keep the timer up occasionally, Amy, just
apologies for that.
No, that's all right. It's just, it's really hard. We've had a long day. It's hard to not slip, so it's no blame. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, I have to disagree with the Deputy Mayor. We just received really sad news of someone losing their life on Boundary Road, and the reality is most of these investments are going into crossings over busy roads. 2 crossings on Te Rapa Road, one on Ulster Street. Both of these are 60k environments with 4 lanes and very few crossing points. Another one on Pembroke Street. And so at the very least, I would really like to see these be done over the next couple of years, because they're really critical safety issues. And you know, the sad thing is that maybe if we'd had the Casey Street crossing in place, you know, something could have been different. So timing does matter. And look, in terms of the motion and the amendment, I can see there's rationale behind both. I personally still think that the motion does lead to a better outcome, because if we're able to get shovel ready by getting our designs done up front, then we have a better chance of actually making use of the money if it does come about later on in year 3 of the NLTP, but at the same time, I'm again pragmatic, and I wouldn't want us to see us lose both. So at this stage, I'll probably be supporting the amendment, but if that loses, then the motion. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. Right of reply.
Thanks, Ms. Southgate. I think just to mention to members that the work isn't actually rushed. Staff have been working on this for some time, quite a while ago, I can't remember when, but we asked staff to go and do a bit of a stock take on the infrastructure along these 2 routes. And so a proper study was carried out that took a bit of time. And this is the recommendation of that work that we requested. It's certainly not gold-plated by any stretch of the imagination, but it is work, as you've heard, that it is really quite desperately needed to provide really safe services. So, thank you.
Great, thank you. We'll go to the vote. The amendment.
Can we put that up again? Put it up, thanks.
So let's do the tick or the cross for the amendment. Okay. In the room, 4.
The amendment is carried, noting that Councillor Wilson, Councillor Bunting, Councillor Hamilton and Deputy Mayor Taylor are dissenting.
So the amendment becomes the motion. We'll go to the vote.
I think you may have missed Councillor Ryan out of that.
Did we? Did we miss Councillor Ryan?
Good point.
Has he been abstaining?
Apologies,
again?
that was Councillor Hamilton also dissenting.
Okay, thank you.
He's a real fitter.
She's doing really well. It's really, really hard to split between screen and real people, albeit there's only 2 of them in that room. Okay, we're going to the made motion now, which was the amendment. Oh, in the chamber, all in favour, raise your hand. Opposed? Are you opposed or for, Mark Donovan?
Opposed.
What?
And opposed.
Opposed?
4. The amendment as a substantive motion is carried, noting dissenting is Councillor Donovan, Deputy Mayor Taylor, Councillor Bunting, Wilson and Hamilton.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I think, Julie, we've gone, I don't know whose noise that is. So I think, Julie, we've gone through all that list now.
Yes, we
so
just
we can
have the
progress to the next bit.
Yes, we just had the bikes and pipes that someone asked to come back as well. Even though it has no impact for next year, it does have an impact on the financial strategy. Amy, would you be able to pop that one up again?
Was that you, Dave?
Not me. I love biking on pipes.
Huh?
Deputy Mayor.
I love biking on pipes.
Deputy Mayor Taylor, was you?
It was Councillor Pascoe.
Oh, it was Councillor Pascoe.
My turn.
Good Lord. Rob, please tell us your intent here.
Yeah, no, look, I was corrected afterwards by the fact that there is no impact at all on the 22-23 year.
So you're going to spare us the debate on this?
So I believe that it will come up again in the 23-24 annual plan for decision. In which case, there's no need for us to discuss it tonight.
We do just need to resolve it so that because there's some action that needs to happen in the meantime.
Oh, it had some movers and seconders in.
Yeah, myself and Councillor Bunting.
Okay, let's pop those back in. Do you want to debate it, Councillor O'Leary?
No.
That's great. Councillor Bunting?
No, not a word.
Oh, brilliant. All right, let's go to the vote, everybody.
Sorry,
Oh, hang on. I thought we were home and home. Sorry, Councillor Hamilton.
no, I can't let this one slide. This is too special. I touched on this last time. This is legacy stuff. This is CapEx. This is DCable. This is beautiful. This is mode shift. This doesn't interfere with cars. You can't let this one go through without a good discussion. We've got a really good resolution here. It's a one opportunity to do it while we're building and constructing, with the opportunity to defer the connections afterwards if we need to. It's just this one is the special one on the annual plan. You cannot let this one go. This is one that you just have to jump on and support.
Thank you. Not what I expected at all. Councillor Deputy Mayor Taylor.
I agree with Councillor Hamilton, and I've reflected on it because it is, I've always liked the concept. It's just, you just can't, there's nothing, you just can't criticise the concept. It's the way we should be doing things, planning ahead. And so I voted against it last time, but not in my heart, so I will be supporting it this time.
My head is exploding here.
Councillor Wilson. Sarah's smile is getting bigger by the second. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, look, I have to say that I also have had a change of heart. Dr. No has decided on this particular occasion he's Dr. Yes. It is, Councillor Ryan's correct. The fact that we can do it in 2 steps, the fact that we're leveraging off an opportunity on face value, it does make sense, so I will be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Oh goodness, Ryan, see what you've done. I thought you were a man of few words.
I think everyone's kilos are kicking in.
Go Gallagher, Martin.
I'm delighted, and I think the very wise position being taken by my good friend and colleague, Councillor Wilson, and also my good friend, the Deputy Mayor.
Excellent. Councillor McPherson.
Yes, if I was a suspicious person, I'd be wondering whether I was actually on the right side there. But having listened to Councillor Hamilton, I'm totally convinced he mentioned a whole lot of things that was, and the only thing he missed was to say it's the vibe.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. Can I just advocate for more of these late night meetings, because I'm really loving the way this is going just in this last 2 minutes. Nice to see you voting with your heart, Jeff. And Ryan, just when I thought you didn't have one, that's absolutely magnificent. You've proved me wrong again. So, good on you guys.
Councillor O'Leary, do I should reply on the basis of all that or no?
Yeah, I have to now, don't I? It's the vibe. It's Marbo. And actually, although Councillor Hamilton was very impassioned with his words, I wonder if the magic that endeared the change wasn't uttered by Councillor Pascoe, Chair of Finance, right at the start when he said there is no financial impact this year. So I want to thank him for those opening remarks.
Thank you,
In that
everyone.
year,
Let's
there's no
go
financial
to the vote.
impact.
Let's go, and we're going to the vote. Those in the chamber, please raise your hand if you're for. Opposed? Okay. Amy?
Jeff, you can do it, yep.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Pascoe is dissenting.
Thank you, everyone. Julie?
Yes, so Mayor Paula, we just maybe would like this opportunity for Tracy to give you a quick update. We've finished all the decisions and she can update our financial strategy position. Tracy?
Thanks, Julie. So I can't show you graphs tonight just because Candice has left. However, what I can tell you is your balancing the books figure now, based on all the decisions you've just made, is at $12.3 million in deficit. And our debt to revenue ratio still sits at 220%. So it's actually very similar if you go back to last Thursday's graphs that we sent through. It's very similar to those if you want to refer back to those particular graphs.
Okay, so any questions on that, Councillor McPherson?
Yeah, just in relation to the second to last item we discussed with the contingency that there be revenue for 51% of that meteor comet route thing. Is that taken into account, Tracy?
Yes, yes, it has. Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. Councillor Pascoe?
Yeah, Tracy, just can you update me on the basis of the $12.3 million balancing the books deficit? If we were to go back to the LTP, balancing the books deficit of 2 million, what would the rate increase need to be to cover that $10.3 million shortfall?
4.7%.
4.7 and add that to the 4.9.
Which is about 9.7%.
9.7. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Anyone talk? Because we're getting to the pointy end. So what comes next? We've Tracy's outlined that we need to make some. We need to move some matters.
Yes. So the next resolution is the proposed average annual rate increase, and the motion that was in the report, or the proposal that was in the report, was for it to remain the same as the LTP assumption at 4.9%. This is up to elected members.
Right, can you just tell me what page that's on again, please?
Sorry, that would have been on page 199. Let me just check.
And for the purposes of discussion, I will put up that me into my password. 199. I will move. Is there a seconder?
So apologies, Mayor Paula, it's actually on page 201, and it was resolution I.
Right, we've got to start somewhere with this discussion, so I'm putting up
An amendment, if you're going to put that up as a motion, and my amendment has been sent through to governance, and I would be adding into that amendment now 9.7% rate increase.
Wow. And 9.7%. Are you seconding Rob's motion? Angela or mine? Mine. Thank you. So, yeah. Okay, can you put that up for us, Amy, or just so we see it? I'm sure that'll generate some debate. Okay, so the staff recommendation we've known about, it's in the paper. So we won't necessarily need to discuss that right now, but just hold on, I want to, just without debating it, please, Councillor Pascoe, please explain the basis of your motion, your amendment.
I'm just trying to read it up on the board there, but my amendment I thought was noting that, I'm sorry, I don't think A and B were part of, no.
Procedural point, Mayor Paula?
Brennan? Yes, Councillor Hamilton?
If he doesn't have a If he doesn't have a seconder, respectively, there is no amendment.
I know, we're just trying to be fair enough to let it go up in its full form. And then, yes, if he has no seconder, there is no amendment. Is it up? What's missing there? Is that it?
Rob? Yeah, I'm just trying to read the second line. It's taken me. The intent is that the rate increase, proposed average annual rate increase of 9.7%. Yeah, that's right, for 2022-23 only, meaning that the intent there is that the rates in the following year would revert back to the 4.9.
Thank you. Got it. Yep. Is there a seconder for Councillor Pascoe's amendment? Sing out, because you've got a hand up, Dave. Is it to do with seconding it, or?
No, it's a different question, sorry.
Is there a seconder for Councillor Pascoe's amendment? There being none, it looks like it lapses, Councillor Pascoe. Okay, question, Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, just to Tracy, I guess, what would have been the effect had we not passed that last minute 1% rate decrease a year ago?
3 years ago.
2 years ago, was it?
Yeah.
Whenever we passed it.
At the time, it was about $1.7 million, so the cumulative effect on that. So remembering we had a different rate base and we have different circumstances at the time, but if I remember correctly, it was about $1.7 million
So
for that 1%.
The 10.3 would have gone down to about 8.7 or something like that.
Yeah.
Well, probably 8.5 with the accumulation.
Yeah, like I said, it's a little bit hard to tell because that was specifically for that amount, and then obviously we have a higher rate base, etc., etc. So it becomes a little bit tricky, but yeah, around that.
Thanks.
And Amy, can I just double check, please, on your motion? It was 4.9%.
Yes, I have
not
fixed that error.
4.6. Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay, any further questions on this before we go into it? And any further amendments? There being none, we'll proceed into debate. Okay. So
just a small question, actually, of Tracy. We're talking about percentages. What might that mean in terms of dollars for ratepayers? And I know that doesn't happen in the same way across every ratepayer, but to give us a bit of a ballpark idea, potential impact, not just the percentage.
30 per year?
Yeah. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dave.
$130 per annum.
On average.
On average. Okay.
Yep.
Thanks. Julie, before we head into this debate, we do have a debate at the end to propose the whole annual plan for, yeah? No, we don't. No.
So the only other motions we need to move is the financial strategy ones, which just locks in those figures that Tracy's just given you.
I just wanted to make sure that I was able to use my debate points accurately.
Just to be clear, because it's late at night, this isn't the final debate. This big 5
minutes. That's what I was asking. Yes, it's not the final debate. The final debate is on the communication. Julie, can you just say that again clearly? We're going to vote on the rates increase. We're going to vote on the financial strategy targets, and then we're going to vote on the consultation.
Yes. So there's actually the rates increase, and then there's the financial strategy targets and the capital program. Just confirming those numbers. Now we've made a few changes, and then there is the discussion about whether you go and have formal consultation or an engagement approach.
Okay. So I think in some ways, pardon? I think in some ways, yeah, there's a suite. I think in some ways people were expecting a 5-minute final debate, and of course it's kind of chunked up, so there isn't that one opportunity. Because the rates is a considerable topic of public interest and elected members' interest, will go to a 3-minute debate, and the same for the financial targets. Okay. Just to give you that little bit more time if you've got some ideas. I'm just trying not to, for the last hurdle, to shut you down. Okay, is that debate, Councillor O'Leary?
No, question? Just a question on process. So I was just wondering, I think along the same lines as Councillor Hamilton, can we not wrap up this one with the financial strategy, everything but the consultation, because I think that is a separate sort of debate.
Well, I'm happy to do
you
that.
Wish if I
no.
Mayor Paula, I'll get Tracy to confirm, but whatever you decide on this may impact your financial strategy position. that correct, Tracy?
That's exactly
Gotta be
correct. I was just
separate.
going to say it has to be done separately, because if it is different, it affects all of our financial strategy information.
Okay. So for the purposes of fairness, 3-minute debate for the next 2 items and 2 on the final one, which is the communication campaign, because we don't need to draw it out. I probably won't use all my 3 minutes. I've moved. Councillor Wilson, you got a question?
Yes, Your Worship. I'm just saying, I think not this particular vote over the rates, but the next one, embracing the financial strategy, because it encapsulates all the decisions and the strategy. That's the ultimate debate about the annual plan. That's the either you support it or you don't. So that is the critical debate.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, councillors, I've moved the staff recommendation, to which I will say is we all know that it's particularly hard times out there. It's exceptional circumstances. It's hard, costs going up for food, for fuel, but council's businesses, the costs are going up too. We've lost revenue. We're also subject to cost increases. So it makes it really difficult. But what I'm really pleased about is, despite the debate today, where we've had all our own passions to bring to the table, and gosh, ratepayers cannot say we haven't turned over every stone and debated every dollar that's been put into this plan. I think it's the right time to have no nasty surprises and hold steady. Now, we indicated that rate in the long-term plan, and we should stick to it. So I wouldn't have supported any increase in rates whatsoever. But to decrease rates would have meant we would have had to make some wildly different decisions about the things we've just made decisions about. So this seems to me the sensible way forward. Do I like it, given that I know people are hurting? Not particularly. But do I understand the rationale for holding our place? Yes, I do. And so that's why I have moved the staff recommendation. A seconder? Who's the seconder? Oh, Deputy Mayor Taylor, are you the seconder?
I think Angela, Councillor Angela was the seconder.
Angela? Okay, we'll come back to her if she's there.
Where's she gone?
I don't know. Questions? Angela, are you there? One more chance? No, Deputy Mayor Taylor. Angela's there now. Oh, Angela, sorry.
Sorry, no, I'm having a sneezing fit. You go.
Okay, well, I've done my debate. I'll have a right to reply, of course, but Deputy Mayor Taylor. Deputy Mayor Taylor?
Sorry, Mayor Southgate, I'm caught doing something else. Yeah, look, I'll probably save most of my discussion for the financial strategy. I'm supporting the 4.9% simply because I don't think we have a choice, I do think that the larger financial strategy is the real issue for me. I said before this started that the balancing the books and not pushing that out was my real issue, and it still is, because I just don't support that. But I think the 4.9% is what we've signalled and what we should do at this stage. And I'm going to save the rest of my debate for the financial strategy. Thanks.
Thank you. Deputy Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. It's a long night, long day. Yeah, look, very similar to Deputy Mayor Jeff, actually. I'm going to hold my powder, but I just want to put something in context here, in that 4.6, 4.9, whatever we're increasing the rates by, that we said we'd increase the rates by last year, I still don't see that as holding any line. It's still increasing rates, and it's compounding on what we put up last year as well. So, you know, look, I will support it because we have pre-sold it, and I'm far happier than this than I would have been with Rob's, although I appreciate your intention, Rob, and respect it. But yeah, let's just keep this in context. People are going to be hurting this year more than ever. with this rates rise. So not taking away from any of the stones we've turned over, and we've agreed on some, we've disagreed on others, and some of us have had a bigger effect on this annual plan than others. But just keep it in context. This is still a rates rise on top of last year's rates rise. Add to that the revaluations. There's going to be pain. There's going to be pain.
Thank you, Councillor Van Oosten.
Look, thank you. Firstly, I'd just like to recognise Councillor Pascoe and the sentiment of his amendment. Despite it not being successful, it should put us on notice that this is really difficult for council, and we've got some real decisions that have to be made in order to be able to meet a program that we're putting up for 22-23. I'll be supporting the 4.9% increase to rates, and I acknowledge that the residents in Hamilton have got many other pressures going on around them and don't need to have additional rate increases on their plate to boot. But that council has more levers that we can pull than those residents as individuals, and we must explore that opportunity first before we put that burden further onto our residents. So that's my rationale. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Paula. And look, I'm going to join Councillor Maxine in acknowledging what Councillor Robb has tried to do by indicating what would actually be required if we wanted to have a crack at delivering a balanced book scenario that we promised. Because he's right, that was one of the options. Of course, the other option was to trim our coat to fit and to cut some of the spending. And I always find it somewhat paradoxical when people wax lyrical about how hard some of the community are going to be doing when we're also the ones making some of the big funding decisions and some significant projects. I also, although I would hate to upset any of my good friends here, I would also have to point out that, of course, we're in this predicament of 4.9 because some time ago, some councillors chose to do a last-minute reduction of 1%. And, of course, that legacy remains with us, 1.7 million compounding by 4% each year. So we need to be reminded of that. The reality is, although I think we've tried very hard, we're still talking about a 10-year plan overall that's going to put us at 1.2 billion in debt. You're right, Councillor Mark, we are going to have to go out to our ratepayers at 4.9 in a year where they're looking at $150 a week inflationary effects. It's really hard. But we had another option, and that was to say, actually, let's cut our costs. And that does mean some of our pet projects wouldn't have been funded. But on balance, in regards to at least the rate rise, I'm going to support the 4.9 with the caveat and the provisos of the details I've just provided. We are the captains of our own destiny. We've got us in this position, and I guess we have to consequences.
Thank you. Any further debate? Oh, Councillor McPherson.
Yep. Thank you. Look, I was going great with Councillor Wilson right up till near the end. We certainly would have had more options this year, including an option of a 3.9% increase had we not chopped into the rates right at the last minute last year. And that's the bit where I parted company after that with Councillor Wilson, because he made great play over cutting costs as the other means of doing that. But if every single one of the contentious issues, extra expenditure, that had been talked about and debated about had not got through, if absolutely none of them have got through, my calculation is we would have saved just under 3% in rates. So we would have still been facing over a 4.3% rate increase anyway, even had all of that happen. And I don't think the debate or the perception in public would have been the slightest bit difference. So I guess I'm just saying, let's put some facts around that particular argument, but I do support the motion in the circumstances we face.
Thank you. Any further debate in the chamber?
Councillor
Pascoe.
Yes, be assured, Mayor Paula and fellow elected members, that I get absolutely no enjoyment out of being an advocate for rate increases. I guess I'm quite disappointed, though, that there was no support at all for a further rate increase, given the discussions over the last few weeks and the disgust from some of my elected member colleagues about us borrowing more money simply to pay the electricity. I know that there are hard times out there, and we've been talking also about hard times in this organisation in terms of meeting the costs that are necessary to run it in the way that it is. I don't think we are adhering to our long-term plan by sticking to the 4.9%, because already less than 12 months of signing that off, we're wanting to spend $10.5 million more than the revenue that we predicted we would get when we signed that. We've talked about the levers that council have got. Well, we had 3 levers. One of those levers has now gone if we don't increase the rates. The other 2 levers are that we borrow the money, and the only way we repay that borrowing is to charge increased rates in the future. And the 3rd lever, which we have spent the last 4.5 days doing without success, is to cut our cloth. And we've done that in a fashion, but we haven't really got stuck in to really clear much of that $10 million away. So it is kind of disappointing, but I think that when we look at the other ongoing discussion that we still have to have, we need to make sure that we are very clear in our communication program in terms of how we sell the decision that we're making. I won't be supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Pascoe. Councillor O'Leary.
Thanks, Ms Southgate. Look, agree with Councillor Bunting around the pain that ratepayers are experiencing from other outside cost of living pressures. But, you know, let's be honest with the narrative of this record-breaking 6 days of annual plan. The single largest impact on this new operating budget for next year was the inflation figure that we landed on. That was the single largest impact. And we all agreed, and actually some wanted more than the $5 million that we put into that operating budget. Of all of the projects, and I think we spent 5 days discussing and debating all of the different projects in infrastructure, community and environment, they only had a 10%, they came up to about a 10% value of that one single project of inflation. So I think we need to be honest with ourselves about that. And as I said, we all agreed, and I heard through all of the debate, that we were being sensible with inflation and it was something that we wanted to budget for. So, yeah, look, I wish that it was no rates increase, but that's not the reality. And we did signal it, in the LTP, but it still will come with some pain to ratepayers, and I appreciate that. And of course, we'll happily be supporting in the next item us going up for consultation. Thank you.
Councillor Sarah.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I will be supporting the motion, but again, also just wanted to acknowledge what Rob was looking to achieve, and I think, yeah, it is not ideal situation. It's not an ideal situation at all to be looking at such a large deficit in terms of balancing the books. But we've also already gone through a large long-term plan process and signalled to the residents what the rates will, increases will be over the next couple of years at least. And I think that the LTP is probably the better place to be looking at these larger decisions in terms of rates increases. Inflation and depreciation, as previous speakers have said, has been the biggest influencing factor here. And just to follow on from Councillor Angela, if you look at all the decisions that have been made today in terms of taking out the staff travel plan, funding some of the staff positions within existing budgets, actually what you're left with, from what I can count, is 220,000 of additional operating expenditure. So I don't think we can sit here and say, hey, all of this discretionary spending has led to this giant deficit that we're facing. The reality is that inflation and depreciation have really bitten us hard. And there's not a huge amount that we could have done about that. You know, we've tried to be responsible in terms of actually taking that into account as we look forward into these budgets. But it absolutely is going to continue to put pressure on us going forward as we continue to look to balance the books.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Thanks. I wasn't going to speak because I think everyone's on the same page. I just got a bit annoyed with Councillor Rob's comments, though, when I just found it a little bit rich when he said he's not going to vote for this, and yet in the 11th hour, he had the opportunity to hold the course and keep it at previous levels and drop them by 1% at the final stages, and that would put around $5 million closer towards our balancing the books situation today. So, sorry, I'm just calling that out. I find that a bit rich.
Thank you. Okay, quick rush of reply without labouring it. You're right, last year was hard and we made an adjustment last year because it was hard. We were in the thick of COVID then as well. This year has actually been harder because we're still in a situation of great uncertainty, compounded by huge rising costs and compounded by inflation, which is increasing at rates we haven't seen for many, many, many years. So I don't think any of us are ecstatic. And like Angela said, I think her debate was brilliant. We'd all love to be able to go, right, that's it, no rates increase, and clap our hands and walk off, but we actually can't do that. Because despite the challenges, we must continue to provide core services. We must set our city up for the future. And our decisions don't just impact on the here and now, they impact into the many years to come for our children and our children's children. And we've heard impassioned debate over the last day and before that in the discussion about particular projects that leave the city better off for people, and projects that needed to be done, because we would have cut them if they were just frilly, but they weren't frilly, they were necessary, vital projects. So the conundrum is, how do we pay for it then? We have to, and I thank Rob actually for raising his rates increase, because in doing so, he demonstrated one of the levers we could have used to deal with this, which is an increase in rates. The only other ones we've got is around debt and balancing the books, isn't it? Or cutting projects, but we've been through that exercise. Goodness knows we've been through that exercise. So here we are. We need to set our city up for success. We need to cope with the hard times we're in. We need to be mindful of people's affordability, and I think we have. Therefore, let's go to the vote. Oh, was I just bang on time, Amy? Wasn't even.
No,
All right, let's go to the vote.
Stopwatch.
It was flashing at me. Oh, and those opposed in the chamber, all in favour, please raise your hand. Oh, that's such a little raised mark, Donovan. Put it out there proudly. And Councillor Pascoe opposed?
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Pascoe is dissenting.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to the next bit, which is the financial assumptions. And I note that these are really noting largely, but I imagine that despite that, councillors will want to debate the issues. So the strategy, financial targets, is there something that staff need to say on this, please? And can we move the text, please?
Tracy, would you like to talk to this? Sorry, that should say 12 million, not 12.3.
Tracy, would you like to say something about this, or is it clear?
Sure. So it's pretty much just as I explained earlier on. So just for now, noting that this is approximately $12 million balancing the books, 220% and for our debt to revenue ratio, and $108 million in debt. Just remembering, as we've been talking,
808.
800, sorry, 800, I thought
Found the
that much.
windfall.
It sounded good, didn't it? So again, just noting that obviously with all the decisions that council has made over the last few days, that we will run that obviously formally through all of our accounting systems, and obviously also with our capital projects as well. So when we do bring back the final budget, it will be slightly different to these numbers. So again, just reiterating that this is just for the draft budget for now.
Tracy, I've just asked Amy to add that last bit onto this, just so we're really clear that these targets will be updated when we bring back the final budget.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll move, not with huge excitement and joy, but I'll move. Is there a seconder, please?
I can second.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Thompson. There was a really pregnant pause there.
There was a really big race to the.
Okay, are there any amendments or such that we should be aware of? No. So it's just going to be a vote for or against with debate. Okay, let me just get myself sorted. Thank you. So we'll go into the debate, which is 3 minutes, Amy. We had 3 for the last, 3 for this, and then 2 for the consultation. Well, so here we are, and despite all our different views around the table and our understanding of the financial pressure, we know that people are hurting, and we all feel the impact of that. We know that the annual plan is not a rewrite of the long-term plan. It never is. It's about looking at what we had assumed would happen and making sure it's still fit for purpose and making adjustments. Look, I do want to acknowledge today, as we come to the end of a long few days, the input of a number of councillors. All councillors have added great value to this debate, and City should be proud of the input that you've all had. I do want to note with thanks Councillor Wilson and Councillor Pascoe for keeping us honest about the impact of finances and really challenging us to understand the impact of inflation. Today we've gone through things and we've cut what we could. Do you know what? I believe we would have had to pull a rabbit out of the hat to make any difference. In fact, not only that, to make a real difference, we'd have had to pull a rabbit the size of an elephant out of a hat, because we really needed to cut millions, because that's where the vast cost lies. But we couldn't, because those are core services and core functions of councils, and some of them were already grossly underfunded. If you're not convinced about that, look at in the outer years of our 10-year plan. It makes for sobering reading when we see what costs are coming our way. We have cut things. We've cut things that some of you would have liked left in, and we've left in some things that some of you would have liked cut out. That's democracy. And, you know, we've had good debates from everything from the importance of public transport to climate change to a number of economic projects. I was concerned about climate change because, you know, Mark may agree with me or not on this one. And the last time we looked at the long-term plan, we were worried about community being the poor relation to everything else. And I was a bit worried that the environment and community might also be a poor relation. But we've managed to keep some money in that budget, but it's not gold-plated. None of it's gold-plated. Every single councillor today has compromised in some way. They've won or lost something. We only have one vote on those issues. We cast our votes, really all of us, I think, cast our votes from a strong belief that that was what was right for Hamilton. So I do believe that everyone around this table has Hamilton at heart. So in ending today and moving this on behalf of Council, I want to thank staff for your hard work. This has been a marathon effort. I think we all agree it's been a marathon effort, but it's been complex as well, and it's been challenging. But thank you to staff, Sean and your team, the finance team, Lance, everyone who's had a hand on this. I think it's gone well. And also I want to thank councillors for the way that we've run this really tricky meeting today, respectfully, but firmly debating that which we believed in. Thanks, Amy. Councillor O'Leary.
Do you want to go the seconder first?
Oh, I could. Yes, I could. I've forgotten who it was. Who was the seconder? Councillor Thompson. Thank you. Sorry, Sarah.
Oh, I forgot I was the seconder.
Now I feel better.
Pulling together my thoughts. Thank you, Mayor Paula. Today, it's been a really long few days, and I'm sure that everyone is really looking forward to the weekend after this. But I did want to say thank you, because while there has the debate hasn't always been, I think today was really respectful, and I actually thought that today went really well in terms of people sticking to the issues, and so I've really appreciated that. And I think that we've got some massive challenges ahead of us, and we know whether it's investment into water infrastructure, into a more equitable and a transport system. You know, we have huge challenges ahead. But it's also important that we don't, I think, that we don't just start pulling back, because ultimately the affordability of rates is obviously really important, but also when we fail to invest in infrastructure, actually it's often people on lower incomes who pay the price for that, and they subsidise that lack of infrastructure. An example of that is that if you don't have a decent bus that goes past your house, if you don't have a cycle lane, you don't have any option other than to drive your car and pay for really expensive fuel, or to actually have to go out and get a loan to get a car to do that. If we don't have if we don't invest into our parks and things, people are left having to either nothing to go to or having to go out further afield, and it's always people on low incomes who ultimately pay for deficits in our infrastructure, but in different ways. So I think that it is really important that we continue to invest as a city into our core infrastructure and also into our people. And so I do think that we have reached a good place with this annual plan, and that ultimately, you know, the long-term plan is going to be another big marathon where we make some really big decisions. Thanks.
Thanks, Sarah. Councillor O'Leary.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, this is a record for me, as it probably is for some others. 6 days for an annual plan is kind of unprecedented. And Mayor Paula, thank you for the time you've allowed for us to ask questions and debate. I know that managing a hybrid is difficult, so I want to thank you for that. Also, look, thanks to my colleagues. the debate has been robust at times, tetchy at times, but it's also swayed me at times from one position to another, and that for me is the key to successful governance, and I appreciate everybody's input. And also actually special thanks to my Deputy Chair, Councillor Thompson. We have worked together on a few things that are important to our portfolio, and of course, as always, her energy exhausts me, but I adore her and appreciate the work that she's put into this as well. The majority of the decisions that we have made through the tweaking of this second year in our LTP are things that people have asked us to do. And Councillor Thompson has touched on some of those things in our portfolio, particularly making our roads safer to access and get across. They've also asked us in the LTP to continue to grow our city in a smart and prudent way, and we have done that. So, of course, we would love to go out with no increase, but we have signalled and we have stuck to that. Just lastly, look, I want to thank governance, especially Amy. You're an absolute star. Thank you so much for the making the best of such a challenging hybrid meeting. You have done exceptionally well. So thank you for that. And thanks to all the staff as well who have presented and put up with us. You've given your time and advice, and sometimes it's been a bit tough, but I know it's appreciated as well. And also I just want to thank so much Julie Clausen. You've kept us on track beautifully and have done so calmly and with poise, so really appreciate that as well. And lastly, I hope that the residents see how challenging this annual plan has been. Probably the 6 days gives them some idea, and that there are only, on the face of it, a few tweaks from the LTP, but in terms of the direction that we got when we consulted on the LTP, I think we are on track to delivering all of those really cool strategies in terms of our city that we have, that I think that we have still achieved, and we're on track. So thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in chamber or anywhere else would like to debate?
In the chamber, we do have Councillor Pascoe.
Councillor Pascoe, thank you.
Chair. I'll be supporting the motion. I think because it's a reflection of our rates decision, and as far as I can see, it's arithmetically correct. Our agreed financial strategy, among other things, encourages us to balance our books, and this budget deficit is the largest one that we have ever reported. The decision also removes about $120 million from future surpluses that would have been available in the agreed LTP to retire debt. I also want, like Councillor Angela, wish to thank you, Mayor Paula, for the way that you have run these meetings in difficult circumstances. I thought today might be easier having a number of us here in the chamber, but now we're down to 2. So we probably all could have stayed on Zoom for today, but thank you for the extra work and management of us in a hybrid environment, as well as the support staff on governance and staff with Sean and Julie, who have given us the notes and the support and the information so that we could make decisions in a political environment with cameras beaming around us and keeping us on our toes for the 5.5 days that we've had for this extraordinary annual plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson?
Yeah, thanks.
Oh, where have you gone?
Hello, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can still hear you.
Okay, sorry, I don't know what happened there, but I'm sorry. Sorry. Hopefully, I can start again.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Look, in preparation for this annual plan, I did a little bit of reading, and back in 2012, 2013 annual plan, we had projected that in year 2022, this financial year we're talking about, we would have a total debt of 440 million. And actually interesting, back in 2012, 2013, our entire payroll was just under 55 million. Today it's just over 102 million. So the reason I raise this is I think the fundamental flaw in the way we both do our LTPs and our annual plan is the budgeting component is broken. And I think as a governance group, we need to have the courage sometime very soon to change the way we do our budgets in the organisation. And that would explain why often we will have these debates, but then we will say, as correctly as Sarah said, oh, but we, you know, if we simply voted out everything that we were dealing with, it was only going to be X, Y, and Z. And my point is, it's like an iceberg. The real issues are underneath the water, and we're not really addressing them. I think inherently our deferral model is broken. As I've said, it's institutionalized, and it's even more broken that we don't adjust it for inflation as we move things forward. I am comforted, and I do thank colleagues for supporting a more realistic inflationary reality in this annual plan budget. And if I've got it wrong, then the good news is we'll have more resources to play with. But the fundamental issue is we are still living way beyond our means. And I couldn't support a higher rate increase, just in the same way as most of you couldn't support making the necessary cuts, because ultimately the ratepayers just could not stomach 10%. But I think they could have, and they would have understood if we'd made some significant changes the way we do business. Now, I've heard everybody, they say this isn't the time to do that, that's really the time of the annual, the LTP. So if I'm around the table, I'll look forward to really challenging council, because we can't keep operating as we are. So I don't intend to support the financial strategy because I want to send a clear message that I think the process is broken, and that if we're really going to get significant change and get our spending under control and the size of the organisation under control, we've got to do things fundamentally different. And it starts from bottom-up budgeting, and we're not doing that well. Cheers.
Maxine. I'm saying Maxine, but I was muted, sorry.
It's all right. It's nearly the end of the night, and I completely understand that. And look, this is a really difficult time for us to be setting up an annual plan that sets out our goals to meet what we've said we would do in our long-term plan. And we've heard talk about the factors that have got in the way of that. And we know that many of them are well beyond our control, beyond our residents' control. Inflation like never before, revaluation of our assets and depreciation that goes along with that really has impacts on our bottom line, and personnel, a rise in personnel costs, because we want to be able to keep, great people here in Hamilton. And it's one part of this plan that I'm really proud to be able to do, to recognise the value of great staff, of the benefit of being able to keep our excellent and experienced staff, and to be able to attract some of the best. And we've enabled our CE to be able to do that, and to put together the very best plan to ensure that actually we have those staff in place to make sure that the plans that they're putting in place, the work that they are doing, puts Hamilton in the very best place in order to take advantage of the challenges and the opportunities that'll be coming through this time of real change and reform. So we're going to need those staff, and we all know, and I'm sure residents will acknowledge as well, that staff are your very best asset. They're the first people that are seen. They're the face of our council, not only to residents but to businesses, to council partners and to government officials. So we need to have be sure that we've got the best of those staff. So that plan helps us to be able to do that. It does mean, though, that we are faced with some real challenges in terms of balancing our budget. Cutting our cloth is, of course, an option, but that means that we don't necessarily set up for the best future for Hamiltonians. We might not build that road that connects people or put the infrastructure in place to see good mode shift happening, or to see that there is the growth that our city needs to have in place and the quality of a city for our citizens. So we have got levers to pull, and we've said no to increasing the rate rise beyond 4.9%, and we've said that we will not wholesale cut projects. So really the only option that we've got, thank you, is to borrow to fill the gap. And I'm sure that our books allow us to do that, but our residents' individual situations don't allow them. So I'll be supporting our financial strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cash.
Thank you. And I want to thank everyone, especially the governance team, for being absolutely amazing, especially through this hybrid setup. And Amy, you're just superwoman. You've probably got like hands coming out everywhere that we can't see. It's just been incredible to watch. Looking at our long-term plan and where we've landed today, there's actually not a lot that's too different from our long-term plan. And looking back on it, I've come up with probably the three biggest changes, and all three were completely out of our control. The first one was the electricity, which had a whopping almost $1.5 million increase out of our control. The depreciation costs, which are still to come. And then our largest change has of course been inflation, which is still very much the unknown. I think I take some comfort in knowing that we've planned for the worst in terms of inflation. I'm hoping that we're very wrong, and I'm hoping that we've overestimated these costs. And if we have overestimated it, then that's great news. But let's not reallocate that saving to something else. So well done, everyone. It's been a marathon for sure. I truly think that we've done our best considering these issues that are largely out of our control. We're a city under tremendous pressure, coming under the challenges of growth and inflation and all these costs that we can't control. So I take comfort in knowing that we've had robust debate on every issue, and that we've done our best to land where we've landed now. In terms of the rate increase, I couldn't support Rob. I'm sorry. I completely understand where he was coming from. But then I just look back onto our cost of living and the way everyone is struggling, and I know that the increase that we have proposed will already have a negative effect on so many families, and I couldn't be a part of making that any more worse, especially now. So thank you.
Thank you, Cash. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
First up, Paula, I want to say well done to you. I know how hard it is in that chair, and to do it for like 5 or 6 days is an awesome effort. So well done. Look, I do have a sinking feeling that we as a council have gone a bit backwards, and there's a misconception around this table. I think that we're forced into everything here, and we're under huge pressure. Yep, there's pressure, but I think the truth is we are not completely painted into corners. We are still in control of our own destiny, I just think there's a deeper issue. I think there's more of an institutional one. I guess where I'm coming from is I wish at the outset we could have said, okay, what can we do that will return us to the position that we were in without balancing the books in terms of not having to push it out of the year. And I wish we could have done that. I think we need to be careful that we're not doing the annual plan in isolation, that we're not cocooned from the realities of the outside world in Hamilton, because there's always an issue with that happening. Some elected members have raised the fact that some of us voted against a rate rise a couple of years back, dropped it by a bit, and they blame that for the $1 million deficit compounding, etc. There's a hole in the coffers that they had banked on. Yep, they're right. It has had an impact. I guess my question is, why are they banking on that money in the first place? Did the thought ever occur to them that we could curtail our spending to a larger degree? Are we working hard enough at that? I don't think we are. I think there's always a risk of getting institutionalised, of becoming complacent. You bank on the rate rises so that you can keep feeding the beast. And if we pull back, there's complaints. I've heard councillors talk about the need to keep spending in the community, don't pull back. But there's a difference between spending in the community and spending within our own four wall on plans or bureaucracy. A big difference. So I'm upset that after the unpopular decisions in the last term, which was an attempt to get us to live within our own means again, we're going back to that. And it worries me that we're going to leave a terrible legacy for this council of having to borrow to keep the lights on. We went through a lot of pain in that last term to try and get back to the stage where we weren't borrowing for operational purposes. But now we've pushed it out again. And I don't think that's good. I think that's complacent. I don't care what the inflationary pressures are or anything. It's complacent and it's not right. It's a reversal of the gains that we made in the last term. And, that's why I feel like we're going backwards, because I still think we lack discipline and we're going to create a huge bellway for the next council. So that is my disappointment out of this plan. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Apologies for that. Councillor Bunting.
Hello there. Yeah, look, I'll say a few words because it seems to be the done thing to do. You learn a lot in your second term, really, and you sort of develop a healthy cynicism of the system, of the way we operate. Election year, annual plans are fun, aren't they? They're obviously long. They're a little bit louder than they normally are. And yeah, it's been a really, really interesting one. I've been moved by many things. I think, look, Councillor Kesh probably made the point of the meeting for me when she talked about, look, the three biggest effects on our financial position are the electrification, the depreciation, and the inflation. Those are the three biggest effects on our financial position at the moment. It's all very well to use a phrase from my very good friend, Councillor Wilson, to wax lyrical about how we could have spent less and looked a little bit harder at what we spent. But those are the three big things: the electrification, the depreciation, and the inflation. Those are the three biggest financial effects on the situation we find ourselves in now. I echo the gratitude to, in particular, Amy. I think you've just been a rock star today. You've just been awesome, and thank you, staff, especially the ones who stayed in the chamber today. I very much appreciate your work, and thank you, as usual, to Julie and the team. Look, I'm going to support this going out to public, and we'll hear about it, I'm sure, and we'll have our big debate in May. I'm grateful. As I pointed out, I think on about day 16 of this meeting, the smaller the issue, the longer we debate about it. And it's interesting that we all unanimously roared to support the inflation issue, and then we sat there and cracked on a little bit about a 30k here and a 50k there. And I'm not saying they're insignificant, but it just amuses me, I guess. But it's been the curse of the community committee for years. And I think, Paula, you're right. I think we might have broken that. I thank members for being so kind to the community this time around so far. We've got a great plan. We've got a great team, and they seem to be very well supported by this council. So I on behalf of the community committee, I'm grateful to this council for the decisions we've made over the last 3 years. So yeah, look, I'll be supporting this going out, and I'll watch with great interest. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. I don't think I'm going to exercise much of a right of reply, but just to say quite simply, thank you to everyone for your debate. Thanks for staff, but also just noting that these are extraordinary times, as Ewan has often said in his debate. We're in the middle of a global pandemic. There's an unsettled economy globally and nationally because things are going awry in the world. It's just not a very settled time, and we've done our very best. I believe we've done our best. And yes, the debate has been long, Mark, but you've wanted to debate some things, other people have wanted to debate other things. And that...
Point of order. No, just joking.
And that, my friends, is democracy at its very best. And so, all good. But thanks, everyone. Let's go to the vote, please. I was going to try and find an eject button for you, Mark.
Favour?
Are we missing any? Oh, in the chamber, all in favour, please raise your hand. Opposed? Oh, is that up? It's a 4, Mark Donovan, and opposed?
Wonderful. So the motion is carried, noting that Councillor Taylor and Councillor Wilson, sorry, Deputy Mayor Taylor and Councillor Wilson are dissenting.
Okay, cool. That brings us to our very last topic, which is just about consultation, where that sits. Now, there's no reason with what I'll get Sean to talk to it, but there's no reason why we should do a massive or formal consultation process, but of course we will engage with the public. Can you explain to us that, please, Sean? No, I don't know who you're talking to. No.
How does that sound?
That's much better.
Yeah, it helps if I put my microphone down. The recommendation is in the report on page 201. I think it's recommendation K. And so we've had sort of talked about it previously during the meeting. So we have done the assessment of significance across the various proposals or changes to the year 2 of the LTP. None of them have come up as significant, and cumulatively none of them kind of trigger significance either. So then it becomes discretionary as to whether council consults with the community or not on the annual plan. Our recommendation is that there's nothing that warrants consultation, and so the recommendation is as per the report that we don't do formal consultation, but that we do a essentially engaging, informing campaign to help members of the community understand what has changed in the annual plan, what has changed from year 2 of the LTP. So that is the recommendation from staff.
Okay, questions, Deputy Mayor Taylor?
Sticky hands. Yeah, look, no, actually, I was going to move that we do go out for consultation, and I'd like us to go out for consultation. I think it's important enough that we should do.
Okay, let's just hold that for the moment, a motion. Sean, could you explain to us the ramifications, costs, timing, etc. of communication and what we could communicate on with,
Yeah, so and Dan is online as well, so he might also kind of chip in. So if we were doing sort of the not formal, if we were doing kind of what was recommended in the report, the engagement kind of piece, then that would be help sort of letting the community know what we had changed and probably emphasising that a lot of the changes to the annual plan are things that are not discretionary proposals, that it's things like the inflation assumption, it is things like the cost of electricity, it is things like some of those things which are hard to get community feedback on. And so we'd be sort of helping people to understand that. If on the other hand, council wanted to consult and to seek the community's views, then we would probably need to decide what projects or proposals to ask them about, and it would need to be things where we could take account of their views. So there's probably a handful of the projects or proposals that we've put into the annual plan that we could ask the community about if that's what councillors wanted to do, and so that would be the difference between the two approaches. Oh, sorry, and from a time frame point of view, so the time frames that were in the original report were on the assumption that this was a 2-day meeting, because it's sort of gone on slightly longer, then we would still, if councillors wanted to go out for consultation, we would still do the 20th of April to 20th of May, but I think there's another date in the report there about bringing a consultation document back to council for approval. We wouldn't be able to do that, I don't think, unless we had a special meeting. And so we would, if council wanted to consult, then we would be looking to get a delegation to Chief Executive, Mayor, Deputy Mayor to approve a consultation document.
Councillor O'Leary, question?
Yes, Mayor Paula, Sean, there are two ways, as I understand, if we wanted to consult. One would be a full-on special consultative process that involves submissions and hearings and the full-on. And the other way I think we could do it would be what you've said was an option, which would be sort of an engage with the city, with the residents on, I don't know, say the material changes. And then is that then, and we do engagement processes quite a lot, does that then mean that staff would gather the feedback and present that to council without the hearings process? Or if we wanted to go down that, we could have hearings as well? Is that kind of the difference between full on and an engagement?
Sort of, but not quite. Yeah. I think the way we described engagement in the report was not really a two-way process. It was really us telling the community what we had decided, and it wasn't about them submitting to us or sharing their views of those, which would then be taken into account by elected members in any kind of process. So that's really kind of what is recommended in the report. It's effectively, so that's not consultation, that is communicating, let's say.
Could we do it that way though? Could we get the feedback, staff analyse it, summarise it, and then just present that to council? Because we do that on topics, don't we?
Yeah. So yes, that is what that is the consultation option, yeah. And just so there is no there's no need to do a special consultative procedure. That's only sort of legislated in certain circumstances, this not being one of them. And so we've got more flexibility in terms of what the nature of the consultation looks like. We'd likely be mostly kind of digital online, but also there'd be some sort of hard copy and sort of physical presence type stuff, but we haven't scheduled any verbal submissions, hearings type sessions, and so I think we'll be pressed for time to do that as well. But so there's no rules around what constitutes formal versus informal consultation. It's much more fluid than that.
Yeah, okay, cool, thank you.
So following up from that, so we could broadly give people a chance to, because they can come to a council meeting or submit their views, talk in the public forum, write to us. We can collate generalised views around what we've got out there, can't we? Without it being formal count percentages type thing.
Yes. Yep. So you could certainly have a public forum at the council meeting.
Well, the public can come in on any council meeting with any topic and ask to be heard, can't they?
Yes.
Right.
I think Amy might have something to say on that.
any topic that's on the agenda of that time.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. So if we had the annual plan up the topic, someone could come in and say they're talking to the annual plan.
Absolutely.
Right. Cool. Just wanted to make sure that we didn't shut that off. Councillor Bunting.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. Yeah, look, it was interesting just listening to that dialogue for the last sort of 2 or 3 minutes. I'm heading towards supporting Deputy Mayor Jeff on this, actually, because I was quite alarmed, Sean, to hear you say, some of the inflation stuff is a little bit hard to sort of converse about, but we'll put up some of the projects that you guys have put up. This has been quite a radical annual plan, I think we'll all agree, and that we've made some pretty big tweaks to the way we're doing business already with our inflation assumptions, etc. And it's also in one of the toughest times we've ever had. So the magnitude of a sort of standard 4.9% rates rise is actually far more hard hitting. So I would kind of sway towards something that is more interactive with the community rather than just telling them what to do, plus being as simple and honest as I know your crew can do with these complex issues that we've been grappling about for the last 6 days. Because if it's costing us 7% more to do business in a regular way, then I would suggest that the council, the community really needs to have a good understanding of that and a say on it, rather than just the stock standard, do you want a bridge or do you want a cycleway sort of stuff that we tend to ask for feedback on. So
so question?
Yeah. Can you do that?
Yeah, so thank you, Councillor Mark. I think there's a couple of points there. I think one is actually, I agree with what you're saying in terms of some of those things around inflation. They do have a big effect on our budget, and I think it's important that we do set that context for people. That is slightly different from presenting options to them and asking them to give us a view so that we can make a decision on that. I think where the community can have a view is, on a particular project, and they support it or they don't support it, and they understand the financial impact of supporting or not supporting it. When we get into things like inflation assumptions, that isn't something that you would, it has a big financial impact, but it's not necessarily something where you're asking the community, do you want us to make an inflation assumption of X versus Y?
Yeah, I guess Yes, thanks for your indulgence on this, Mayor Paula. I'm trying to find a bit of a common ground because I know public trying to live their life. All they've talked about for the last week or so is half-price bus fares for staff, but the issues that we've been grappling with have been a heck of a lot more complex.
No,
I'm trying to find a way to do it without the full huge consultation, but I need to hear the community's feedback and more than just submissions at a...
we're getting into debate now. You're getting into debate.
I'm saying, can you help me out with that? Sorry.
Yeah. And I think we hear the tenure of your comment. Let's take the other questions and see if it adds any value to that. But I guess there's consultation and there's more formal consultations. There must be others. And so I know Dan's listening intently, but I'm pretty sure what you're saying is we can do something that reaches out about some of the significance of this plan. Councillor Wilson, question.
Yeah, it's really to Sean. I mean, is there an opportunity to actually go out and say, look, here are some of the big projects that we had decided we were going to do, when we set the LTP, but the world has changed. We've had significant COVID, we've had the war, we've had inflation. We've already spent $10 million more than we'd thought. And a lot of that is on big, chunky community projects, etc. I mean, isn't it an opportunity to go back to the community and really ask them again, is this what they want?
Yes, I think that, yes. So I think if the council does want to, so if elected members want to go out for consultation, then I think it would be absolutely kind of setting that context, explaining kind of what has happened, what has changed. And then I think it is presenting some of those projects that we do have in the annual plan and asking their views on them. That would be what I would recommend if we were going down the consultation route. So
I think we might be getting closer. I like Councillor O'Leary is working on some wording. I liked the tenure of what she put in the chat, Sean, which is a generalised form of. Did you see it? Or you haven't had a chance yet?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it. So we have sort of drafted. We kind of have got what I think from the discussion so far. What I think might be the projects that we would.
Well, it's not so much about the projects, but the breadth of the significant changes that the feel of this plan and why we've done what we've done. But let's have a look, because I understand that. To be fair on Deputy Mayor Taylor, he was the first to say that he had a motion, so I'd love to see what the wording is. Angela's working on one. I also think that could be good. I feel from the conversation and the questions so far that people do want to go out with a meaningful way of showing the public why we've landed where we have in these extraordinary times, and give them at least the general opportunity to come back in some sort of generalised form about those matters. That's what I'm feeling. I may have read that wrong at 9:41 at night, but that's what I'm feeling. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Paula. I'm wondering, is this basically saying that we won't undertake a special consultative process, but we will undertake a level of consultation?
There's no. I don't think anyone's suggesting a special consultative process.
No,
that's not. I don't think that's on the table.
So when it says no formal consultation, but that we will be getting feedback, is that just? I'm just getting my head around it.
So I think that's actually what the recommendation in the report was. And I think where you're heading is actually. It is consultation. I think that's what I'm hearing, is that councillors do want to do some form of consultation.
So with the motion, the amendment that Councillor O'Leary has got here, which I'm warmly inclined towards, the words "no formal consultation" relate to the formal consultative process, the formal one that would say we're not going through.
I'm just wondering for absolute clarity if we just said notes that we won't undertake a formal consultative process and then approves consultation or something.
So that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. Deputy Mayor Taylor, have you got yours as well, so we can see both approaches?
Well, no, I don't want engagement. I want consultation. I
think that's what Councillor O'Leary wants too.
Yeah, I'm happy
we've got
with that.
Notes. The AA says notes, no formal consultation.
But yes, but if you were listening to that debate, what we're talking about, in that debate, what we're talking about is the formal consultative process. It won't trigger that, but a different form of consultation will occur.
Well, if I can be helpful, I don't think that wording up on screen captures the intent of Angela or Jeff. I think what they're asking for is that consultation does take place. And so I don't think any of that. I don't think that wording applies.
Well, I didn't put the wording up there, so I'm trying to draw out what is the improved wording. Can we look at it again and reach something of agreement? Because what I am hearing is council wants some consultation, but they don't need it to be necessarily bigger than Ben-Hur, but they want a reasonable amount of consultation given the changes that we've gone through.
Well, personally, I'd like to see the council undertake consultation and ask for submissions back to the council.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair enough. I understand that, Jeff. Do you want that on a project basis, or what Angela O'Leary is trying to say? I think Angela, which I was leaning towards, was consultation in its general form. This is what we've done. This is why we've done it. These are the big pressures. This is the sort of debate we had. What are your thoughts and feelings about this, rather than saying each project like we did, which took us 5 days to go through. Imagine the hearings on that. Instead of going through each single project, are you for the comet route? Are you for the climate? Are you for? So I think there's a difference between that level of consultation, the sort of finer detail, and the fact that we genuinely want to understand what people feel about how we've reached our conclusions and the broad scale direction we've taken in this. Am I right there?
Yeah. For mine, it's how they feel about the rate wise, how they feel about the financial strategy in terms of what we've done with our debt and balancing the books, and the major projects that we've approved. The major cost additions, discretionary cost additions we've made in the last 5 days is what I'm after.
Okay, well, you frame up your motion, please, and Angela will finish hers, and then let's look at both, because I know that crafting by 13 people is really hopeless. Councillor Van Oosten.
Oh, I am already on microphone. So if it's about putting a couple of cents worth in here, my thinking was that there's an opportunity for us to be able to set the narrative of the of an information program, really, that sets out the parameters under which we are faced with. And we've talked about what those are, and that there's some genuine opportunity to collect feedback from the community without it being a hearings and engagement process. We've got really great opportunities through online feedback, through I think we've done before a Facebook Live explanations, and I'd be really keen to follow that kind of a program rather than a hefty, large, weighty program that has us lumbering along, making this process any longer and heavier.
Thank you. I think we are actually getting closer, because what we are all agreed on is that some sort of consultation is warranted in these extraordinary times when we've put this plan together. And so we just need to nail that. And I don't want everyone contributing little bits and pieces and questions, but I do want to see the two movers' motions, so that we can, the motion which is Jeff's and the amendment which is Angela's, I do want to see those so we can frame our conversation around those rather than 1,000 different ideas. But I will take some questions.
Can I ask for just something that's potentially a little bit, indulge me here, I worry when we say information sessions, because that means we're going out and selling our idea, and then if you want to feedback, I want something a little bit more.
Well, that's why I'm saying, Mark, can we?
I'm looking really closely at Angela's.
Can we just wait until they're up, because I really think this will start to make more sense, and you'll be able to frame those comments, Mark.
Okay.
I'm not trying to stop you from having your comments.
No. Well, I'm looking at seconding Jeff, so.
Yeah. So can we get them both up so we can see where the support lies? Because I'm very open to consultation. I'm just trying to figure out what is best and not make it bigger than it has to be, but significant enough to matter.
Is it? Can I just ask? Yeah. Can I ask a question?
Sure. Do.
just to get clarity of what sort of elected members are trying to achieve here, I think what I'm hearing is that wanting to consult about the key decision, like maybe something slightly more generic about the key decisions in the annual plan, including the financial strategy, major projects, something, and what you're actually looking for is not, and sort of some open-ended questions around to get feedback from the community on all aspects of the annual plan, where rather than project by project, do you support this project or not? Is that kind of the general intent of?
Well, Angela's nodding, and that's why I really think we're only going to make an advancement here, and I think that's helpful, Sean. But I think we're going to make an advancement where we see the amendment and the motion in front of us, so we can see how close we've got. So, do we have anything that we can share? Because I think you made some useful points there, but I know what it's like trying to wordsmith it, especially at blinking 10 to 10 at night. Can we, Amy, you see Angela's comment? Jeff, have you crafted yours as well? Okay, that's good. Jeff? Have you got your motion, Jeff? Thank you.
Sorry, I was stuck on mute. Look, I'm to be honest, it's 10 to 10, and that's my best work.
Yeah, can we have both?
I just want it to be more. My thing is, I want it to be formal. I actually do want to hear their submissions formally, so it is quite distinct.
Yeah. Can we scroll down to Angela's? Angela, you're still you wouldn't have hearings connected with this? No.
No,
no.
I still want the public's feedback, but I trust that staff will give that to us in a really robust and analysed way without the extra timing needed for hearings.
Okay, so Jeff, in yours, which is a formal consultation process, which projects did you want to consult on? Absolutely every last thing.
I want to consult on the annual plan.
Yep, that is true. So every last, do you want us to have? Do you
well,
agree with?
In the motion, though, Paula.
Huh?
I'm not going to put that in the motion. Every last proposal. I mean, I think it's pretty clear. I want the council to formally consult on draft annual plan.
I get that. I'm just trying to understand.
And seek submissions from the public. I mean, we decide the details of what goes in at a later date.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think we're there in terms of some ideas. Sean, do you want to comment on those in any way in terms of?
Yeah, I just want to check a couple of things. So I just want to check for Councillor Angela. Is it still the delegation to? Are you delegating to Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Chief Executive to approve the consultation document?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so that sort of B from the motion gets carried down. And then I think they are, and so Jeff, you just want to specify that hearings are part of the consultation process. That's right.
I do, yeah.
Okay.
They need to. I want us to deliberate on them in some shape or form as a council.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Yes, absolutely. So I think both the motion and the amendment would ensure that public have their say on the annual plan, and feedback is received by council, put into a report, and is heard by council. So both have that effect. The motion specifies that there would be verbal submissions as one of the methodologies for achieving that, and the amendment doesn't specify that. But
well, a question I have, and I'm not trying to be deliberately provocative, goodness only knows I'd like to go to bed really, but in terms of this, one approach versus the other, what would be the quantum of difference in cost approximately? Because I know formal submissions like we do in the LTP are incredibly expensive compared.
there's no, I mean, the idea, there's no real concept of formal submissions. Doesn't really exist. It's not really. There's nothing that delineates something being formal versus not. So the only difference between the two is that there's a hearing. One is specifying that there are verbal submissions. Other than that, they appear to be largely the same motion.
Yeah.
So essentially,
Chair of Hearings and Engagement, I'm particularly cheap, Your Worship. So I'm not at all expensive.
So and there's not a lot of difference in it's the I guess the time and staff time and elected member time and having verbal submissions.
Okay, so the only thing I'm unclear on, and I get both, and you're saying is not a lot of difference, and I understand the difference between hearing submissions and just hearing and having feedback on a report. That much I do understand, but what I don't understand from the motion is exactly what that would look like. Would that be like every one of those, you know, that long chart that we've been through today? Would we be asking people, do you agree with the comment meteor improvements? Yes, no. Do you agree with this? Yes, no. Do you agree with that? Yes, no. Would we do the whole lot? Is that what you anticipate?
Are you asking me, Paula?
Yes.
Well, I mean, we're not going to put that in the motion, though. I mean,
no, but I'm asking you before I can agree to one thing or another. Are you asking people to get down to that nitty gritty of every detail, or are you wanting to understand if people have any concerns and what they are?
Well, yeah, what I want is for us to be highlighting the major projects that have been approved in this annual plan, because I guess what I don't want is a kind of casual consultation where we don't make that clear. So I think we, you know, obviously we're not going to go into every single thing, but you know, every other time we do this, we pick out the major projects, major issues, and we summarise it.
So, Angela, in terms of yours, is that not what you're expecting, to touch on the major issues in your amendment also?
Yes, it does. Yeah, without listing them either. I trust that the working group or the mayor, chief executive, etc., deputy mayor can sign off on what staff come up with.
Councillor Pascoe. Thank you, Councillor Pascoe.
Thanks, just a question to both the motion and amendment. Would you expect, and without doing a deep dive into the detail, but would you expect the consultation document, having set out, you know, what the major reasons are for the $10 million budget blowout, would you expect it to also include the levers that council had in terms of the decision it made, and perhaps ask for some feedback on which of the levers was used and whether the other levers could have been used?
That's central to mine, yeah.
Yeah, I like that. Yep, I like that idea. And my second question is, and I'll probably second your motion, Deputy Mayor. My second one is, in both cases, would you expect to be circulating to elected members to give you some feedback, or will it only be circulated to elected members prior to consultation once the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Chief Executive have agreed on the consultation document?
No, it has to go to elected members.
For feedback?
Yeah.
Yep, okay.
Have you?
The same with yours, Councillor O'Leary?
That's why it says around that we will receive the deliberations report. I think that's what you're asking, right?
No, it says noting that the draft will be circulated to elected members prior to consultation.
Oh, sorry, the draft consultation document.
Yeah, so you put feedback. That's fine. You've answered my question.
Yeah.
Yep, you've answered my question. Thank you. I'll support the Deputy Mayor's motion as a seconder.
Question, Councillor Bunting.
Thank you. So essentially, am I right here? We've come down to the only point of difference is, do we have a hearings committee meeting on it? It's about the only difference in the intent now. Is that right? Because I feel that we could actually have one motion if Councillor O'Leary and Thompson were happy to have a hearings committee meeting about it. And as Councillor Ewan has said, he's not expensive, and it just gives people that extra bit of clarity. What's your feeling on that, Councillor Angela?
I'm just trying to look for a smoother process. Look, I'm not gonna die in a ditch over it. If that's the wish of the majority of councillors, then Councillor Thompson and I will withdraw. Is that the wish of
How will we know till we test it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. So it's come down to.
Excuse me, can I just make a comment on that sort of last change to that motion? So the hearings and engagement committee, I don't think has delegation to hear the annual plan. So it would be verbal submissions to council. So everyone's sitting around the council table. You're having the members of the public come in and speak to their submissions, but it would be verbal submissions.
Very much like the long-term plan, which it isn't.
Correct. Yeah. So it wouldn't be through the hearings engagement committee. Just to clarify.
Okay, thanks, Sean. So effectively, we've got the same one, haven't we?
Okay. Yeah, look, in the spirit of it being 10 p.m. at night, and everyone wanting desperately to get in their jammies, look, Councillor Sarah and I will remove the amendment and be happy to support the motion. There we go.
Okay, let's go into debate. Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Sorry, coming.
And it's only 2 minutes. Please don't take all of it.
Yeah, I'm just
no need for debate.
I'm just trying to unstick my thing. Look, I'm sorry about the it's exhaustion for everyone, I'm sure. Yeah, look, I just would like this formally consulted on. I think, we've gone backwards in our financial strategy, and we should be asking the public for their views, not just on projects, major projects, but actually on which approach we should be taking in terms of how we manage this. Hey, spend less, put the rates up, or whatever, because we are basically creating, I think, a really bad legacy for the next council. And I think, to be honest, the annual plan, we've kind of treated it a little bit bigger than an annual plan, I think. So I think it's, given the cost of living crisis out there, given unprecedented times that we're in, and we're about to have a revaluation following all this too, which is going to exacerbate the issues for some people. Some will win, some will lose. It's important to ask them, and I don't see why we shouldn't consult and hear what they've got to say. And I don't want it to be like just a link on the website or something. I want it to be a real, genuine opportunity for people to have a say and for us to hear them. Thank you.
Okay,
I move
Councillor
the motion
Bunting.
be put. I move it be put.
Councillor Bunting.
I've just moved the motion be put.
He's done a procedural motion. I'll second it.
Procedural motion. Let's go to the vote.
I was going to be stunning there too.
No, sorry, Mark Donovan. It's a procedural motion. You can ask Rob what that means while you're there. Okay, let's go to the vote, please. In the chamber, all those in favour say aye. Opposed, put your hand up or something. Oh, that's not a hand up, Mark Donovan.
The motion is carried, noting that
Procedural
the
motion.
delegate is dissenting.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure Rob will explain to you procedural motion, Mark. You may not have come across it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you and good night.
No, that was that was
what?
On the procedural
It's a procedural motion.
Oh,
now we're
right.
going to put
gosh.
On that motion.
Okay, now we're going to vote on the motion. Okay, all those in favour, tick the cross, the thingy, the tick. And in the chamber, in favour, opposed. Look at you lonely couple in there.
Yeah, I reckon.
Councillor
Just the
Mark,
two of us.
tick.
We can make it if we try. Just the two of us.
The motion is carried
Okay.
unanimously.
Thank you, everyone, and we'll
Thank you.
discuss the nature of that another day when we're all fresh. Thank you
Good night
so
from
much for
him.
your hard work. And thank you, staff. Appreciate it.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you for staying up so late, every staff. It's hard when we drive you right up till 10 o'clock at night, but we really, really appreciate you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, team.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you,
Good
everyone.
weekend. Night.
Well, cheered, Paula. Thanks, everyone.
All right.